Can you hear me right, Mihai?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Sounding clear. So,
Yeah.
when are you starting?
Yeah, I think we should start now. Just a minute or so.
Is it any introductions that you?
Yeah, I will do like a 3-minute introduction,
Okay.
followed by. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining Global Strategy Execution Summit. It's a fantastic morning here in India. I hope you guys have a great day or great evening. A quick introduction about the conference, about the speakers, and about the event. Primarily, why this Global Strategy Execution Summit in place? This is something which we would like to start with. You all know, we all know that business is no more simple, easy thing. So there is a quite demanding things, political, environmental, legal, technological changes going on across the world with a pace we never expected. The businesses are going tremendous change at this point of time, like never before. Organizations need to be very agile, very active, very focused to be successful in the business. Now, every organization needs a strategy, and every organization needs a robust strategy execution. So, no matter what we have, there is a scope for improvement. Now, what is a gap now in for the strategy professionals or the companies? So every organization needs some kind of help. Okay, whether it could be a best practices, it could be a consultant advisory, or it could be the peer practices, or it could be some kind of innovative solutions, whatever. So organizations need some kind of help. At the same time, there are so many potential sources of getting help. Either it could be through consultants, or it could be through managers, or it could be through technology solutions, or whatever. So what we are trying to do is, through this platform, we are trying to bridge that gap, bring experts, consultants, practitioners, strategists, technicians, and managers across the globe, and then try to express their best of the best approach or experiences or methodologies. Then the attendees who are attending, either it could be a consultants or organizations, managers, or any other consultants. Okay, so they can take a benefit of this to find the right help or right ideas. So you can just take this to start with. So sometimes what happens, even myself, I get some very nice idea from attending to any lecture or something. So that is fantastic way to solve current problems of an individual. So with this intention, through strategy, a comprehensive strategy execution solution by Data Labs India. So we are proud sponsors of this event. I'm very proud to say that I'm the solution architect for strategy along with my team, of course. So we are proud sponsors, and I take this as an opportunity to invite all participants, speakers, and organizers. Thank you, organizers, for making this event very organized. Thank you, Deep, and your team for this. So I think we are waiting. I know you guys are waiting for the first program to start with. Okay, so I'll just take 1 second to introduce our program. Okay, so let me just take schedule. Okay. So I would like to start. Let us start now the program. The first thing is so we have a first session from Mihai Enescu. So this will be a great opportunity for all of us to hear him with all his experience and research and practice in this industry. As a quick introduction from Mihai has dedicated 15 years to understanding, refining, and applying in practice the strategy's full cycle process. Through rigorous practice and continuous study, he has synthesized an integrative platform, framework that connects the dots. Okay, that connects the dots of most relevant concepts, theories, and methodologies in strategy management. This refined approach not only encapsulates the essence of strategy thinking, but also offers a practical insights and actionable steps so that organizations get the benefit. So I invite Mr. Mihai Enescu to present his approach and help the participants to know his approach, and also suggestions or recommendations in general how to do the strategy management in your organization and how you take the benefit of it. Mr. Mihai, over to you. Thank you, sir. Please.
Thank you for the introduction, Abdul. Let me first of all see how can I get the slides. Okay, excellent, fantastic. So first of all, I must compliment what you're saying, maybe with a little bit of a correction. I have no approach to strategy. None of the approaches, none of the things that I'm presenting are mine. All of them have been created by a lot of thinkers and leaders of opinion and people who accumulated a lot of experience in formulating and in executing strategy. So the only thing that I did was just to connect the dots and try to put things in a logical, integrated format that allows us to take what is essential for being able to go through all this cycle of strategy management, from strategy experimentation to strategy formulation to strategy execution. So that's what I did, and I did that because I'm also an engineer, and engineers tend to find the logic in things, and I think that's what I have done, and what I'm also interested to continuing to do. So the first idea that I would like to share with you is the fact that strategy is not simple. You might hear people telling you that strategy is about ABC or 1, 2, 3 and stuff like this. I would advise you to consider that with a grain of salt, and understand that true expertise in strategy management comes from people who have succeeded to perform in practice thousands and thousands of implementation of frameworks which got better and better along decades of not just theory or not just quick drawing of silver bullets. It's a huge work that allows us to understand how strategy works. And of course, it is not simple. Now, the principles, the strategy is based and the processes that allow us to manage strategy, the ones that I have mentioned, these are simple principles. And if someone tries to convince you that there is something simple about the strategy, that should be regard the principles, which should be very easy and very clearly to be understood. But then, when we apply these principles to something as complex as an organization, and I don't think that except maybe some startups, organizations are simple. They are complex constructs of relationships and structures and people and processes. There is no simple thing about an organization. If you want to get a hint, just look at the budgeting process and see how complex a budget of an organization is, just to understand how complex a business can be. So when we do apply the simple principles of strategy to a complex organization, what we get is something that is a complex strategy. Because in complex organizations, strategy is complex. And if you want to have a good management of strategy, you need to understand all the aspects and facets and all the turning wheels inside the high accuracy mechanisms that the strategy management system should be. So now I'd like to invite you on a very quick journey on what is the cycle of the strategy, and actually see what is behind the complexity, which is assembled from simple principles. So the thing that I would like to start from is this. This is a diagram that summarizes how strategy is managed. You can see that there are two loops, and strategy is always a cycle. It's a cycle that goes through a strategy formulation loop with a number of stages that allows us to go step by step and assemble the strategy from a number of logical principles and information that we have available. And once we have formulated our strategy, we can start to implement it or to execute the strategy. And that is the second loop that you see on the right. And in principle, this is the Kaplan and Norton framework for strategy execution, also known as a balanced scorecard. And why is this a way to focus on strategy execution when it gets there? Because this is no framework that has been created by someone on the corner of the kitchen table. This is something that resulted from the work of hundreds of consultants who have implemented or assessed more than 10,000 implementation of this framework in all countries around the world, in all industries, in all sizes and types of organization. You cannot beat the Kaplan and Norton execution premium process by any kind of a different approach when we talk about strategy execution. That's why we have this as a foundation of the strategy execution loop. Now, the strategy formulation, is not something that is based only on, let's say, as good as possible hypothesis about the future, because strategy is a construct of hypothesis. This is something that requires a little bit of testing, a little bit of experimentation, and that is what strategy experimentation does. Strategy experimentation looks at several things that can be tested with real customers in a limited environment, of course, but then it allows us to understand if any hypothesis that we're using to develop, to build our strategy, makes sense for the people in the real world, in the real markets that we are performing business in. And I would like to invite you to go a little bit through each of these loops and understand maybe a little bit of what do we mean. Just before going further, you see that the strategy experimentation, it's it's a prerequisite set of processes, which means that they go in parallel with the strategy cycle, with the two loops of strategy formulation and strategy execution. It has some sort of life of its own, but it is synchronized with the strategy cycle in order to add more and more information about potential other things that we can do as part of the strategy. And also another prerequisite is scenario planning, which is essential for being able to operate in a real world with uncertainties that can throw us from left to right in the environment of related to technology, to politics, to demographics, to climate, and so on. So scenarios are very important because our strategy needs to be able to provide us the necessary outcomes, the necessary desired outcomes, whatever the scenario might turn into reality. Okay, so these are some sort of prerequisites in strategy experimentation. So strategy experimentation needs to be coordinated with the rest of the strategy cycle, because we would like to perform experiments like types of products, like kinds of jobs to be done that our strategy value propositions can address. And also we need to play with strategy choices and to see if any of the multiple strategy choices that we haven't used before are actually candidates allowing us to build a new competitive advantage and the value propositions that will allow us to continue to have a thriving business beyond the inflection points which are defined by the strategic horizon. So let's go into this journey after the prerequisite stages of the strategy cycle have been accomplished. So let's look into strategy formulation. Now, strategy formulation starts from strategic analysis, and strategic analysis needs to define several things. It needs to define the business portfolio, which are the current competitive advantage that we would like to develop and extend and defend as part of our strategy, and also how to build a new competitive advantage based on emerging technologies, on the emerging trends, and on new concepts about doing business in a market or in another, in an industry or in another, in around the core business and beyond the core business that we currently have. And this is the business portfolios that we need to define. And of course, as part of this, we need to take into consideration the scenarios, the strategic scenarios that we have defined based on a specific methodologies that you can learn from a variety of sources. And once we do this, we are enabled with what is needed for us to identify the paramount challenges, which is a starting point of building the new strategy. It's not the mission, vision, values, no the other stuff like this. It's actually the paramount challenges. So Richard Rumelt calls them the gnarliest challenges. So there are things that cannot be really solved quickly. It cannot be solved easy. So we need to confront them and overcome them. And we can define the paramount challenges based on the analysis of what we are, how are we positioned today, about the trends that defines the future, about uncertainties that defines the future, about the weak signals that defines the future, and understand that our current strategy, our current positioning cannot overcome the challenge, all the opportunities and threats that are coming towards us from the future. So therefore, we need to define those challenges, and around those challenges, to try to find other strategic choices that allow us to position us better along the current competitive advantage, along the new competitive advantage that we need to build and bring to maturity along the timelines that we have until the edge of the strategic horizon. And in order to do this, of course, it is highly recommendable that we use something that is a reference cognitive model for strategic choices. And starting from Porter generic strategies, from Arnoldo Huck's Delta model, we can understand that there are a number of choices that we should look like, choices that we are also using as part of one side of the strategy experimentation. And we need to evaluate all these strategic choices types in order to understand which ones are allowing us to better deal and surmount the paramount challenges that we are confronted in the near and in the medium future and further future of our business, of our organization. So that is how we take decision about the strategic choices that position our business along the current competitive advantage, along the next competitive advantage, with all the value propositions that we're actually bringing to the market for them. And that is something that we need to do as a foundation of the strategy. Our strategy is based, it's founded on the choices that we are making to do some things and not to do others. And of course, choices are just a wish, just a desire. To turn them into reality, we need to understand for each value proposition that is part of the new positioning of the two types of competitive advantages, the current one and the next one. And we need to understand which is the activity system, something that you might remember from reading Michael Porter about what an activity system is. And for that activity system, understand the success factors of why our value proposition would be successful along the timeline in the market, in the current or future markets that we would like to target. And then from there to understand which are the capabilities, the competencies, the processes, the relationships, the infrastructure, the knowledge that we require in order to, as capabilities, in order to turn those strategic choices and the activity systems that we have, one for each value proposition, to turn them into reality. And turning them into reality, it means a little more than just defining the required capabilities. We need to understand that we might have some of those capabilities already existing in our business today. There are things that we have done, we know how to do them, but very often that's not enough. We need new capabilities, new competencies, new technologies, new infrastructure, new processes, new business models, new environments, partner environments that we need along in order to be able to satisfy the demands of the new positions that we have defined for coping with the paramount challenges. So we're talking here about the gaps in capabilities, gaps in positioning that we need to close. Once we close those gaps, our strategy is fully implemented. We can get the benefits of the new strategy. If we could close all those gaps by tomorrow morning we would have our strategy fully implemented, and we would just benefit from the new positionings that we have. We will have a stronger competitive advantage today and ready to launch a new competitive advantage that will take its place beyond the strategic horizon. But we cannot do that by tomorrow morning. We need to go through a number of execution cycles in order to be able to implement the strategy, to execute the strategy, and close in sequence all those strategic gaps that we have defined. And before we do that, of course, what is required for us is to validate that all those concepts and all those ideas and all those choices and closing of all those gaps, it's something that we can do. And that's why we need to assess the feasibility of our strategy, of executing our strategy, and also to go beyond that and say, okay, if we had tomorrow morning our strategy implemented, the resulting business model or business models, would they be financially viable? Would they be sustainable? So this is something that we need to also assess as well as we can, because we wouldn't like to launch in executing a strategy that we cannot execute, or to execute a strategy that will lead us to something that is not sustainable and doesn't provide the financial returns that are required from evolving and for growing our business. But assuming that everything is fine, because if it isn't, we need to just go back through the formulation loop and make other choices and assess other capabilities. But assuming that everything is fine, we need to go into strategy execution. Now, it's important to clarify that strategy formulation, it's a multi-annual cycle. So the cycles that you see in the middle, on the top, it's actually a multi-annual cycle. However, for a variety of reasons, technicalities and conceptual, we cannot actually do planning for a multi-annual horizon. We need to do planning on shorter terms, and typically the term for the strategy execution cycle is 1 year. And look at the budget, look at the sales planning, look at all the operational planning that we have, and other cycles that we have in operations. And you can see that it's essential to synchronize strategy execution with operational planning and executing those plans. So that's why strategy execution is very often an yearly cycle, which means that along the sequence of years inside the strategy formulation and the cycle of strategy formulation, we have multiple strategy execution cycles, and those execution cycles will obviously push us to plan things, actually to produce a strategic plan for each year, with the share of strategic gaps that we have to close and the ways that they have been defined by formulating our strategy, and then to close, to plan what is necessary to close those gaps and advance towards the positioning that has been defined as part of our strategy. So everything that you see on the right, as I've mentioned, it's based on the last 5 stages of the Kaplan and Norton strategy execution process, premium process. And after we do the strategic planning, which many of you might be familiar, using strategic objectives and KPIs and K risk indicators, and then strategic initiatives, we need to bring that closer to where it's executed. And strategy is executed at the bottom of the organization. It's executed at individual level. And in order to get there, we need to go through an alignment process, which is not just a vertical cascading. It's much more complex than that, because there are internal customers and internal suppliers which interact on a daily basis during the operations, and they need to also do what is needed to change their part of the business and to contribute to achieving the objectives that we have defined for this annual strategic plan, in order to close the strategic gaps, as a part of the strategic gaps defined by the strategy. So we go through this alignment process, and then from there we also need to synchronize with operations. How can we implement strategy if the budget, for instance, haven't been synchronized with all the expenses required by the strategic initiative, by the projects that are going to allow us to close the gap and achieve the strategic objectives? If we don't do that kind of integration, that's not going to happen. And it's not just the budget; it's also a variety of operational plans. Sales plans need to take into consideration what changes are we going to produce, what value propositions are we launching this year, what kind of channels are we opening, what kind of new processes are we launching, what kind of evolution of the business ecosystem are we producing this year, because that will influence the revenue and their targeting and all the activities that sales must do. And the same is for marketing, the same is for production and research and development and technology and logistics, and everybody who does plans needs to synchronize them with a strategic plan. And if we don't do that, we're actually shooting ourselves in the foot, because executing strategy won't be really possible. Okay, so once we have done that, we need to go into executing the strategic plan, again, with all the business units and departments and down to individual level, and to perform all those projects which are strategic initiatives. And guess what? Because Khalid, I will answer your question at the end. Thank you. So because the entire systems that you see, the strategy model and the strategic plan model is based on a number of hypotheses. Actually, strategy is a construct of hypotheses about the future. There is no other way to do strategy except by making assumptions about the future, educated assumptions and educated hypotheses based on the information that we have. And then some of those hypotheses will turn out to be invalid. It's impossible to have so many assumptions and hypotheses and all of them to be correct, to be valid. Some of them are always invalid, and we will find out which ones at the right time as we execute our strategy. So that's why in executing our strategic plan, we're going to see a number of good and bad results. And you will see green, yellow, and red in scorecards. And whenever you say what has gone wrong, well, what has gone wrong is not about the strategic initiatives, those projects not producing the effects that we wanted. It might be something wrong with any of the hypotheses that we have employed, even when formulating the strategy. So therefore, we need a system of applying corrective actions, and also a system of adapting both the strategy and the strategic plan as soon as we find out that we have employed some invalid hypotheses. That is a purpose in strategy execution of using KPIs and scorecards. It's to validate hypotheses, not to measure past results and produce reports. This is about validating of hypotheses that we have employed in building the strategy model, in building the strategic plan model. And this is how we return to the strategy formulation cycle, and we might be required to reformulate part of the strategy and then propagate throughout this ambidextrous strategy of current and next competitive advantage, propagate that into the strategic plan, make the necessary changes, and continue the execution of an adapted strategic plan. And then, of course, once we approach the end of the year, again, go into strategy formulation, understand that we have successfully closed the strategic gaps that were supposed to close in the years that passed or not. And then, of course, adapt the scheduling of what strategic gaps should be closed in the next year. And then go on and pass through the next strategy execution cycle until we have reached the strategic horizon where our strategy is fully implemented, and we have benefited from harvesting the current competitive advantage and preparing and bringing to maturity the next competitive advantage that will allow us to continue growing beyond the inflection points of our industry that we have defined as a strategic horizon. Now, this is the cycle of strategy, and it's not simple. As you can see, it's not simple. It's rather complex, but it's made out of simple logic and simple concepts. And every of these stages, the 5 stages plus the prerequisite processes, they use simple logic and they use simple concepts and principles. But we need to assemble that in something that is as complex as our organization. So this was my presentation. I wanted just to tell you that in September we have a new edition, as a 3rd edition of the Explaining Strategy online live course. And if you want to learn more about the strategy cycles that you have seen, I invite you to enroll. The enrollment it's open, so you have like 88 days to do that. And of course, if you do it sooner, it's going to be even better for you from the financial point of view. You'll get the early bird discount, and also this is something that implements the fair pricing policy, which means that depending on the country where you live, the course might be cheaper than the standard price. Okay. Thank you very much for your time. I don't know if I've spent all the time allocated or not, but if there is any time remaining, I'm happy to.
Yeah, you have time remaining, Mikhail. Okay. So one of the couple of questions I received in my personal note is, now in the strategy cycle, the formulation, especially the formulation part. Okay. So the guys are asking how much time it takes for mid-size organization. Okay. There are so many steps in the strategy clockwise, the process you have explained. So how much time approximately it takes? So that is very important for them. That's what I just put up the question. I would like to just brief about it.
Okay. So on average, 2 months. But you need to understand, when you are at the beginning of a strategy cycle, when you finished implementing a strategy and just prepare to launch a new cycle of strategy, have finished closing all those strategic gaps, and you get to be confronted with new paramount challenges that requires you a new strategy. It might take longer, like 2 months, 2 months and a half. But then every year after that, it only takes you probably even less. It might take you a month just to reformulate part of the strategy, reconfirm the strategic choices that you have to close in the next year, and that's more than enough. And consider the fact that the strategy adaptation, which is a partial reformulation of the strategy, happens all the year. Whenever we encounter the effects of some invalid hypotheses that are related to some components of the strategy model of the strategy that we have defined, we need to change those hypotheses with some valid ones, modify the corresponding components of the model, and propagate that throughout the entire cycle back to the down to the strategic planning, and update the strategic plan as well. So that's why strategy formulation is just a way to reconfirm something that we already decided when we are in year 2 or 3 or 4 of the strategy cycle. Initially, it might take 2 months, but then every year it will take less.
Okay. One more question is the strategy analysis part, okay, which you do like Pestel or whatever, Porters. So how it's always a challenge to do the strategy formulation from the internal team. Okay, so they might not have experience, or they might have limited exposure. So what do you advise for the organizations to do the strategy analysis, which is the first part of your cycle?
Well, strategy analysis, it can be very, very simply understood. We need to understand how the future looks like, and as much as possible for our industry, but also for some other industries that might be more interesting for us to do business in the future. So we need to have a certain coverage, not just strictly related to our industry, but also to something on, an extended arena, as Rita McGrath suggests, and we should try to understand which are the trends, which are the weak signals. Now, weak signals are potential future trends, but because they are potential future trends, we need to select those important and those relevant ones, and include them in our analysis as well. Because as we advance with executing our strategy, some of the weak signals might turn into trends. So that's why we need to take them into consideration as well. And then we need to understand which are the uncertainties and the key uncertainties. We just pick the most critical uncertainties and build strategic horizons with them, because that needs to be done as part of the strategic analysis as well. And of course, that needs to be updated every year or even often. That's why we have an early warning system. Our strategy system needs to monitor all the hypotheses related to external environments that we have used, we employed to build our strategy. And whenever one of those hypotheses, those parameters that we have used are actually changing, that's an alarm that we should get and go and say, okay, this hypothesis about this parameter was not correct, was not adequate. Let's change it and update the strategy, update the strategic plan, and have a continuously updating process about our strategy. We can't simply sit on a 5-year plan or on a yearly plan for the strategic for our strategy execution, all this needs to be continuously adaptive, and that's why we have monthly strategy review meetings. And whenever we understand that something is wrong with one of our hypotheses that we used as part of our strategies, need to go back, change it, reassess, and continuously adapt the strategy. Strategies is a very moving thing, and we need to keep it moving, because otherwise, if we are stuck in a 5 years timeline or in a 1 year timeline, that's not acceptable anymore in current times.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, the hypothesis you have made, or the assumptions, or the strategy indicators, whatever you call. So these, apart from during your monthly review process or a quarterly review process, whatever we do. So these, the assumptions, what we made, we have to make sure that these assumptions are valid or not. Okay. Okay. So
exactly.
These are the things. Who will report this? Is it like an Office of Strategy Management, or is it the CEO office? How is that in practice?
There is the Office of Strategy Management, which might be, not just the Office of Strategy Execution, because now we need to as you have seen, to correlate a variety of things. We need to correlate with strategy experimentation and reformulating the strategy. So it's quite a complex job. But these people are actually only coordinating. All the decisions are group decision taken by the executive team in a continuous consultation with everybody. With the down to the field level, because any hypothesis that we employ or change because we need to adapt and realize that it's invalid, that needs to be checked with the people who have direct contact with the customers, with the suppliers, with the competitors. So we must open the strategy towards everybody in the organization and understand what needs to be done to get some as valid as possible hypotheses. Everybody in the organization can help us use, if possible, only as valid as because they might come with information and knowledge and something that the executive team is not aware of. So that's why this is an open process with the rest of the organization. So this is why the Office of Strategy Management, which some sort of PMO of strategy. Yeah, it's like a project management office. That's what they do. They coordinate people. They don't. The PMO doesn't do the projects. They just coordinate them. The people in the organization do the project. Exactly in the same way is happening with strategy. But of course, you need to have in your organization a door and a sign on the door that says Office of Strategy Management. It doesn't matter if it's one person or there are 10 per person behind that door, but there is someone who's made accountable and responsible for coordinating all these cycles and all this information. And these are people which need to understand the full complexity. Everybody else in the organization don't need to be involved with all the complexity of the cycle and the stages that you have seen, because we only need to present them with the part that they are contributing to the strategy formulation and strategy execution. So yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, very, very interesting. So it's not only the strategy, you made a very nice strategy plan. It's not enough. Okay, you have to make sure that this is executed month-on-month basis. Okay, and then even the assumptions what we have made has to be validated again and again. So so what you are saying, basically the strategy planning and strategy execution, strategy formulation, planning and execution is very dynamic thing. So if somebody is thinking that hire a consultant, do a nice strategy plan, and just send this consultant out, and then you do it your own, then you are doing something, you may mess it up, the whole thing.
Yeah, you're playing with dinosaurs, and you'll get to be a dinosaur as well. That's not how consulting is done anymore. Maybe it was done 30, 40 years ago, but it doesn't. There is no better expert in your environment, in your markets, in your industry than yourself. With the people in the organization. Any consultant, the only thing that a consultant can do is to guide you along a process. That it's an assembly of frameworks that have been tested otherwise. I'm sorry, somewhere else, and it has been tested again and again. And this is a guideline and a way to avoid the full trial and error cycle. It can actually shorten the
Process.
trial and error by starting from someone that the consultant guides you on doing. But then the expertise doesn't come from the consultant, it comes from inside the company.
The industry part, the industry thing, as a company owner or a CEO, so you know the industry, your business more than anybody else. Okay,
Exactly.
so you cannot expect a consultant. Maybe he's very nice, very talkative, or very experienced, but he don't know your business. So all you need to do is take his help as much as possible in the process, and then you take a decision. That's fantastic. And we have a couple of questions. Mihai, Khalid, he asked about winning aspiration or target for strategy plan for 3 to 5 years. How to set a winning aspiration? That's a very generic question. So maybe you can just brief.
Yeah. Winning aspiration is relating to. I used to take into consideration the winning aspiration as some frameworks are recommending, but then I understood that actually what we are dealing with are some challenges in the future, and the winning aspiration and even the it's not really a strategic plan. It's a strategy implementation plan of many years, and then it has yearly strategic plans. And I think that the winning aspirations that we should have is in successfully overcoming the paramount challenges that we are going to be confronted with along the next couple of years. So then we need to understand, okay, we have identified this major challenge. What would look like us overcoming that challenge successfully? And we need to understand what does it mean. What would be the market reaction, the customer feedback, the partner feedback, the financial return results. What would be something that we would signal us that we have successfully overcome that paramount challenge? And I would start from paramount challenges because they are more tangible than just winning aspirations, some wishes that we double our sales value or whatever we might wish for.
I hope, Khalid, you got answered. And there is an extended question from Volkan. Yeah. So in the context of 3 to 5 year strategy plans, if the revenue targets are not exactly met, is it correct to call strategy unsuccessful? A second and beyond yours mentioned.
Yeah,
I think it's very interesting.
First of all, you might have a strategy that doesn't necessarily produce certain revenue in the beginning. You might lose money in the beginning when you implement a new strategy because you have positioned your head ahead of the experience curve in a place where actually you can scale the business without necessarily scaling the revenue. But then, because you have done that, you have entered into a virtuous cycle that allows you to maintain leadership in the leadership position in the market for an extended period of time. So if we haven't, however, met some of the targets that we wanted, it means that we have employed somewhere in the model of the strategy, in the model of the strategic plan, some invalid hypothesis. And keeping the traceability of the decisions that we have taken with all the hypotheses that we have employed, and there is no other way, it's about the future. We have to employ hypotheses and assumptions. So we use them logically, and then we construct all this model of our strategy with choices and capabilities and whatever is required to overcome our identified challenges, valid in all scenarios. And then we need to understand that if the results are not good enough, somewhere we have employed an invalid hypothesis. Because everything is traceable, we can go back step by step and identify the invalid hypothesis that we have used, change it with a valid one, as we have just learned what is valid and invalid, and adapt that part of the strategy with corresponding adaptation of a part of the strategic plan, and actually continue towards better results. And we need to continuously assess the outcomes that we are aiming for in order to understand where exactly are the invalid hypotheses. Just to be clear, when we're talking about strategy, some of the hypotheses that we're building the strategy on and the strategic plan on are always going to be invalid. We don't know which ones at this moment in time. We will find out as we will execute the strategy. So we just need to understand where have we gone wrong, what hypothesis it was turned out to be invalid, and in order to do that, we need to have a very clear traceability with a hypothesis register and understand how we have come to have this strategy, how to take those decisions, how to position ourselves in a certain way, how to bring some new value propositions to the market. And if the results are not the ones that we wanted, we need to go back and understand, have we misunderstood some of the market trends in the strategic analysis? We haven't maybe taken into consideration some weak signals. Are we in a negative scenario that we haven't assessed correctly against our strategy, and we build a strategy that is good in one scenario, but bad in another scenario? We can't do that. We need to understand that our strategy needs to be to produce at least acceptable results in any scenario. So you see, there is a process of assessing, of first of all, building a very logical trace and step-by-step logical assembly of decision. And each decision is based on hypothesis about the future. Go back and understand where have we employed an invalid hypothesis, and even the logic itself sometimes turn out to show that maybe it's obsolete, and we need to modify even the logic that we use in each of those stages, and then go on with an adapted strategy, replacing an invalid hypothesis, and hope that from this moment on we will encounter better results in implementing our strategy.
Does the scenario planning help you to manage? You don't have to wait for another year to see whether the required results are coming or not. Okay, so you can. Revenue, achieving revenues is one of the things. Yeah, that's one of the major important, as you said, Mihai. So there will be other things which you want to achieve during this period. So how the scenario planning will help you to plan this?
Well, scenario planning needs to understand that there are multiple plausible futures, and we can identify the most significant ones, and then understand that our strategy needs to have good results, at least acceptable results, whichever scenarios actually prevails. Because when we build a number of scenarios, we don't know which ones will prevail. We just have, okay, any of them can happen. So therefore, once we understand that one of those scenarios is prevailing, we should be executing a strategy that still produces good results in that scenario. Because any of the scenarios which might prevail, we should still have a valid strategy that produces acceptable results in those conditions. So that's how we use scenario planning. We can't build one strategy for each scenario. No, I know that this is a tempting idea, but it doesn't work, because switching from one strategy for one scenario to another strategy that is best for another scenario is very costly, and actually it even in most cases it's actually even produces results that are worse than actually having a strategy that is not well fitted for a scenario.
So that's a great explanation, Mihai. So when you are doing a strategy reviews in a monthly or quarterly basis, you also need to make sure that which scenario is active and which scenario is not active. Okay, and then just pay attention to the whatever scenario which is active, and then make sure that you take appropriate actions. While you do scenario planning, you also have an action plan for that. For a particular scenario, if it is activated, so this is the action you're going to take, right? So this makes a strategy execution process so dynamic that organization needs to be alert, like operations.
Yeah. We need to understand that scenarios are built on influence factors that if their uncertainty would be reduced, they would be actually trends that we would be building our strategy on. But because they are highly uncertain, we cannot build our strategy on so much uncertainty. So we select the trends which are relatively certain. We build a strategy based on them. And some of them are not just trends. There might be some weak signals that will potentially become trends. And this is how we build our strategy. But then all the highest uncertainties are actually defining are parameters that define the scenarios. Now, those uncertainties are because there are also factors that we assess about the markets and politics and the environment and economics in general and demographics. Those can change, which means that we still have to have some sort of monitoring system, the same as the early warning system for the strategy. And as soon as some of the parameters that we have assessed in order to define our scenarios are changing, we might just go back and redo the scenario planning. And again, we need to once we do that, to check that our strategy remains still viable in each of the scenarios. So that's how we move ahead with scenario planning. Is as dynamic as a strategy. So, and again, the concept of the hypothesis that we use about the future, for instance, in selecting which are the critical uncertainties to use in building scenarios, all those hypotheses needs to be continuously evaluated, and whenever something indicates that we're using a hypothesis that turned out to be invalid, we just need to go back and whatever we have built based on that those invalid hypotheses needs to be reconstructed. That part of the strategy, even the scenario planning itself.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mihai. It was a great session. I think just last question to you is the whole strategy clockwise. The process what you have nicely explained, okay, is that mid-sized smaller companies also can do that? Okay, so if so, how can do that little easier? Can you just throw a light on that?
Well, again, you might be lured by people who are going to tell you that you can do strategy in simple steps, and because you maybe are not such a big company, so forget about all the complex strategies that only for big companies, and you should do some simple stuff. At the end of the day, you're going to be fully confused because you're not going to understand how strategy works and what needs to be done in order to implement the strategy. So what you have seen as a full cycle of strategy, it is very simple to be used, and I have used it, for instance, myself. Most of what you've seen in small and medium organization, most of my experience comes from that area, and it's fully usable in the ways that has been described. Again, I'm sorry to present you again with this message, but if you want to know more, enroll in the course and you'll know more.
This is very important because the strategy formulation is most ignored part in the organizations, especially in the small part. They see that they know everything. Okay, so doing a strategy formulation will definitely help you to be more successful. Okay, at least it will not harm you. So you do a calculated, informed decisions. So that's great message, Mihai. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please keep posting. Even if you want to know more about Mihai, any questions, please post us. Our organizers will compile them and then bring your questions and answer. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mihai. Fantastic morning to you, and it was a great session indeed, like as usual. Yeah, thank you.
I wish you good luck with all the presentation and the discussions further on. And thank you very much for this opportunity of sharing some of my idea with the audience.
Thank you very much, Mihai. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Deep. Let's move to next session. I think so. Our next session is strategy and value creation by Mr. Khalid Noor. Welcome, Mr. Khalid.
Hi, can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, walaikum assalam. We can hear you. Welcome to the Global Strategy Execution Summit. Good morning to you. So I'll just, before you start, I'll just a quick introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, Khalid Noor is a distinguished fellow member of ICAP and an alumnus of Harvard Business School's Executive Education Program. Epitomizes a relentless commitment to leadership development, fostering high-performance organizations and enhancing skills. within the Pakistan's dynamic business environment. With a wealth of experience and expertise, Khalid has become a driving force in cultivating effective leadership practices and fostering a culture of excellence in the Pakistan business landscape. So, Mr. Khalid, I would like to hear, because this is the best thing about this event. Okay, so we bring the leaders, experts across the globe. So we would like to hear from you how the strategy and value creation is happening in Pakistan, and how you help organizations, and what is advice for the participants to have the key takeaways from you. So over to you, Mr. Khalid. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheikh Abdul Qadir Saab. It's a pleasure, and thank you for inviting me on your esteemed Global Strategy Execution Summit. Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. And can you see my screen? I've actually
I
shared
think you need
the.
to share it. Yeah, yeah. You need to share it. You can just
I've shared. Yeah,
press
I have
the
shared it.
button.
Is it visible?
No, not yet. Not yet. Uh,
Then I need some help from Kuldeep to
yeah,
help me, because I've already shared it, and I'm only seeing my presentation screen. I'm not unable to see.
no
Just a
problem.
second. I'm doing it for you. Just a second.
Yeah, you can see it now.
Right. So, so after a very exciting topic of discussion on strategy process by Mihai, and I'm a student of Mihai, so it's a bit of a pressure for me to present after him. But what an excellent session, kickoff session today on strategy process. And you're absolutely right that in today's ever-changing world, in technology, in business environment, in politics, in technology, running business has become extremely complex. I used to remember that we used to do strategy exercise every 2 years, and things were doing fine. But today, strategy is a continuous process. In my last job, I was asked to do a strategy review every quarter, and I I said it would be too much to work. Maybe we can do it twice a year. So that's what today's strategy dynamics are. And today, my topic is about the value creation part of strategy, because the outcome of any strategy has to be value creation for its stakeholders. And so, a little bit about myself, although Sheikh Saab has actually introduced me. So I am a professional accountant, but I've been blessed with a variety of experiences. My last role was Director Finance, HR, and Information System at a local pharmaceutical company. Prior to that, I was Country Head HR at Novartis Pharma, Pakistan, where I led the HR for 5 years. And prior to that, I was country CFO at Novartis Pharma. And before that, I spent a lot of time at Unilever, Pakistan, about 19 years at Unilever. And my last job was finance director of the food division. I also received my training at KPMG London office. I attended, my hunger was, although I spent a lot of time at Unilever, but I didn't get a formal education in strategy. So my hunger took me to Harvard Business School, where they were running a strategy program, short strategy program, about a week program on sustainable strategy and competitive advantage. And I learned the basics of strategy there. Also attended an advanced management program, because if you are in a finance for too long, then your view and vision are very conservative and blinkered sometimes. So in order to open the horizon, the organization, the Unilever actually sent me to advanced management program, where you are exposed to all the core functions like marketing, sales, and operations. So so
Khalid sir, can you put the slides in presentation mode so that we can see it easier?
It's in presentation mode at the moment from my side.
No. I think Deep, you have changed it, right?
Shall I stop it and share it again?
Yeah, now it is in presentation mode. Yeah, we are seeing the first page.
First page? Okay, I'm on this third page.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, now it's fantastic. Please carry on.
So which slide are you on?
Now we see your profile. Yeah.
Okay. Let me know if the slide has changed.
Now, yeah, now it is changed. That means it's active. Yeah, please
Okay,
proceed.
fine, then it's working. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kuldeep. So the purpose of any business is to create value for its stakeholders. And when you're talking about stakeholders, the first one, the customer is the king. So customers and consumers are your key stakeholders, and we'll see how we create value for each one of them. Our suppliers and vendors, our employees, investors and shareholders, bank and lenders, regulators and NGOs, government and communities. So every one of them has got a deep stakeholder. They have a stake in our business, how it is run, how it is managed, what are the uh, impact on society, and the shareholder return. So if you look at this simplified strategy map, you'll see at the very top, it used to be shareholder value only. And now this has fundamentally changed in today's world. But you can still relate that all the activities, all the objectives that you see here ultimately leads to value creation. Next slide. This is taken from Mihai in a recent course, and there you'll see the new strategy map, whereby at the bottom are the business enablers. So there is human capital, there is information capital, and there is a organizational capital, which includes the leadership and culture. And then you have internal processes, and that includes innovation, that includes your operations management, that includes how we engage customers, and also processes relating to compliance and regulatory. The next is about our stakeholders, and they are about consumers, customers, and how we relate to them, and also what kind of goodwill or brand image we create and the market share we achieve. So these are the other stakeholders as we see. They also need to be addressed. This is a simplified version. So a real strategy map could have many more stakeholders reflecting here. But they ultimately, all businesses are trying to grow their business sustainably, and they're also looking at the profit margin, they're looking at cash flow, they're looking at their indebtedness, and ultimately creating value as an organization. By being profitable, the organization is able to invest in future growth, invest in R&D, invest in its talent management, invest in its brand, which will ultimately lead to more value creation. The next concept that I'm going to discuss is about the value chain. So the value chain not only exists within the organization itself, but it consists of your outside alliances and partners. So, for example, your key suppliers, your distributors, and ultimately your retail outlets, etc. They allow a company to complete the value chain and from inception to the consumer buying the product off the shelf. So we'll be looking at it in more detail. So as you see that all businesses are all about value. This is an internal view of the value chain. You have primary activities, which will include the inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, after sales services. And these are supported by your support activities, which includes procurement, technology people, HR people, and firm infrastructure, which will include finance, which will include legal, admin, and your leadership are there. So support activities are critical to business strategy process. So these people are primary activities are the execution of strategy, whereas the support functions actually help uh, make the strategy or strategy formulation, and also ensure that the right resources are available for strategy execution. But ultimately, the entire purpose of these activities is to create value. So what is strategic value creation? So it is a process by which organization develop and implement strategies to generate a value for its stakeholders. And we talked about them, and these are our customers, employees, vendors, shareholders, and community. And the value creation is integral to long-term business success, as it involves a comprehensive approach to managing resources, capabilities. Mihai talked about capabilities and capability gap. One of the core function of strategy is to mitigate, to actually remove any capability gaps for the new strategy, and also look at external factors to achieve a sustainable competitive advantage. These days, competitive advantage life cycle has gone extremely short, and we see that technology such as AI has really speed up the pace of innovation. And what we used to see that a new innovation would come after a period of time. Now the new versions of the products are coming in at a much faster pace. The key examples are your cell phones, which with new features coming every year. There is a new model of a phone. If not more than in 1 year, you can actually have two launches by the same company, or even more. So generally, when you go to universities and they will teach you, and this is what happened to me when I went to Harvard, is that the value is the difference between the willingness to pay by the customer and the willingness to sell by the organization. And this is the value that the company creates. And the value is created for customers by giving them safe, quality products um, that helps to increase the willingness to pay. You can also have complementary products that supports the willingness to pay or something. So, for example, when you are buying a cell phone, the headset can be an additional complementary product, or the charger, or some of the software that comes with it can be a complementary product. Uh, um, the third area where companies are working are the network, creating a network, and that actually helps people. So, for example, Microsoft Office is used by millions of people across the world, and it has become a global standard when it comes to office productivity. So it has a network effect. And then companies focus also on creating strong brands with emotional connection. For example, Unilever's Dove brand for shampoo, for being a mild shampoo for your hair care. It creates an emotional connection. Similarly, for employees, the organization creates an environment. First of all, better compensation, or by creating more attractive working condition. So you may have heard of Google creating a campus whereby they provided all the benefits. So if you're hungry, if you're thirsty, the food is available, the juices are available. You can do shopping inside in the office campus. And I saw a similar concept at Novartis in their Switzerland campus, whereby they had cafeterias across the office campus, and there was even a shopping center, supermarket where you can buy groceries and then go home. Also, training development opportunities are key to provide employees a good an environment whereby they will actually stay in the organization, and it will lead to a greater job satisfaction and increased productivity, and also it will reduce the turnover. So employees, so one of the biggest asset of any organization is their talent, and the West is actually has already realized, especially in the US, where they've been importing talent from globally, from all over the world, and that's how their economies were built, by immigrant talent. So we see a lot of Indian people um, going to US and then taking a very senior position like CEOs in very big, large organization. So talent is something, even in Pakistan, where we have a good supply of talent, but it used to be the number one risk for the organization, that they might lose a trained person. So you need to have a continuous pipeline of very good talent. So most of the good organization have got management trainee program where they bring in people from universities, top talent, and then groom them for their future needs. Value for suppliers. Now, this is very, very important. We saw that during COVID.
Khalid sir, the
Sorry?
presentation, the slide. Can you reshare,
Yeah.
please? If you...
Which slide are you on?
No, just now the slide got disappeared.
Understanding. Does it say understanding value?
No. Yeah. Your last slide, just it's a slide share.
Sorry?
Is no more. So you need to reshare the screen because we are not able to see the PPT.
It's not. Okay, let me. I'll stop and then restart.
Share.
Can you see the screen?
Not really.
Saying understanding value? No?
No. Slide share did not show up. Deep, can you help?
Because,
Yeah. 1 second, let me see. One second.
so I'm in presentation mode.
Actually, the slide is not visible for me. Okay. So
Can people see in LinkedIn? I don't know.
Anybody is able to see the screen? No, I don't think so.
Let me check.
I think we need to. Let me check with the Kuldeep once. Yeah, he is trying to share. Give me just a minute for him.
Right. Okay.
So, are you not able to share it from your side?
No.
Alisa?
On my screen, it is showing me stop sharing. So I'm actually sharing it. I've put it in presentation mode also. So I'm surprised it's not coming. It says StreamYard is sharing a window. Stop sharing. Hide something.
So this, I think Kuldeep is trying to take it up.
Right.
Just give me a minute. Mhm.
Maybe I go out of the StreamYard and come back again. Will that help?
Yeah. Just give me 1 second. The file has to be uploaded first. Okay. Then so let me just check with him once. Okay, if I can do that.
Right.
Sorry, apology, Khalid Saab. He just changed his administrator, changed his internet connectivity.
Right.
It must no. Okay. But it's very interesting. You said the value gap, value creation is the difference between what customer is willing to pay and what customer is getting. Okay, what
That
you are trying to tell.
yeah.
That is something very interesting. You would like to tell something, a real life example you have did something
No,
like
no.
that.
Absolutely, absolutely. I will. I mean, this is the concept that when I went to Harvard, and um,
Mhm.
the professor Felix Oberji uh, presented this. I said my investment has actually uh, been recovered. Um, the willingness to pay is the perceived benefit by a consumer. So whenever Unilever used to try and launch a new product, they would want
Mhm.
to know how much the customer is willing to pay. So they will actually do a survey, interviews with various consumers in a consumer panel, and they will show the product and they say how much are you going to be, how much are you willing to receive or pay for this product? So that's how the willingness to pay concept comes from. But then the same concept is also about willingness to sell. So how much is an
Mhm.
employee willing to come and join your organization, and at what pay level? So if the organization is like Unilever or a Procter and Gamble or a Google, who offer, besides salary, a very good working environment, good working culture, they may be able to join you at a lower salary, but because
Mhm.
they see growth opportunity.
Mhm.
Similarly, value for suppliers. The supplier, by seeing that you are a consistent buyer, you are a large buyer, they will be able to offer you some discount or some credit. So these additional value, these can actually generate more value for the organization.
Mhm.
So
Now,
it's a very
mhm.
yeah. So this is at an individual level, but when you look at the organization as a whole, where hundreds of transactions are happening, hundreds of activities are being run, so all activities, if they are focused on, so generally the finance people will help you identify any opportunities, or the engineers will offer opportunities for efficiency. So most of the organization have got productivity targets of reducing cost by 1% or 2% every year. Um, when I was last at Novartis, they did a global productivity cycle to save more than $1 billion in a for yeah. So every year they would be able to generate 1 billion saving, um, which which is amazing. So they created shared services. For example, in India, they put in a shared service center which would uh, do service for more than 120 countries. So these kind of initiatives are taken by the organization to create more value, and we'll see more about that. How are we doing? I see some a screen appearing uh,
Mhm.
on LinkedIn.
Mhm. Yeah. So we are able to see the screen, Khalid Saab. I think you
But
can continue. But I would
yeah,
like to ask a question since the
yes.
topic has come up. When you have a gap, like what customer is willing to pay and what you want to sell, okay, what is the price? So how do you choose in Unilever? How did you choose? So which you want
So
to keep some
right.
gap from the customer perception? What is it you tried?
Okay. So it will depend on the positioning of the brand. So if it's a luxury brand, a premium brand like Dove shampoo, then you'll be pitching your price at a higher level than, for example, the other brand is Sunsilk. So that would be a mass brand. Um, so that will be a much more economical shampoo. So it's not an exact science, but then
Mhm.
um the organization, in order to penetrate, they do a lot of promotional activities also. So sometimes 10 rupee off, 20 rupee off, you get an extra bottle or something. So those are also kind of incentive for people to use the product and experience the product, and then they hopefully they will buy. Repeat purchases will happen.
Mhm. Yeah, it's not easy. It's
Yeah.
not that simple. Okay,
No.
but there are many other things which guide you to take a final decision how to
Yeah.
position. Okay,
So
sir. Your slide
right.
is visible. If you would like to continue,
O-
yeah.
Okay, so can we come to a slide which says, two slides, I think one or two slides before this one.
Yeah, can you just? It's in assessing a good strategy.
Yeah. So if you go to
Yeah,
a slide called Understanding Value,
yeah. We are in that slide now.
the LinkedIn is still showing assessing a good strategy.
No, LinkedIn. No, LinkedIn will be, there will be some lag. Don't worry about
Oh, okay,
LinkedIn.
okay, okay.
Okay, so it's a Steam ad is the one you should take.
Okay, great. Yeah, yeah, I see. Now it's got the same. Uh, s- so sorry to the audience for this technical glitch, but we had some good question answer session in between. So the value for suppliers, now that this is very interesting. I can recall that in one of our negotiation with suppliers at Unilever, one of the largest packaging company, uh, and we were having competition with Procter and Gamble, and we wanted to relaunch Lux, for example, and we wanted to make it better looking, more premium looking than P&G's Camay. So we worked together with so we developed the packaging together, and we showed them the quantities that we will be able to order, and we make them that you will be the only supplier for this particular brand. And we were able to obtain a good price from this packaging supplier. The packaging supplier was also very happy because they managed to sign on a very long-term quantities with Unilever. So, uh, so, so they, as a good supplier, can actually help you with innovation. They can do R&D on your behalf, and they can also bring in some new ideas about new packaging. So, for example, liquid soap uh, is also an example whereby the challenge was packaging material. It requires a pump and so on. So in today's world, organizations work with key partners, alliances, research people in the universities, and also specialist companies that offer, for example, Unilever works with perfume companies a lot. So each product that they sell, their personal hygiene care products, have got perfume. And so they have long-term relationship with perfume suppliers. So a good business will be creating values for all its stakeholders. The other stakeholders are government, for example. They are ensuring that we are providing employment to young graduates and also to the workers. There's a fair working condition, fair pay. Also, the government collects taxes. So there is a whole lot of stakeholders that are genuinely interested in that the organization should be creating value. Okay, I'll change the slide and see, has the slide changed?
We're still in understanding value.
Right. The next slide should say the strategy and value creation relationship. So there is some
Yeah.
time lag which is happening.
Yes. Yeah.
Has it come?
Yes.
Right. So as you saw that strategy is a continuous process, but then a well-defined strategy acts as a roadmap for value creation. It identifies your target markets, it defines your competitive advantage, and outlines how you will deliver a superior value to your customers. And by focusing on the right things and allocating resources based on your strategy, it will help you to achieve your value creation goals. So that is the relationship between a strategy and value creation. Next slide. Let me know when it comes. It should say assessing a good strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's very difficult to assess a strategy because, as Mihai said, that strategy is all about future. But then there are certain attributes that it should be. It should say that it's a good. First of all, it should be clear and concise, and everybody in the organization should be able to understand the organization goals and direction. So, for example, in Novartis. We called it strategic priorities, and every year they will issue 5 or 6 global priorities, which everybody in the organization, 100,000 people working globally, will focus on those top 5 or 6 strategic priorities. In Unilever, we used to call it must-win battles. Same thing, same concept. So it has to be clear and concise. It has to be customer centric. So all of the activities that we should be doing should deliver value to our target audience or customers. We should be very competitive, and our we should shape the organization for that we should have a competitive advantage, either in terms of talent, in terms of brands, in terms of processes, in terms of scale, in terms of our reach. Then our strategy should be feasible. So all the strategy has to go through a validation process that Mihai also showed in his, that before planning, it has to go through a feasibility stage, whereby you actually create scenarios and see the best case, the worst case, the most likely case, and see how likely is whether you will be able to create value from this particular strategy. And the most important in today's world is whether the strategy is adaptable. It should be flexible enough to accommodate changing market conditions. Now, this is the toughest. So this calls for agility. Is the slide visible? Because on LinkedIn, it's gone.
No. It's not visible. Yeah. It's not visible.
Shall I stop sharing and then reshare again? Let's try. Are you able to see the screen yet?
One second, Harisa.
Right, right. Is it possible for you to run the slide and then I can speak and request you to change the slide?
We'll do that. Yeah. We'll do that. Give me just a minute. Close this one. Shall I close something? Or?
Right. So I can see the screen on LinkedIn.
ఇప్పుడు అతనిదే కనిపిస్తుంది.
Oh, yeah.
అతనిదే కనిపిస్తుంది.
Yeah, please go ahead, Khalid sir.
Right. Sure. Thank you. Why there is an echo? Hello. Right. So will you change the slide, Sheikh Sab? Can you change to next slide?
సరే చాలా ఉన్నాయి దాంట్లో నేనే
రైట్ నౌ అతనిదే కనిపిస్తుంది. సో హీ కెన్ చేంజ్. ఇట్ ఈస్ హిస్ స్క్రీన్.
ఇప్పుడు నాకు ఎక్కువ వస్తుంది, ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తుంది అది?
అది రెండు సార్లు లాగిన్ అయిందా?
The echo is gone now. So if you can change the slide and make it on make it in presentation mode.
Yeah, you can continue, Khalid Saab.
Right.
If you are able to hear me, okay, you can continue.
Okay.
The slide is assessing good strategy. Yeah. So you
Yeah,
can
so I
just
was discussing,
put it in a
right.
presentation mode and continue, please.
Right. I was discussing the last point that today, in today's world, your strategy has to be much more agile and adaptable to accommodate the changing market conditions. So the recent global politics around the war and the Cold War that is happening is putting a lot of strain in supply chain. So a lot of supplies from India and China and Russia and Ukraine are affected. Sorry, not India, but Ukraine and countries engaged in war has impacted the supply chain. And there's a lot of politics also happening, a lot of polarization happening. So in today's world, the business community have to be far more agile, and they have to create more sources of supply than rely on one or two. It has already impacted the global inflation. Has already we've seen global inflation because of restricted supplies that has pushed prices globally. Next slide. So if you can change to the next slide, it's called measuring success. In the LinkedIn, it's not in presentation mode. The next slide is measuring strategy success. Are you able to change the slide?
No, it is actually under your control.
Sorry.
The control is with you.
Okay. So it's not changing yet. Are you able to see my next slide, measuring strategy success?
Sorry, Khalid Saab, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So actually, your screen is under your control. You can just put it in presentation mode. Okay.
Yeah, it's in presentation mode, but I'm also seeing the LinkedIn screen and it's not changing.
No.
Are you able to see my screen which says measuring strategy success?
Not really. Okay.
Yeah, it's the next slide.
No, don't share the LinkedIn. Look at stick to the stream ad only. I don't mind.
Yeah. When I do in a presentation mode, I'm unable to see the summit
Can you change the slide?
presentation.
Can you change slide and see?
Yeah.
Go to the next slide. No,
I'm
it's not
changing the
moving.
slides. Yeah.
No, it's not moving. I think there is something. Maybe.
Are you able to change the slide?
Deep, can you send the slide? 1 second, Khalid Saab. I think there is some glitch in the presentation.
Right.
Meanwhile, would you like to take up any question? There was one
Yeah.
question. Yeah, there was one question a while ago. Just let me just check it. Yeah, one question is, okay, so where is that? Let me see it. So it's a question from Benjamin.
Right.
So Benjamin, what he's asking is, what is your opinion on forecasting as an added value for the design of the strategy? Okay, so what is
Yes.
your opinion on forecasting as an added value for the design of strategy?
Okay. Yeah, it's a great question, Benjamin. For any business leader or chief executive or the leadership team, they have to do planning 3 years ahead, 5 years ahead, 10 years ahead, and 20 years ahead. They have to have a vision, and they have to understand how the world offers opportunities as well as threats. So forecasting is part and parcel of any executive leadership team. And the finance people actually help translate these forecasts into numbers, but essentially the marketing people will forecast as to what are the changing habits and attitudes of consumers. For example, in terms of foods these days in the US, there's they want to do a much more healthier food, and they are more into organic food. So Amazon has come up with a whole food outlet where they offer organic foods. So marketing is looking at that. This the technology people, the R&D people are looking at the emerging technologies. So all the teams have to forecast as to how the world is going to be changing. What are the new opportunities that are going to come? So I mean, we see companies like Tesla understanding that people are worried about climate change and there is a need for an electric car, and they went ahead and actually produced a beautiful electric car, and now the world is actually following. The Chinese have come into the race. All the other US companies are also into it. So forecasting plays a critical role. So forecasting doesn't mean only numbers. Forecasting is all about taking into account all the factors that can impact consumer behavior about a certain product, certain category. So yeah, and forecasting is an essential part of strategy design. Thank you.
Yeah, you can see the screen now. I think you can continue, Kalisa.
All right. So the screen I want is called Measuring Strategy Success. It's 2-3 screens before this.
It's visible now.
Which one is visible?
Measuring strategy success is increasing.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, for some reason. Yeah, got it. So how do you measure success of a strategy that you're implementing? And it is all about increasing value. And then when you are looking at that, you're looking at business growth. And in the business growth, you're looking at your customer demand, that it is increasing, and that is reflected through sales revenue, your repeat businesses from your customers, your business volume, your customer retention, the market that you are able to access, and the average sales value, and the number of request proposals that you receive, and the quality and the size. So this is an indication that your strategy about your positioning of products is working well. Your customer like your products, and therefore you see a global um, demand for your product. Similarly, if you need to assess your competitive position, how are you performing in relation to your competition? So you have to measure market share. So Unilever actually pays a lot of money to Gallup and other AC Nielsen, who actually provide market share data. So market position, your competitive, your wins against competition, your growth rate, and very interestingly, margins. How much margins you are able to command. The stronger your brand, the better the margins. I would like to share one thing that there was a quotation in our finance at Unilever, and it says you can get away with murder as long as your margins are right. Because the margins are actually, it's easy for salespeople to give discount, but then it actually destroys margins. And then uh, you are unable to fund future growth. So it was critical that we were given brand margins that for luxury products like cosmetics, the margins could be as high as 80%. For mass products, it would be close to 40%. And for medium products, it could be in the region of 60 to 70%. We were struggling with margins on the laundry powder, the Washington washing powder detergent Surfet at one time, because there was a price war going on with Procter & Gamble. It was very difficult for both companies to make the business profitable. And at one time, it was thought that it is a commodity and not a brand, and therefore we should get out of this business. But then strong branding, strong differentiation, we were able to create value. And today in Pakistan, the Surf brand is their largest brand. So because they were able to create, there were some opportunities also. The price of palm oil and tallow went up, and therefore the cost of washing soap became higher, and so it became cheaper to produce, cheaper for household to go switch from soaps to washing powder, and now it's the largest brand. So you look at your competitive position when measuring success, and eventually everything has to be translated in terms of financial. So you're looking at the gross profits, you're looking at gross margins. So gross profits is the absolute amount, and gross margin is percentage. You're looking at the operating profit, operating margin, the earning before income tax, and before depreciation. And these are various finance key performance measures, return on total assets. And this you are looking at in a trend way that over the past 5 years, how are these measures or ratios improving or not? So if your strategy is well executed, then you would see a positive trend in your gross profit, gross margins, and profitability. Next slide is saying about leadership and value creation. The accountants used to categorize the leadership role as indirects or sometimes even overheads. And I used to wonder, and we pay our direct marketing director, or supply chain director, or the chairman or chief executive very high salaries. So they must be adding value. They can't be simply overheads. And of course, they add value. And some of the values that they bring in a leadership team is vision and strategy. They bring in a culture and values, and a culture that encourages innovation, collaboration, and customer centricity. Then in terms of employee engagement, a lot of chief executives do quarterly town halls. They share new product launches. They share about the company performance. They share about their strategy going forward. Now that creates a strong employee engagement. Then again, the leadership team works on building stakeholder relationships with suppliers, shareholders, and the community. They also help in change management, and lastly on performance management by setting benchmark and KPIs, and they regularly quarterly do performance measurement of the company as well as the key business leaders. So a lot of value is created through leadership team, and that is the core role of. So leadership are into strategy design and strategy execution, and their focus is how the organization can create more value and stay competitive, whereas the organization layer below is more focused on strategy execution. Next slide is about innovation and value creation. Now we've seen in today's world that innovation is playing a very important role in business growth. So you will see later in the slide, companies that are more innovative are able to grow substantially, at a much more higher pace than the rest of the competition. So by bringing in new products and services, by improving the current products and services, by enhanced customer experiences, and also by increasing efficiency, they are able to create more value. So innovation is essential for business that want to stay ahead of the competition and create value for their stakeholders. Has the slide changed to innovation? Kuldeep, has the slide changed to innovation and value creation?
No.
No. Any questions? Okay, I see the slide has changed to innovation and value creation. So new products, improved products, enhance customer experiences, and increase efficiency are some areas. But in today's world, innovation is totally coming out. I mean, since AI has come in, we see a enhance customer experiences and increase efficiency are some areas. But in today's world, innovation is totally coming out. I mean, since AI has come in, we see it.
Khalisa,
Yes.
can you check your, yeah.
Okay. Next slide is about digital transformation. So it is related to innovation. The digital transformation is creating new customer experiences. You are getting to know about your customers far more detailed. You're able to. The big example is Amazon, whereby they are able to understand the customer behavior, and they are able to. Sorry. Yeah, they are able to push products that are likely to be purchased uh, because they know your buying pattern. So for example, I bought a watch on Amazon, and next time they will bring in new varieties of watches, or I bought some accessories for laptop, they will show, or the books, the kind of books. So they have really enhanced the customer experience. It's now much easier to shop on these platforms. The second is the operational efficiency and the innovation that digital transformation is bringing. And also, what it helps you is by it can give you data-driven decision-making power. So digital transformation can actually deliver data in a summarized form, which you can generate insights from, and then it will be able to you'll be able to make a data-driven decision. These digital tools also enhance employee engagement and productivity. For example, collaboration tools can facilitate communication and teamwork, and whereas a learning platform can provide opportunities for employee development. So we see a lot of development in this, the Coursera, the LinkedIn, all offering learning platform, which can make data available for risk management, and risk management is critical for value creation.
Khalid Saab? Khalid Saab, so there is some. Can you hear me? Apologies, there is some snag. Khalid Saab has just disconnected. I think he'll be back. There is a question from Muhammad. So once Khalid joins, he can answer your question. Stay tuned, Mr. Muhammad. So we will get your question answered in a while. Yeah, Muhammad, all these presentations, whoever have attended, so we'll upload them into the portal and share the link, so you can have an access to them. Okay. So I think we got lost. Khalid Saab has lost, got disconnected. So he will be back. So once he's back, we can have the questions. So we can continue with the next presenter, just to cover up the time, because we have quite a few sessions today to cover up. Okay. So why don't we ask Dr. Hussam to join us? Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Hussam. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. So welcome to Global Strategy Execution Summit.
Thank you.
So let me give a quick introduction. So I would like to introduce the next speaker. The topic is making change contagious for successful enterprise strategy execution, presented by Dr. Hussam Abu Hamara. Okay. So just a quick brief about Dr. Hussam. Dr. Hussam Abu Hamara, a seasoned leader with over 25 years of business experience, adept at navigating complex challenges and driving success across various industries. With a doctorate of business administration in strategy planning and corporate governance, Dr. Amara brings a wealth of knowledge to the table. Certified as a strategy management professional, executive systems thinker and planner, balance scorecard master professional, and tipping point change management consultant. He is well equipped to navigate complex challenges and drive success across industries. Don't miss this opportunity to learn from his expertise and discover how to make change contagious for successful enterprise strategy execution through dialogue and action. Welcome, Dr. Hussam. I think we will be very lucky to hear you again. So thank you very much for joining. Please, over to you, Dr. Hussam.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good, I think good morning or good afternoon to everyone. Today's session actually, as Mr. Kader said, that it would be about change, okay, in strategy execution. According to the IASP, the International Association of Strategy Professionals, like the strategy activities are 5 different groups. And those activities are starting from building the strategy, then going to the transformation, then going to the execution, and then the strategy governance. And then behind all this is the stakeholders engagement. And we know all that these 5 strategy activities creates the production line of the strategy management of any organization. As you know, part of this strategy transformation and execution is the change management. So to make change in organizations, we would like always, because as you know that most of the as we know from the statistics that a strategy fails, Harvard Business Review and all kinds of resources indicates that 75 to 80% and sometimes even 90% of strategy fails and never go through the execution. And part of this is the lack of the execution chain and the overlooking of the strategic change. In the world of strategy, we have so many models of change management, and you are aware of this word now, like change management, whatever. But actually, I personally, certified in many change management frameworks, but finally I got into something like for a few years, actually not recently, but for a few years I got into a model that is actually different and very effective and very genuine and very brief, very small. It's not actually ambiguous. It's a talk, and you cannot measure. Most of the models of change management are very ambiguous. I mean, like, yeah, you can hear good words, they make sense, but actually you cannot put them to real work, and you cannot see that they're really controlling the work within the organization. So that's why this model, it's called the tipping point, and organizational change. It's one of the most effective and very brief and genuine kind of models. Qadir, just technical, like a technical thing. Now I uploaded the presentation to this platform, but it doesn't look like it's it's different, and it made the slides different a little bit. So shall I share from my own computer, or just we have to keep doing this?
So this is the same presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, same. But it's the framework is different a little bit. I mean, like it made different,
Mhm.
it
Okay.
made changes to the format of the
It
slides.
got distorted. Okay.
Now
Shall
these slides are on the presentation mode now, or
yeah.
okay?
Can you try? Oh, there is some.
See,
distortion.
it's not. The format is not coming in a good shape. I don't know. I cannot present directly from my computer.
Yeah, you can share it from your side. Just keep the slide open, okay, in the presentation mode, and then share your screen.
But from where this platform is a bit weird to me. I don't know what
So yeah, there is something called present in the bottom. If you are able to see it.
Yeah, I did present. Then it says upload your files. So
Yeah, you can upload if it is possible.
I did upload, but this is the upload.
Okay. So when you just click present, Dr. Hussam,
Yes.
there is a last one, share screen.
Share screen, yes.
Yeah, can you try that, please, if you don't mind?
Okay, screen sharing works. Okay. Share screen. Yes.
Keep the presentation open.
Okay. Can you see that now?
No.
I shared my screen.
Yeah. Now we got you. Yeah, you can put it in the presentation mode.
I did. There's a delay. Okay. Did you see the presentation?
So when you just click a present, there will be three windows.
I did, and I did the presentation mode.
Yeah. Then when you just present, okay. So when you present, there will be another tab in the window. Okay. So you can select that.
I did.
I think you shared the screen. Okay. So if there is a window sharing, when you just present it, you will find three windows.
I did share the screen. Yeah, I did share the window. Yeah, which is the
In window, you have to choose the
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Hussam, when you present it, okay, when you choose a window, why in that window you choose the presentation mode one.
Yes, I know. I did that actually. There's a delay in the in this share screen. Okay, and then I chose window, and then I say share. No, I'm sharing. I'm sharing my presentation mode. Can you see that now?
Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
coming up. Yeah, please. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Sorry for this. Actually, you should do rehearsal on these things beforehand, Kader. Anyway, so let's go back to the applying the change model to the transformation and execution of strategy. There's a model called the tipping point. Of course, the tipping point as a word uh, is very important about change, because it's actually the point that makes the difference into the organizational life. When you say tipping point, it's like the point that where you have the nuclear explosion, like after the many thousands of chain reactions within the nuclear interaction, you will have the tipping point where the explosion happens, and actually this will make the biggest change ever in the life of the organization, and that's what we call it, the tipping point. So we have to change for changing, and that's actually uh, what we hear from the wisdom. Like, for example, Albert Einstein is saying that problems that we created with our current level of thinking can't be resolved with the same level of thinking. So to be able to change things, we have to change. So we have to change our way of doing things. We have to change our mindset. We have to change our impressions. We have to change everything to be able to change. The more we change, the more changing can happen successfully. Stephen Haynes, our mentor, said insanity is to expect different results while we keep doing things in the same way, and we will keep getting the same results while we keep doing this. So, and then the last proverb or saying is about Hercules, said, change is the only constant in life. These are facts about change. So to make change happening, we have to change. We have to believe in change. That is good. Change is good. I mean, we have to believe in this. That's actually one of the most important facts in life. As Heraclitus said, that change is the only constant in life. So everything changes. Okay. Now, maybe if you follow my sessions before, if you follow my work here and there, you will know that I'm a system-oriented person, like systems-oriented thinker, and I always think about organizations as systems. And if we want to analyze and do a little bit of analysis to organizations, and we go to the definitions of organizations, we will see that businessdictionary.com, for example, is defining the organization as a social unit of people that is structured and managed to meet a need or to pursue a collective goal. Merriam-Webster is organized body of people with particular purpose, especially a business society, association, etc. The Wikipedia is defining the organization as the entity such as an institution or association that has collective goal and is linked to external environment. See, You see, all these definitions define the same organization, firms, commissions, associations, consortiums, agencies, etc. But if we take the focal points of these or the shared points of these definitions, we'll see like unit of people, structured, pursue collective goals, organized body of people, particular purpose, entity, collective goals, linked to external environment, and we put these things or these repeated words into a building blocks. We'll see that the organization are built of unit of people, organized body of people, structured entity. They have particular purpose, pursue collective goals, has a collective goal linked to external environment. So you will see that the components are interaction, structure, people, and goals. And you have the external environment. And on the top of this, you will see that all these four elements like structure, interaction, people, and goals, they are combined in a defined unit. So organizations are defined units. Organizations are not like a cloud. They are physical structures. So, and this is what we call organization. So if you can see this, and you see the definition of a system, like why we say organizations are open systems. And you see the definition of a system, the definition of a system according to the general system theory is a set of components that work together for the overall objective of the whole. And this theory was, the general system theory was put by four superstar Nobel Prize winners. They founded this, the General Systems Association or Society back in the 1940s, 1950s, and led by Ludwig von Bertalanffy. And this general systems theory is talking about systems and to deal with the world as systems. And it's assuming that systems, as you can see here, they are created of input, output, there is a system throughput, and there is a boundary, and there is environment that actually affecting or impacting that system, as you know. And from here, we say organizations are open systems. So if organizations are open systems, so we have the same thing, interaction, output, components, objectives, and we have the system boundary. So in fact, this is a fact, not a coincidence, that organizations are living or open systems. Open systems means that they are deal with the environment. They are impacted by the environment around them. They affect and get affected by the environment. That's why Ludwig von Bertalanffy, the father of system thinking in the 20th century, he said, in one way or another, we're forced to deal with complexities with wholes or systems in all fields of knowledge. This implies a basic reorientation in our scientific thinking. Why we're talking about that? We're talking about this because change in organizations should take the system's nature, not the machine nature or the linear way of thinking nature. That's why you see many change management efforts are failing, because they are not actually compatible with the nature of systems. That's why they fail. So the moment that we acknowledge that organizations are systems, then we have to start thinking differently. As you can see, in the non-systemic way of thinking or change management, we will see that the variable has independent effect on the outcome. So we have many levers of change, many actions of change that impact the population mix within the organization in that way. So we don't interact, we don't connect these levers or these forces of change together, but we measure their impact directly to the population mix. And this is actually not a system thinking. This is actually linear thinking, or what we call it in the logical thinking, or what we call it machine thinking, whatever we call it. So this is actually contrast with the systems thinking approach. The system thinking approach is different. It captures the important interrelations and make a dynamic feedback with different levers or different actions that impacts change. Okay, now we will come to the tipping point model and how it applies to the change management into organizations. So actually, the tipping point model in change management, it's impacted by the lessons learned from the public health. Okay, so it's a model for organizational change based on lessons from public health. What is lesson from public health? So as you know that the title of this session is making a contagious change at work. Contagious change means that's actually the lesson that we want to take the good ideas that we want to change the organization with and make it contagious. Okay, why? Because organizations, I want you to hear to this word or this statement very carefully. Organizations doesn't change, but people within organizations change, and that makes the change in organizations. So if we want to spread the change and make it contagious, so making the commitment contagious, so we have to look at the public health. So if we take, for example, if we answer this question, how does the flu or coronavirus spread? We have people are getting in contact with the contagious people, and then the first thing the will people will be transferred into incubators who carries the virus. Yet they can be contagious, or they can be sick, or they will get well and get back, from the incubation to the well side of the equation. This is actually the basic concept of how flu or coronavirus or any epidemic can spread. So we want to use this concept in making the change happen. Okay, like making the change contagious, okay, within the organization. So we have to turn this lesson around to create positive epidemic of support for organizational change initiative. All right, so that's why I said the tipping point exam model of change is a very unique and specific and genuine by using this kind of activity and make it like on the positive side. So creating a positive epidemic or spreading the idea, as you know, we have a contact between the advocates and the apathetics, because people who does not know, who does not care about change, or they feel that they're not affected by change. And there are the advocates who are advocating and asking people to believe in the change, as you know, in any change effort. So this contact between them will first transfer them, as we said, for incubators. So the incubator will be here, what we call the incubators, and then depending on many factors, these incubators can become advocates of that change and join that group, or go back to be an apathetic, okay, or even worse, to become resistors to that change. So as you can see here, we have 4 types of people towards change. We have the apathetics, okay, and we have the incubators, and we have the advocates, and we have the resistors. So that's actually the analogy of spreading the epidemic within the organization and making the organization a change contagious. So from here, we see apathetics, we see incubators, we see advocates, we see resistors. Okay, now the difference in this tipping point model is it's actually it's a model that challenge assumptions about change. Okay, because people think organizational change is about organizations, but they never think that it's actually about changing the people and making the people more committed to change and increasing the pool of advocates within the organization. So this kind of model creates actually creates a shared view between people within the organization, that we have a different way to affect or impact the organizational change. We call it the 7 levers of change, and then they apply what they learn, and they start actually having the same view about change and the real progress within the organization. Okay, so the tipping point, actually, if we come back to the definition of the tipping point, the tipping point is the point that describes the interval of time. It's not exactly a point, it's just an interval of time. And this interval can be short or can be long, it depends on the organizational situation. But it marks the shift clearly towards faster and exponential growth in performance and in achieving the goals of the organization. So when you see the curve of growth between the number of followers of the change, we have to repeat again that the organization does not change. People within organization change, and that's why to be able to make the change happen or the change happening, we have to change people. The more we change people to the desired outcomes, the more the change will happen in the organizations. So the main sign of this point of time, okay, is the number of employees or workers or followers joining the idea and embracing the proper attitude towards the desired change. So if you can see here, look at the period before the 18 months. Okay, so if we take like 0 to 12, 12 to 24, 24 to 36, you will see that from that point, okay, up, you will see that the growth is tremendous. Okay, and this curve is divided by 12, 24 to 36, and that's not a coincidence, because experts say change happens when you are working really seriously on change between you cannot see any result of change before 36 months, real results. But the tipping point of organizations work harder on making the change in the organization, the tipping point happens on the 18 months, like a year and a half. From there, you will start seeing the real difference in change. So like when people start strategic execution, they think, oh, what happened? Okay, we're executing our strategy, but we don't see change. Change needs time. Change needs time. So according to experts, the change starts to happen when you work really on change. Starts to happen starting from the 18 months. Like you work hard, and then you will start seeing the results appearing after the 18 months of the period of the cycle of the time. And then if you keep working on that, you will start to see the exponential point going here, and you will see that this period is called the tipping point. And if you fail here and you say, no, we are not changing, we're not getting results, and you abandon your efforts, here we will have the problem, and you will start losing the advocates, and you will start losing the change, the successful change in the organization, and you will start actually going out of the ring completely and lose all the efforts. So we need patience in change, and we need continuous efforts to make change happen, to achieve the exponential growth and hit the tipping point that actually shifts the organizational performance. Okay, so remember, again and again, we don't change organizations. We change people within the organization. So the more people within the organization who believes in change, who embraces change, then the more change can happen, the more positive change can happen within organizations. So the tipping point actually, by the way, tipping point has been made into a simulation. So we run this workshop for organizations to change, and we have a simulation model, and we can show people the change quantitatively how the change will work, like using the 7 levers of change will impact the organizational change. Would it be successful or not? When the tipping point will happen, the tipping point is happening or not, and so on and so forth. That's why I said in the beginning, this type of models is very quantitative and very to the point type of changing model. So the basics of this tipping model, the change in tipping point is we have an energized environment, we have appropriate advocates, and we have a compelling content. So the compelling content, you cannot do any change without a compelling content. Okay, so the idea, the thing that you are going to, we call it the vision, okay, and the mission of the organization is your compelling content. The urgency, the need of change. Why are we changing? This is what we call compelling content. Okay. The energized environment is the infrastructure, leadership, and rewards that are aligned with the change. The appropriate advocates, that are the messengers who understand the problem and the situation and advocate others to embrace the change towards that. Okay. Okay. Now, if we go back to the 4 ties of people towards the change, the apathetics, incubators, advocates, and resistors, and we see the 7 levers of change. So the lever of change, remember, it's a lever. Okay, so you can use little of it, you can use much of it. It depends on the situation. So as you can see here, it's sliding right and left. So this just to remind you that we can use these levers of change, or arms of change, or tools of change in a different quantities and different magnitudes. So the first lever of change is contact, is the direct contact between the advocates and the apathetics in the organization. That creates incubators. And the second lever of change is the mass exposure. Mass exposure means the public exposure of the change. Okay, campaigns, big events, too much noise about change. All right, this is what we call the mass exposure lever. The third, actually, if you can see, these 2 types of levers can impact the change from apathetics will increase to incubators. So to change apathetics to incubators, we apply these 2 levels of our 2 levers of change, and then incubators can move into advocates. And then, but the problem that as we said, if we misuse or due to several reasons, we can have incubators going back to apathetics, and then also we can have some incubators going back to resistors. So this here to impact this movement between apathetics, incubators, and advocates, we have to watch the environmental support environment, the support within the organization, the environment of the organization. We have to support it. And as you can see, the environmental support impacts all the relationships within the organization, impacts the transform of apathetics to incubators, from incubators to advocates, from incubators back to resistors, from apathetics to incubators. So environmental support is very important. to impact all these relationships to control the population mix. So there are three levers attached to the environmental support, which are the infrastructure, walk the talk by leaders, and reward and recognition. Okay, so we have now three more new levers of change. They're called the infrastructure, walk the talk, and reward and recognition. These are impacting directly the environmental support. Okay, and this controls actually the population mix. Population mix means the number of advocates versus the number of apathetics or resistors. So we need more advocates. So playing with these things will increase that. Now there are two more levers, and they are about people also. So they are about hiring and attrition. So hiring advocates and shifting resistors. No, look, we're not saying removing resistors. We're saying shifting resistors. Now, so in brief, now, as you can see, with all these relationships and network, we have 7 levers of change that impact the population mix within the organization in different stages. So we have the contacts, the max exposure, we have the infrastructure, walk the talk, reward and recognition, hire advocates, and shift resistors. These are the 7 levers of change that impact the whole mechanism of change in the organization and makes the change happen. The more and the wiser we use these levers of change, the more we can make the commitment and the change contagious within the organization. Now we'll start going through different stages of definition of how and when can we use these levers of change. Okay, so now we have people support levers of change. The people support levers of change are 4, as you can see. We have the contacts, mass exposure, higher advocates, and shift resistors. Environmental support levers are affect also indirectly. So we have the infrastructure, walk the talk, and reward and recognition. So the levers of change are divided into 2 segments: people support, levers of change; environmental support, levers of change. So the people support levers of change are contacts, mass exposure, hiring advocates, and shifting resistors. Environmental support levers of change are 3: infrastructure, walk the talk, and rewards recognition. Remember, all this impact the population mix. So the contacts, which is a direct contact, emphasize the direct contact between the advocates and the apathetics to transfer the beliefs and experience with the change, to make people or apathetics within the organizations believe in that change. All right. The mass exposure is the general marketing messages and broad training and whatever, like you make a big noise about change. This is what we call the mass exposure. The hiring advocates, this is actually very popularly, very commonly used within the organization. When organization, for example, make a new strategy, the first thing they do, they go and hire a new CEO, for example. A new CEO, this is what we call hiring advocates, because they think that controlling people who recently joined the organization is easier than controlling people from within the organization. So they go and hire advocates from outside. Okay, this is what we call hiring experts or specialist advocates from outside. Hiring, for example, people from outside. And this is what we call hiring advocates. And then the fourth lever of change and people support lever of change is shifting resistors. And here we're moving or removing people who are resisting the change. Okay, so this is the 4 levers that are related to the people support levers of change. Okay, now for the infrastructure or the environmental support, we have the infrastructure. We have to create the right infrastructure within the organization that enable the change, including tools, technologies, processes, job-specific training. This is what we call the transformation of the organizations. To support that change, you need really to create the right environment. If you don't have systems, you put systems in place. If you don't have, I hear the previous speaker was speaking about the digital transformation, then you have to do digital transformation. I mean, change the processes, change the organizational design, whatever. This is what we call infrastructure, okay? That will enable the change. Walk the talk, this is the leaders. Leaders should give the example of that. You see, organization that has reckless leaders who does not care about change, who does not care about the strategy, and keep telling people, okay, you do it, okay, you do it, and as if they are exempted from that change or that strategy, the change will never happen, because this is very important. You see, the environmental support levers are impacting the whole mechanism within the organization. So walk the talk is the second very, very important lever of change that impacts the environmental, the infrastructure or the environment within the organization. Okay, reward and recognition, of course. There is no change without rewards and R&R. Okay, we call it R&R. Without reward and recognition. So you have to emphasize and give rewards to people who follow the change. Okay. And let's see now how we can use these different levers of change within the organization to make the change happen. Okay. The problem of change that people, a lot of people, they have wrong impressions about change and they take wrong actions and change. So you hear that word too much. Quick fix, quick fix, quick fix, right? Quick fix is wrong in change. So the quick fixes that fail, for example, we go and hire advocates. When we have few advocates within the organization, relative or relevant to apathetics, the choice is made to hire advocates, to get people from outside the organization, import advocates to the organization. And this kind of quick fix that people use or organizational use and change, they are wrong. And we will see that why they are wrong, because if you hire and increase the number of advocates from outside, okay, yes, you can create that, you can increase the number of advocates, but the resentment will increase. Okay. And also the second quick fix that is failing is the mass exposure. Max exposure becomes less effective, and then at the end we will have a general regression of the advocates, and we will have more increase in the apathetics again. You see, so this quick fix that of hiring advocates will impact the mass exposure and also will reduce the advocates at the end. Will make a negative attitude towards the change. So instead of doing good, we will do actually bad, and people will start resisting those newcomers because they were, imposed on them within the organization. Okay, so this quick fix, hiring advocates, works for a while, but ultimately made the situation worse, unfortunately. Okay, the second popular wrong actions and change is shifting the burden. Shifting the burden means I told you guys about change. I told you about change is coming. So this is what we call the mass exposure. Okay, shifting the burden means that you inform everybody about change in a very brutal way. Okay, let's put it that way. Brutal way means you just make it like a big bang. This is what you see in organizations. They make too much spending on making parties, printing, mugs, making that background of the screens and the organization with this change messages, like putting too much pressure on people within the organization. This is what we call shifting the burden, just to let you feel that they are done. I mean, they told you about this change, but telling is not enough. So this will impact the environmental support levers, but it takes time to implement and see results. You see, so media campaigns is only a small fix, and it takes the focus away from the fundamental solution. the reactions offers increase the media campaign. So mass exposure is another wrong attitude towards the desired change within the organization, because we just want to shift the burden. Okay, the third wrong actions in change is what goes around comes around. Like we have to understand that we are controlling the population mix. Population mix, the more advocates, the less and less apathetics, the more change will happen. So if we keep doing this, okay, then without considering the environmental support and the reactions and the actions and the impact of these levers of on the change, then the change will not happen. So we have to use the levers in a very balanced way, so we can have the right impact of the population mix, as you can see here. So our goal is to increase the number of advocates and reduce the number of apathetics within the organization, and without impacting directly the people, or like you are buying the votes. Okay, we have to impact the whole environmental support levers and all the whole people support levers to make the change happen in a balanced way. Okay. The last wrong action and change is the Goldilocks test. Okay, like Goldilocks test. The Goldilocks is the girl that drank the pudding. Okay, so don't actually, like for example, contact is between advocates and apathetics. We don't use this too much. Yes, it's a powerful lever, but can become ineffective if overused. So we have to use the right magnitude of lever in each stage to be able to make the change happen properly. So we don't exaggerate, we don't make it less. Okay, we just use the right amount of change lever to make the change happen in a balanced way. So yes, contact, as I told, is a powerful lever, but can become ineffective if overused. Mass exposure is also needed. However, too much can be deadly. A substantial portion of reward and recognition must be reserved for products and services. So, like, you don't just keep giving people rewards and recognition and rewards on anything, any action. You have to keep, give the rewards and recognition, but in the right way, in the right manner, and reserve it for the products and services. Okay, so that's what we call the Goldilocks test. All right. So in the organizations, how we follow the success of change. We follow the success of change through what we call the tipping ratio. The tipping ratio is the number of new advocates, compared to the former advocates. So the more advocates we have in the population mix, the more organization will happen. So, and that's defined. That's why I told you the tipping point gives you a quantitative knowledge or quantitative indicator about change, because it measures the number of advocates and give you the ratio. So if you have, so the point here, we have to preserve our advocates that we have and make sure that they are not transferred into resistors or went back to apathetics, and increase the number of advocates that are joining the change. So here, if we divide the new advocates on the former advocates in every stage, then we get a tipping ratio above 1. The more you go above 1, the more you are actually in the right way of change. As I said, supporting existing advocates is very important in creating new ones. You have to maintain the former advocates and increase new advocates and the population mix. So the strategy, actually the optimized change strategy that we have to use, depending on the 7 levers of change: establish commitment and leverage advocates early, then use media to spread the word. Yeah, that's actually the optimized strategy. It's wrong to use the mass exposure in the beginning of any change, but you have to use more the uh, the uh, the uh, the contact. Okay, so the first rely on heavy contact between advocates to spread the word, and then avoid using hiring advocates. Use measured mass exposure after environmental support is built in. Leadership listens to resistors' concerns after the change was established. They move to fewer resistors. Initially, they invest heavily in the infrastructure to establish commitment. Senior leaders made the case for the change constantly in success with this walk the talk. They keep the proportion of R&R that depend on the change fairly high. See, this is the optimized strategy. So in the beginning, we focus on contact, direct contact, use optimized level of max exposure, little bit like flyers, whatever, and then avoid hiring advocate in the beginning. Focus on the environmental support, invest heavily in the infrastructure because this investment is not a cost, this is an investment. Walk the talk by leaders, keep the right portion of R&R, and listen to resistors. And we are saying shifting resistors because in resistance, what we have to do is just move the resistors in the beginning, because if you just kick everybody outside from the resistors, then the whole change will be impacted. So if resistors are dangerous, then we can shift them and remove them from the places that they can impact the change to another places that they have less impact on the change. That's why we say shift resistors, not get rid of resistors or kill resistors or whatever. Okay, so that's the optimized actually strategy of change. Okay, that's that we will talk about this now. And so again, I'm bringing you back to the traditional versus systems thinking. As you can see now, the impact of these things are put into the dynamics and network of interrelationships for the feedback within the organization. Okay, so for more self-enforcement, we have always to focus on infrastructure. Infrastructure, walk the talk, and reward recognition will always raise the support, and they are each more effective. Environmental support is high. Yani, environmental support is very important in all levels, because when the environment is correctly made for change, the change will happen. So invest in the infrastructure and make effective reward and recognition usage. Not all the levers are the same. Okay, so as I said, we have to use the right amount of lever in each stage of change. So contacts, infrastructure, and walk the talk must have levers of change. You see, these are very important. The only negative side of contact is just the Goldilocks test. I mean, like, you overuse it. Okay, so we have to use it in a rational way. So there is no actually bad or side effect of that except overusing it. The infrastructure is a direct cost. That's actually the problem, or the side effect or negative side effect. Trying to cut infrastructure can itself create side effects as well. But remember, infrastructure is an investment. Walk the talk has no negative side effects. Okay. Also, for hiring advocate mass exposure, hiring advocates fixes that fail. Mass exposure, shifting the burden, shifting resistors will impact heavily the population mix and make it in favor of the advocates. Risks to apply without established environmental support. Now, for resistors and for mass exposure and for hiring advocate, if you don't have the right environmental support, don't use too much of these levers of change. Okay. Now let's review and put all these points together. So people support is very important, like contact between advocates and empathetics can build trust and troubleshoot potential problems. Don't try to substitute mass exposure for a real advocacy. hire advocates specifically for this change carefully and only if necessary. Listen to reasons for resistance to assist alignment before trying to shift resistors. In the environmental support levers, link some reward and recognition to the change, but don't overdo it. Walk the talk shows shows consistency and commitment. Key factors leading organizational change. Infrastructure is not simply an expense; it's a critical investment. Okay. So to move the change, as I said, this tipping point is a model that we apply in organizations using a workshop called Dialogue, Actions and Change, and we use a computer model to execute that. And the tipping point model is about that. So we teach people how to use levers of change in the right magnitude, in the right time, like for the first year, the second year, the third year strategy of change, and use the right amount of change that impacts of levers that impacts also the budget of change. Remember, any change costs money, right? So if you don't use these levers in a very wise and optimized way, then you will end up in a huge cost for change. Okay, and it will never happen. That's the problem. And people back off change because of this cost most of the time. So this model provides a systemic way to think about change. It interacts or combine all the variables in a very good interaction way, and keep the out. It's not a silver bullet. Change assumptions and challenging knowledge leads to deeper insight and more effective actions, creating a culture of learning quickly as for the team, and make them discuss together and make the change contagious within the organization. That's actually it. Some references, and thank you for your patience. Sorry for taking a little bit of time. We had just a little bit of delay, technical delay. So if you have any questions, I'm glad to hear these questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hussam. A very interesting session indeed. So if you have any questions, we'll take it up. There was a question from Muhammad. Okay, so
Yes.
how to mitigate the change for fear in the mind of employees? Is this due to lack of leadership in organization or trust deficit between employees and management? What could be the role of HR to support change? This is one question.
Okay. If you take the levers of change, they can be used as a diagnosis tools as well, not only impact tools. So if you take, as I said, we have two sides of change: people support levers and environmental support levers. Okay. So if you talk about leaders, then you're talking about the infrastructure support levers, and they're very important. So you have to give the right support all the time to change. You have to use sympathy, empathy. You have to take. You have to show stewardship for people within the organization. You have, and especially the leader decisions and HR to hire new people from outside. You see, HR managers, the first thing they do when organizations have a new strategy, for example, or a new vision or whatever, they go and convince the CEO that they need to hire new people, for example. And actually, this is a big mistake that they can do, a big mistake, because hiring advocates in the beginning is actually a killer of change. So you have to use the levers as a diagnostic tool, as a development tool within the organization, and you see where you impact. You impact the infrastructure, or you impact the people side.
Great, great. There is one more question from Khalid Noor. What do you do with the apathetic and resistors to change? I think you have answered it. Okay.
Yes.
Would you like to brief it? Yeah.
Yes. The apathetics, actually, as I said, apathetics are people who does not think that change is they are concerned about change, like the change is gonna pass over their heads. That's what we call apathetics. Like, oh yes, it's we have nothing to do with this. Let them do whatever they want. You see, that's what we call apathetics. So how we deal with apathetics, as I said, continuous contact with apathetics. Advocates needs to meet those people more and more, because they become incubators as soon as they get in touch with the advocates, and then the real challenge is to move incubators from apathetics or from incubators to advocates to carry the change concept. Okay, and that's actually the mechanism that we use by the effect of the levers of change on the people like apathetics. And so we have to apply contacts continuously. We have to avoid hiring advocates. We have to avoid too much of mass exposure, and invest heavily in the environmental support levers, which is walk the talk, infrastructure, and rewards and recognition. You see? You see, once you master these 7 levers, you can start playing with them in a way that you can really impact the change. We applied this model in so many organizations, and that was very clear, very simple, and very easy to control the change.
Perfect. Dr. Hussam, one question is, especially in mid-sized organizations,
Yeah.
what happens is there are very clear who supports change and who does not support change. It's very clear. There are somewhere in the middle, okay, where it's little hard to know exactly whether they are in or out for the change. I know they fit into these 7 categories. Okay, so in general, in a simple words, especially for mid-sized, smaller organizations, how do you deal? What do you recommend? How to deal with them?
Those people we call skeptics, actually.
Mhm.
And skeptics who does not know if they follow that they can gain, or if they don't follow that they will lose. This kind of people we call skeptics. They are a type of apathetics that really they show that they are not with change, but actually they are not sure. That's it. Stephen Haynes used to tell us that skeptics are your best friends.
Mhm.
Dealing good with those people will make the difference at the end of the day. So you have to keep uh, like patting those people. You have to keep
Mhm.
rubbing their backs. You have to keep showing them the good thing about change. You have to keep, and this is actually the what we call in the organization the communication plan. So it's the direct contact between the impact on those people is heavily is affected by the direct contact between advocates who carry or who promotes the change idea, and them, and then a little bit of rewards and recognition. And if they starts to see the change in the environment, the infrastructure, they will start following you, and they will come, and you will see it's like the domino effect. The skeptics, they are too much sometimes, like they create like 60% of the organization. But once one of them or 2 or 3, the leaders of them fall, then the domino effect. You will have
Exactly.
all of a sudden 60% of them become advocates, and here you will start seeing the tipping point happening in the organization. So remember that skeptics are your best friends. Don't
Mhm.
ever feel bad against them. Don't ever actually make them your enemies. They are your best
Great.
friends. They will be your best friends.
Yeah. If I understand, if I just follow all your presentation, so strategy formulation is one important thing. Without strategy, you
Yes,
cannot do anything. At the same time, the leadership and then HR, all the senior leaders pay maybe more attention, or maybe at the same level of attention to the change. Okay, that they continuously monitor and help the people to get change. Okay, it's not
exactly.
just a force. So this is a continuous process. So you need to
Yes,
spend equal amount of time, if not more, on the change management and make sure that people are on the wagon. Okay, so that one of the key capability for the organization, which will be successful. I think that's a summary what I
yes, and
see.
not only that, Abdul Qadir. The thing that is very important, it's not only dedicating time to talk, it's dedicating time to execute, like
Execute.
infrastructure. The most, because when people see you as an owner for an organization, for example, investing in the infrastructure, like increasing, making digital transformation, buying equipments, buying people, buying things, increasing the
Involvement.
infrastructure, they will start believing. They will start thinking that, yeah, this is real. So it's not only talking or just dedicating time to
Involve
it.
them.
It's exactly, it's showing
Involve.
people the work of
Involve
change,
them
that
in the
you're
process.
serious. Yes.
Fantastic.
And showing people that this is an investment. It's not only just a cost, and giving the right rewards and recognition all the time.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Hussam. Each time I hear you, you share something new. Okay.
Thank you very
So, so thank you very much for giving a wonderful lecture, and it's a very important topic. No matter how many times we hear, it's all again and again. It's very important, and you are
Thank you.
expert in that. And many of our participants appreciated your lecture. And if there is any questions to you, we will just post to you. Maybe you can answer them on the in the event or off the event, whatever. Okay. So thank you, Dr. Hussam. Thank you very much
You're
for
welcome,
joining.
sir. Thank you very much, and thanks to everyone. I hope you enjoyed the session, and if you have any questions, please pass it to Mr. Kader, and I will answer it in a promptly after
Excellent.
the. Thank you very much. Have a great
Thank you.
day. I wish you all the success. Bye bye.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
Uh, Wonderful session. I think we have fantastic 3 sessions today. I think each one is a different topic. Now let us welcome Dr. Mohan Kancharla for the event. Okay, so welcome, Dr. Mohan. So very pleased to see you. The topic is design thinking for strategic innovation. Okay. So before we talk more about design thinking, so let us get a quick introduction about Dr. Mohan. Okay. Dr. Mohan is an accomplished management consultant with over 3 decades of experience in IT and consulting. He had held various leadership roles in TCS, which is one of the leading IT company in India, and of course, it's a more international Tata Consulting Services, and superannuated as a strategy advisor. Okay, he recently, I think he ended his service there successfully after a very long stretch with TCS. He is author of Consulting: A Practitioner's Perspective, Design Thinking in Consulting, and Design Grid, a conceptual framework for design thinking and consulting. So 3 books. Well, that's great to see Dr. Mohan. He is also an invited faculty and keynote speaker in many industry and academic events. A certified management consultant, executive coach, corporate director, and ESG professional, whatnot. He has been recognized by the CEO Today as one of the top 100 global management consultants and received CEO Today Management Consulting Award in 2018. So welcome, Dr. Mohan. We are all eager to listen to you. And the topic is very interesting, design thinking and consulting. Welcome to the board. And please take up. You may do some little more introduction from your side. You are in mute. Huh? You are in mute.
Right.
Yeah.
No, thank you, Mr. Kader. I mean, that was a brief and succinct introduction. I mean, I guess that should suffice. So, Deep, if you could help me out with the presentations, please. Do I have control, Deep, or would you be controlling?
Deep will control. Just say next.
Right. Okay. We could go to the next couple of slides, Deep. So the second slide, I think. Next slide, and after that. You could go to the next slide. It didn't shift, Deep. Yeah, we could stay here. Thank you. Right. So good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, and depending upon which part of the world you're signing in this day. Greetings to this global audience, and welcome to the session on design thinking for strategic innovation. So design thinking, it's gaining momentum across industries, primarily due to the emphasis it places upon the human-centered approach for problem solving. And over the next 45 minutes or so, we will explore how design thinking has evolved. What's the definition of design thinking? We look at some of the frameworks of design thinking, and then we'll see how design thinking has been executed in various industries. And towards the end, and most importantly, we'll see how design thinking can be an innovative enabler for strategy execution. And we look at that through a case for digital transformation. And time permitting, I'll take some questions towards the end. Okay. Next slide, please. Right. So design thinking has actually been around since the 1950s. Design thinking started in the 50s as a design science as a discipline was introduced by Buckminster Fuller of MIT. He was a serial innovator. And later in 60s, we saw the rise of industrial design or product design in US, and it was also called as participatory design in Europe itself. In the 1970s, when the concept of design thinking was developed by social scientist and Nobel laureate Herbert Simon, and then moving on in the 80s is when Donald Norman, and also a design theorist, introduced the term user-centered design. He essentially reframed the term participatory design as user-centered design. 80s, we saw design thinking as a method for creative action and innovation through the founding of Stanford D School by Ralph Foster from the SAP organization. And that is where design thinking got really popularized in the academic world. And later in 2000s is when David Kelly, who was also the founding director of D School, he started IDEO, which is a pioneering design company. And that is how design thinking was brought into the business world. Next, okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so Tim Brown, who is the CEO of IDEO, provides a very succinct definition. In a much more simpler words, he says that design thinking is thinking as a designer would. I mean, of course, there is the formal definition which is listed here. It says that it's a discipline that uses the designer sensibility and methods. It matches people's needs with what is technically feasible and what is viable business strategy can convert customer value into a market opportunity. So that's the formal definition of design thinking. Next slide, there. Okay. Now in the previous one. Okay, this is taken from Philip Kotler's Human to Human Marketing, and where he emphasizes on design thinking also as a means of strategic innovation. And we're looking at the innovation trifecta here. So if you look at this graphic here, design thinking, innovation or design thinking, it really operates at the intersection of the user desirability. Here we are talking about our customers' unmet needs, and then the technical feasibility. For a given unmet need, what is the problem and how do I solve it? And is that technically feasible in the first place? And the third dimension is that once I find a technically feasible solution, is it viable from a business standpoint, kind of a thing. So that intersection is where design thinking operates towards strategic innovation. Now, in order to provide innovative solutions for human problems, design thinking offers a framework. It shifts the story from what can I do next to where can my users get the most help, kind of a thing, right? So here we see Stanford D School's design thinking framework. This is, like I said, it was all pioneered in the Stanford D School, and it's one of the first and the most popular framework for design thinking. And it goes through the 5 different phases. It starts with empathizing. Empathizing is all about understanding whom we are designing for and what is it that is important to them. In the define phase, you summarize the outcomes from the empathy stage into meaningful user requirements. And then you go about exploring various solution options and generating as many ideas as possible. This is another key concept of design thinking, the whole concept of ideation. It's just that you explore as many solutions as possible and without shooting down any particular idea. If an idea doesn't fit, you park it and you move forward. But every idea is allowed to be tabled, and it's taken forward for a debate. Once the ideation phase is concerned, another key concept of design thinking is to fail fast or creating prototypes, kind of a thing. So you bring the solution as close to the user as possible. You try it out before you actually take it to the marketplace for the final testing place. What you also see in this graphic here is that there are various feedback loops from every stage backwards, and that is that is equally important in design thinking. Even at the testing phase after the product is launched, if for any reason you found that there is some problem, there is no harm in going back to the drawing board and starting all over again. So with this basic understanding of the design thinking concepts, now let's see how design thinking has been executed in various industries. Next two slides. Next, please. Right. So if I look at design thinking in the banking industry, so this is an example of a Norwegian bank where where they wanted to create a savings accounts for millennials kind of a thing, right? So it was all about, in conventionally what happens is that you have an account for an adults, and if you are wanted to create a savings account for millennials, all we do is to reconfigure the savings account, which means that, okay, instead of withdrawal limit of let's say 100 euros, I make it 10 euros, or instead of a checkbook with 50 leaves, I make it 20 leaves. So what you're trying to do is that you're only reconfiguring whatever the features of the existing savings account is. What design thinking recommends is that it recommends a human-centered approach, and we should reach out to the end customer and empathize with their own persona. So while we were working on this engagement, after the debrief, we were actually going out to colleges, for malls and sports fields, etc., to talk to different youngsters and understand what is it that they will require in a banking account. Now, this was in the early 2000 timeframe where internet banking was just about rising. We're not talking about mobile banking. And their requirements at that point was more around a seamless internet banking where you can move from transaction to transaction or a device to device. And that is what they were all looking at that particular point of time. In the next slide, we look at how design thinking has been applied in the insurance sector. So this is an illustration of an auto insurance company where we were trying to determine how does the auto insurance company define the premiums for insurance kind of thing. So in many a time, the insurance of your car is a function of the cost of the asset kind of a thing. So the more expensive the car, the more premium you would pay, right? Now, what design thinking advocated in this stage is to be open to radical collaboration and to learn from the cross-industry best practices. So this is a point of a time where the mobile communications were becoming very rampant, and they introduced the pay-as-you-go model. And what the insurance company did at this point is that, can I look at this pay-as-you-go model kind of a thing, right? So the reasoning is that because when do you claim an insurance? You claim an insurance either if there's a breakdown or if there's an accident, and that cannot happen in the garage, it happens on the road. So their thinking is that which is a car that is most used on the road and therefore more prone to an accident or a breakdown, and therefore giving rise to an insurance or a premium claim kind of a thing. So I mean, if I work out of Chennai in India, and probably for my daily office use, which is probably far off, I might use my a compact car to go to work on a daily basis because it's just me driving up and down. But over the weekend, if I want to take my family out, or if you go golfing or with friends, etc., you might use the a bigger vehicle or an SUV to go for these long drives kind of a thing. I mean, effectively, which is a car that is more on the road? It is the smaller car, which is probably priceless, but the usage is more. So therefore, the whole concept was changed from premium pricing, not based upon the price of asset, but shifting that to charging premiums based upon the price usage of the particular asset or the car. In the next slide, we will look at how design thinking has been applied in the retail or the FMCG sector. This is a case of Procter & Gamble's Oral-B. Now, Oral-B, when they were introducing a toothbrush for infants, again, a similar situation like that of the banking example that we looked at a few minutes back, is that the initial design was all about resizing the adult toothbrush. So, for example, if an adult toothbrush it's got 1 inch of bristles and 6 inches of stem or a handle that is there, they said, okay, why don't we just make it, since it's for infants, we'll make it 1/2 inch of bristles and maybe 3 inches of a stem or a stalk. But that kind of failed very miserably, and then applying the principles of observing the end user experience. So some of the executives went and started to look at how youngsters, infants, are actually brushing, 5-year-olds or 7-year-olds or 5-year-olds are brushing their teeth. As adults, we use the fingers for holding the brush and we can brush on it. But for infants, if you notice them, they do not use the fingers. They'll be using the wrist to get a grasp of the toothbrush itself. I mean, the reason being their hand motor skills are not yet so developed, kind of thing. And now if you have, if an infant is holding the brush with his full wrist, the brush was slipping off, the paste was falling all over the floor, etc., kind of a thing. So the real trick here is that then they started to prototype it, and the change that they made is to make sure that the stem or stalk or the handle is much more thicker, which will allow the infants to hold the toothbrush better, and therefore they can brush properly, kind of a thing. So this you could observe it by applying the principles of design thinking, which is from prototyping, testing, and improvising that whole scenario, kind of a thing. A similar example which was tried out by Rubbermaid is that when you look at the vegetable peelers, the original vegetable peelers were thin and were steel all through, kind of a steel peeler with a steel handle, etc. But that becomes very slippery for senior citizens or elderly people with arthritis, etc. So therefore, Rubbermaid then changed that the whole vegetable peeler into a very thick rubber handle, and that made it easier for all these other people also to use it. In travel and hospitality industries, if you look at the airline industry, and if they wanted to provide value-added services for their preferred customers, what typically happens is that the airlines, be it Jet or Indigo, however, I mean, they're looking at improvising the existing services. So you have a separate counter for business class, you have a lounge for the business class, and probably in the Western world, even the security check-in counters are also separate for business class passengers, kind of thing. But and there's a bigger seat and better service within the aircraft carrier also. But all of that is happening is just an extension of whatever service that you're providing. What design thinking advocates is that how do I integrate services from the adjacent industries? Can I look at the journey map of my customers and how can I enhance that particular value? And this is what more than the airline industries, the likes of Make My Trip and Go Ivibo, etc. did. So they take care of your airline booking, they take care of your road transport, they also take care of your travel, hotel stay, etc. kind of a thing. So they ensured that they're providing you a seamless service across industry sectors, kind of a thing. And they were really providing a value proposition across the ecosystem, right? In the next slide, we look at how design thinking has been applied in the life sciences and the healthcare. This probably is one of the best illustration of how design thinking can be applied. This is from GE Healthcare, and there are some beautiful YouTube videos. I strongly recommend you watch these videos to really understand how design thinking changed this whole situation or the problem that they were working on. So Doug Dietz, who was the engineer and for the MRI scanners, one of his first installations was at a pediatric hospital. So he's mightily excited, and he goes there, he does his work, and he's waiting to visualize the experience of one of the first patients or the customers, kind of thing. But to his dismay, what he found that when the parents were bringing the child, there was a lot of anxiety in the parents and the child, and it is a very traumatic experience for him to even observe it, right now. And then he goes, he heard about the Stanford design school. He goes there, he learns about design thinking, and he comes back and redesigns the whole experience itself, kind of a thing. Now, if you see, then if you've experienced, if you've gone through an MRI experience, what typically happens is that it's a very claustrophobic environment, and there is very noisy. You have to lay still, and then the X-ray tables turn around you at very close, just about 5-6 inches above your face, and it is very traumatic even for adults, kind of a thing. So what Doug then does is that he goes and talks to young parents of young children. He goes and talks to daycare center executives. He talks to pediatric doctors, the library associates, and so many of them, and tries to understand, and he converts the whole experience into an adventure itself, right? So what he did is that most of these MRI rooms there is a long corridor, and after the corridor is where the actual room is, where the MRI machine is, right? So the whole entire corridor is painted in some form of an adventure, either a jungle or an underwater or a space odyssey. And accordingly, the technicians, the parents, the child, all of them are given costumes that they can wear through. But there's a lot of fun and play that happens, and they're led to the actual MRI room itself. And then after a point, that's when the technician then says that, okay, this is where we need to be very silent. Probably the cops are coming now, and here is a good hideout place. There might be lots of whistles and drums, but you need to be laying still, etc. kind of thing. And in that little bit of a process, when the child is still and not at all moving, the whole MRI is taken off, kind of a thing, and the child comes out. And then Doug goes on to add, saying that the best feedback that he got that day, and it is true for any executive, is that when the child turns around and says, Daddy, can we come back tomorrow? So that's probably the best application of design thinking in across various industries, kind of thing, right? So next 2 slides, please. Yeah. Now, design thinking in products, in many of the examples that I spoke about, I mean, that's quite proven, and it is quite easy to understand. Like, if you look at design thinking in services, probably it is evolving. Like, we looked at the services in the airline industry and so on and so forth. But then if I look at design thinking and advisory, now that's probably something that's radical, but it is realizable. And as Steve Jobs says, design is not just how it works, how it looks like and feels, but design is how it works, kind of a thing. So this is where I'm trying to talk about. Let's now experience how design thinking can be leveraged for human-centric advisory itself, kind of thing. And that's how I'll come to how design thinking can be applied for strategic innovation. But before that, just to recap on a few concepts that are there, we first start to look at the next slide there. The design thinking principles itself. Like, now the principles are fundamental rules or proposition that could be true for any particular situation, kind of thing. Now, drawing from what we've experienced for design thinking in products and services, I've defined 5 design thinking principles, right, which are valid for advisory services. First is the human-centered design, which is empathizing with the real end users, embracing ambiguity and diversity. It is all about accepting uncertainty as a reality, and radical openness to radical collaboration. It's learning from diverse perspectives, and co-creating impactful solutions is promoting emotional engagements, kind of. The more people participate, the more they get involved, and they feel they get an ownership to be part of the problem as well as a solution, kind of a thing. The last principle is implementing and iteratively improvising, kind of a thing. That's like proactively working upon perceived shortcomings. Like, the next slide, the next concept is design thinking practices. Now, practices are practices are how you achieve the outcomes of the various principles that we spoke about. There are about 12 design thinking practices that are applicable for advisory services. But to just touch upon a few of them, empathy map is a 2x2 matrix which explores what the user is saying, doing, thinking, feeling. It also captures the pains and gains of every individual user's, kind of a thing. In business model canvas, it describes how an organization can generate value for its customers from across various dimensions of the enterprise, be it on costs, revenues, partnerships, suppliers, and vendors, etc., kind of a thing. Morphological analysis, it's a creative problem-solving technique. It disaggregates, it systematically structures and breaks down to smaller chunks of problems so that you can explore all possible solutions. Value proposition canvas, which is the last one listed here, it describes how well an organization's products or services fit the market and how is it able to generate value for your customers. It is actually an extension of the business model canvas. It draws from 2 of these modules called customer segments and the value proposition. Okay, next slide, Deep. So putting them together, the principles are the what of design thinking, and the practices are the how of design thinking. Now, design grid, what you see here, are the matrix of these principles and practices. It is my strategic innovation, and it is this is what we will apply for strategic innovation. And now we will look at just one more concept. Next slide. Now, if I look at advisory services before I jump into the digital transformation case study, so what happens is that in advisory services, the phases are not linear. Like, I mean, they're always cyclic. But then nonetheless, most consulting assignments go through 5 phases, which is you first need to understand the context of the current situation. You do a current state assessment. You look at what the defined target is, what your goals are, and we try to understand the gaps between these two. And it is then wrapped up with a report on the recommendations and the report that is provided, kind of a thing. So this is how the consulting phases go through. And now I'll look at a digital transformation case study. We'll walk through each of these phases, and we will see how the design thinking principles and practices can be applied. Now, in this just stay with the previous slide for a moment. In this digital transformation case study, this is an illustration of a typical technology services company which is transforming its internal systems and IT operations kind of a thing. I mean, the goal here, I mean, they have some amount of in-premises and manual interventions, all that is required. But from that, the goal is to make everything be available in real time. The organization looked at the digital transformation objectives of anytime, anywhere availability of their applications to their associates on any device. So that's the broad, mandate or the objective of this particular digital transformation initiative. Now, and to develop in the next slide, and to develop a design grid for digital transformation, I mean, this is probably the end state, but just using this as a reference as to the process in which we will go through this is that in developing a design grid, we first we identify a principle. So for understanding context in the case of a digital transformation, what is the most relevant principle that is available? So in this case, it could be a human-centered design. Once you identify a principle, for that particular principle, we try to identify what are the two most related practices for this. So for human-centered design, in understanding context, for digital transformation, it could be empathy maps and user personas. So this is how I start. Then I go to the next phase of current state, and I repeat the same exercise for all the 5 phases. Right? Next slide, please. Right. So in understanding context, what happens is that in any advisory surveys, typically we go through the organization documents that are available, some briefing documents, maybe we might interview some of the C-level executives. And this is also done with what are the standard questionnaires that the consulting would typically have. But what design thinking recommends is that you need to connect with the end customer to understand the real context and the real problem. Next slide, Deep. So in this case, so therefore, with that design thinking objective, the most relevant principle here was found to be a human-centered design, and the relevant practice is an empathy map. So now I talked about the digital transformation case scenario, and within the different users. So if I take the corporate executives, I mean, there could be management, there are salespeople, and there are delivery executives. So within them, if I take the management layer, what is it that they need to do? They want to make IT as an efficiency booster. How do they see IT? They see it as a cost center. What are they always saying? You need to reduce IT spend. What do? They use IT for their forecasting, etc., kind of a thing. So this is how an empathy map is built up for the management layer or the corporate executives. And a similar empathy maps is also built up for the delivery executives and also for the sales professionals. So that will, all the three together will allow us to see how each one views, each stakeholder or each persona is viewing the same problem in different ways. So you might be able to find some synergies. You would allow the different stakeholders to empathize with each other's problems and therefore to come up with better solutions. So from understanding context, we move to the next phase of the current state assessment. Next slide, please. In current state, typically the information is baseline once again upon all the available documents that is there. But what is happening here is either these documents are dated or it is always a third person view of the current state. It is not a real-time view of the current state itself. So what design thinking recommends is that you need to capture the real data and you need to understand the story behind the real data itself. And if required, you need to do organizational and some amount of technology assessments before you want to explore what should be the target state. So in this case, the most principle that we found in the next slide, you see that we've felt that next slide, yeah. The design thinking principle that we applied here is that openness to radical collaboration. So we want to collaborate with as many stakeholders. We wanted to reach out to the end customer itself and to understand. So if I'm doing an infrastructure advisory, if you're looking at digital transformation, it's not just the CEO or the CSO that needs to be involved, but probably I also need to talk to my infrastructure head kind of a thing. A case of an e-commerce site, the e-commerce site real strategic goal is in terms of how soon can the next screen appear kind of a thing. How soon can I take my customer, my buyer, prospective to a payment option? So which means that the real trick there and the real guidance that you can get to increase speed will come from your infrastructure head, where you can look at the networks and the communications to see how I can deliver faster, deliver this service kind of a thing. And then we should be open, bold enough and be open to collaboration with even these executives that are there, and make sure that we understand their point of view also like that. So which is why the principle chosen here is openness to radical collaboration, and the practice we use is the business model canvas. Like, so in the business model canvas, these are all the 9 different segments that are there, and each one of the segment is populated with different how the organization is at this particular point of time. So in the customer segments could be only development teams and the sales teams kind of a thing. But going forward, we may want to look at web-based applications, or the channels could change from on-premises to mobile applications kind of a thing. So that is what they would express their needs and desires, going forward kind of a thing. So with the understanding of the current state, we then move to the target state definition in the next slide. So here again, conventionally, what happens is that your current state, your problems. So what people end up trying to do is that we're trying to find answers for the current problems alone. Like, we don't look at synergies, or how do I get better problems, how do I get exponential solutions kind of a thing. And if we need to do that, then the design thinking approach recommends that you need to sense a real problem and to respond to that by addressing all stakeholders kind of a thing. You need to ensure that there are divergent stakeholders who can come together to collaboratively define the future state kind of a thing. Like I said, in the case of an e-commerce transformation, it's important to get the infrastructure person also onto the table. So in the next slide, we'll see the principle that we applied here is embracing ambiguity and diversity. So accept uncertainty as a reality kind of a thing. Understand that the problem is really complex, and therefore we need to get a broader solution. We need to bring in diverse stakeholders kind of a thing. And in this case, we use the business model canvas once again as a practice here, so that we are able to see that, okay, for a given channel, what was my previous channel, where do I want to go now? So in the same graphic, in the same visual, you will know the current, and in a similar way, you'll be able to understand the target also. So therefore, it might be easier for you to define the gaps and to take it forward kind of a thing. Another example is that in terms of the key stakeholders, since you're going towards a digital transformation, we are no longer looking at people like programmers or analysts kind of a thing. Probably you see a new breed of people coming up, which are good. It could be digital champions or digital evangelists kind of a thing. So these are the things that will start to change in your target state. Having defined the target, we move to the next phase, which is the analysis and the finding stage. And here again, like we said earlier, conventionally, it's all about finding point solutions kind of a thing. So there is a gap. What is my best way to bridge the gap kind of a thing? But what design thinking recommends is that you need to acknowledge that there is ambiguity, you embrace diversity, and you encourage co-creating of solutions kind of a thing. So you try to analyze possibilities for scale, and you find synergies in the solutions. And to do that, the principle that we found, which is in the next slide, is the principle here is that co-creating impactful solutions, and the practice is morphological analysis. So in our digital transformation scenario, for the stakeholders, like I said, there's either management, sales, and delivery. So we try to draw up a morphological analysis for each of those different stakeholders. And if we look at the customer segments from a sales point of view, you look at, we want to bring in a CRM system kind of a thing. It's semi-automated. I don't have applications on the go, and I just need, there's no wireless availability. So I'm not able to address my customers' problems on a 24/7 basis kind of a thing. So this gives out the different perspectives of what can happen through analysis in the analysis and findings by applying design thinking. In the last phase in reporting and recommendations, in the next slide, what you see is that typically all engagements end with a consulting report, and all the report talks about is a set of recommendations, and most likely it will be a separate project kind of a thing. It's not done together, and there could be a lead time, there could be a gap between the consulting and the implementation part of it. But what design thinking recommends is that firstly, we need to make sure that all our recommendations are human-centered. And what we could also do is that there's executive buy-in through storytelling, the rationale itself. So even in advisory services, we do what we call as a conference room pilots, different role enacting, and that we can see how the new solution could fit together, and can it really solve the existing problems. And to do that, the relevant principles here, Next slide, please. The relevant principle is once again the human-centered design. And here we would be using the practice of value proposition canvas. And like I said, value proposition canvas draws from two of the building blocks from the business model canvas. On the right side, you have the customer segments, and on the left is the value proposition. From the empathy map, we got an understanding of each of the pains and gains of user personas kind of a thing, and their problems the way they see it. Like, so what this value proposition canvas allows us to do is that, have I been able to find pain relievers kind of a thing? If there is a pain, if I can't take it out completely, can I create some intermediate solution where the pain can be relieved at least kind of a thing? Have I been able to create gain creators kind of a thing? So that becomes my true value proposition. And in this particular case, we talked about, maybe by creating new channels kind of a thing, by creating new digital champions and making applications available on the mobile itself, you are therefore able to get onto the anytime, anywhere availability of all your applications to all your associates on any device kind of a thing. So next slide, please. Okay. So in summary, the value proposition for human-centric advice, it lies in empathizing, for which means that the focus should be on the end customer and need not be necessarily on the executive that you're interacting with, but it could be any of the customers that are there, and that customer should have to take center stage. You need to ideate on delving into the real problem and ideate on diverse viewpoints to sense and respond to the unmet needs of all your customers kind of a thing. And lastly, we need to collaboratively co-create solutions. We need to prototype to fail fast, and improvising with every iteration kind of thing. And through the case study, we have seen that Design Grid, it's a true enabler for strategic execution, and design thinking therefore can be a force multiplier for strategic innovation. Thank you. Can go to the last slide, Deep. I'm done with the presentation. Happy to take any questions either on the chat or if anybody would like to ask a question. Mr. Kadir also, it's time for Q&A.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Mohan. It's fantastic session. So now, what's the best way? For example, a mid-size organization or a smaller organization or a larger organization who don't have enough experience in the methodology of design thinking. Okay, so usually people are familiar with their industry things, but this is something which is very, very important. So what do you advise for, especially, let us take one by one. Let us take a mid-size organization. How can we implement design thinking in that? Is that like you do something, a session for the senior leaders, or you want some reading for them, or you want to do a prototype practice, or what is it you would like to recommend?
Right. So Abdul, typically what happens is that let's take two scenarios. One is, especially given that you're talking about in a strategy summit here, when we go through the business planning exercises, for example, typically if you take an April to March financial year, most organizations are shaping up their business plans in the fourth quarter, around January, February timeframe, and finalizing that around a March timeframe kind of a thing. So either that, or another scenario, it could be once your annual report is available and your results are declared, you could also look at a time around the April, May timeframe kind of thing, right? So when organizations and executives are going through these strategic planning exercises, it could be a strategy plan for the 5-year window that they might be doing at times, or it could be a simple business plan for the next year. Now, these are times when executives can really use design thinking as a vehicle, as a means to go through their brainstorming sessions. And the best way to do that is that typically what I do is that we conduct design thinking workshops, and it has to be collaboratively done. And what I also recommend to most organizations is that ideally, if you can do it at an offsite as part of your planning exercise, where you're away from your day-to-day work and get some full time that you can really think and strategize, that could be a good point of a time. Maybe around a 2-day workshop, what we go through each of those phases. We look at how we have performed in the past days. Have any of my stakeholders changed, or am I entering into new markets? What the challenges in those new markets are? You can start to create the empathy maps and the other principle that we spoke about. Ensure that there is a good representation of the C-level executives, the mid-level, and also people who are on the field. If you take a FMCG company, the field executives is where they will get the most inputs from. So ensure that there is a cross-functional team that is available, and everybody comes to the table as equals, and we brainstorm on each phase, and we can go through those ideation exercises and build out this particular plan. Like, what this does is that, you're still doing a similar brainstorming exercise, but what design thinking does is that it gives a better structure to it. And some of the principles of learning from other industries, collaborating, building upon ideas, these are some of the new things that design thinking will kind of extend your current brainstorming or your thought process to build up solutions. And through that, you might get some 7 or 8 different ideas, and those ideas are then taken forward in detail with the respective teams to some pilot projects about anywhere from 3 to 6 months to see whether it can work or not, kind of thing. So that's a good way where small and medium enterprises can leverage upon. Another opportunity, a good opportunity for applying design thinking is on a product development or innovation kind of a thing. So whenever they are looking at launching new products or venturing into new markets kind of a thing, this could be in the middle of the year, or it could be one department which is trying to do this particular exercise within their department before they put up a business case to management, for example. At that point of a time also, they can go through a similar exercise, do some prototypes, get some people and so on and so forth, and to take it forward kind of a thing. So both these scenarios are quite relevant. And what we've also seen is that once it happens, it is actually, design thinking actually can become contagious. The way it scales is by building a culture of design thinking kind of a thing. So once it gets taken forward, and it's actually playing a role in the boardrooms also these days.
Yeah. So as you rightly said, if you have any new product or service development in place, of course, the design thinking fantastically fits into that. Now we talk about strategy management as a process. Okay, so where you do strategy analysis, strategy formulation part, strategy execution. There is a lot of innovation in this process because no single framework or methodology fit for every organization, because each company has its own strengths and weaknesses. So they can absorb those process steps very easily if it is their strength, and they cannot do a simple process if it is not their strength. Okay, so here the methodology, whatever is a balanced scorecard or is it a OKR, whatever you call it, okay, so that has to be adopted for the individual organization. Okay, that's where I think the design thinking comes into picture, where how does this process fits into your particular organization. It does not mean that you eliminate any one of the step of your process. You simplify it and adopt it. Okay, instead of just forcing a methodology you must follow, instead of doing that, you just try to adopt for your particular organization with an objective of making your strategy successful. Is that something?
Absolutely. And like when we talk about the strategy formulation, many a time we do that. You formulate your strategy at the beginning of the year, and we revisit that only towards the end of the year when things have really gone wrong, for example, kind of thing. And what design thinking advocates is that failing fast, creating that feedback loop, for example, and trying to look at data and how you can make your organization more agile and your operating model also, which is intelligent kind of a thing. Using data, how you can change it, and so that whole concept of fail fast and the feedback loops is again a key component of design thinking. Recently in COVID, for example, we were able to leverage the power of data itself. As we knew where the hotspots were, and accordingly we were able to make some changes. Because through that changes, you are able to change the behavior of the people, and therefore make sure that it didn't get spread. And there could be other instances of leveraging data kind of a thing. Yeah. So design thinking it's not a silver bullet or magic bullet that creates something. Whatever you're doing currently with any framework or any strategies you've adopted, it gives you a couple of ways of additionally think and build upon it further, kind of a thing. An alternative thought process to your strategy.
That's great. That's great. Now we had one session a while ago about the culture and change. Now I think the design thinking is actually some sort of culture. Okay, so once we used to design thinking approach, embedding design thinking in everything what we do, So we talk more objectively. So we take more about solution oriented instead of problem oriented. Okay, that's a great thing, Dr. Mohan. Any final points to the audience? Okay, so participants, any question? Manish ji has like
Nice one,
shown
Manish.
some lighter stuff.
Right.
Okay.
No, we should probably we should do that. We should put it on as post kind of a thing. No, I mean, I personally, went through an MRI exercise, and I can really empathize with it. It's a very traumatic experience kind of a thing, and it's very difficult even for adults kind of a thing. And it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And it's not just in the Abdul. We've now been applying design thinking. I mean, I didn't use those illustrations here, but we have cases of design thinking where it's applied in CSR activities kind of a thing. I'm taking design thinking into how it can be applied in the ESG context also from the SDG goals that are available. So you can actually apply SDG design thinking on any particular SDG goals or the indicators and the targets that they have, and to see how we would work out. And that's probably the more recent research that I'm doing, is that so all that I spoke about is we shifted the emphasis from product, and we introduced people also into it, and now human-centered design now is becoming what we call as a humanity-centered design, and by adding planet component also to it kind of a thing. So it can be applied across industries. It's got a great potential to be applied in the education sector and the alternative energy and so on and so forth. Like it's
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Perfect, Dr. Mohan. Maybe we can have one more session on a particular area where we can apply, like product or maybe a service or maybe any other people performance. So we will see. We'll find one more slot for you. Somewhere you can give us more knowledge and share your experiences, and maybe it's a training for us. Thank you.
Like you said, it's a 2-day session that is there where we can collectively brainstorm and build solutions.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Mohan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, right. Opportunity, Abdul.
If you have any final thoughts, you can share it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
Best wishes, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mohan. Is here? Okay. Good morning, Alex.
Hi, Shaikh. How are you?
Doing good. It must be like 9:30 to you? Or
Yes,
10:30? 9:30. So good morning.
Yes.
I hope you had a great morning today. We just had few very interesting, very versatile sections today morning. We had we talk about culture and change. We talk about value creation. We talk about just a while ago we talked about design thinking. Okay, now we completely shift our focus, and which is go to the one of the most important present topic for any organization, which is let me see the title, sir. Exactly, marketing and sales aligned to the strategy. I think this is one of the most important for any organization. Okay, now, so this is the beauty of the program, where we see complete different point of views and cover each and every corner of the organization to give you the strategic alignment and expertise, and that maybe the information what you needed. Okay, so with that, I'll just make a quick introduction, Alex. Okay, so let me invite Mr. Alex Goma. Okay, Alex is very extensive experienced in FMCG management across 6 African countries. Alex specializes in general management, sales, trade marketing, and customer service logistics. Okay. His focus is on fostering sustainable organizations that consistently deliver results. I have witnessed this, by the way. He has led cross-functional teams to successfully launch new brands, drive sales growth, increase market share, and improve profitability. Okay, this is something which is very interesting for anybody to know. Additionally, he has implemented sales capability programs, management training schemes to develop future talent. His expertise also extends to a distributor development, retail chain operation, and quality control in the beverage industry. Welcome, Alex. I think I will be personally would like to hear more from you each and every time you talk about sales. So how important with very few, very small changes in your current process in sales and marketing will lead to a big results. Okay. I would like to welcome you and over to you, Alex. You please help our participants to know more about sales and marketing and how it is aligned to the strategy, and all is yours. Yeah, please.
Okay,
Screen.
what I'll try to do is to share my slides. Just a moment, I'm trying to load. So in speaking through this, what I'm going to try and do is just share a few tips and just waiting
You are
for the
able to
slide
share the screen.
to upload.
You know how to.
Can you-
You are sharing, right? Mhm.
Yes, it's trying to upload.
Okay.
So whilst I'm waiting for it to upload, I think
Yeah, please.
this is one of the critical challenges that most businesses face when you're looking at okay. So what I'm going to talk about is marketing and sales aligned to strategy. In doing this, talk about what exactly are we talking about and why is this important? What are some of the key opportunities and things to focus on? What are some of the pitfalls to avoid? And how do you drive alignment? And then one or two examples, good and bad examples of where this has happened on a global basis. And I can also share an example from my own experience and then summarize and give room for questions. But I think critically, every business is set up to deliver sustainable value for its stakeholders, the owners of the business, the employees, the communities, the consumers that it works on. For this to happen, businesses have to have a clear strategy to allow this to happen. I think this is why this summit is important. Your strategy is simply a set of choices that you've decided to focus on. Where are you going to play and how are you going to play in that particular market? Sales and marketing are two critical functions. Ideally, I think businesses should see marketing as their strategy, not as a function, because you're trying to serve consumer needs. You're trying to meet consumer needs. You're trying to do that and make a profit and therefore also achieve the objectives for all your other stakeholders. So everyone in the business is actually involved in trying to ensure that you deliver this. So when you look at the traditional 4 Ps of marketing, it actually requires everybody in the business. So place, even though it is managed by sales, is actually driven by marketing because they know where the consumer that they're targeting is. The product is determined by what you're trying to offer, be it a physical product or be it a service that you're trying to offer. Yes, the operations or your supply chain team will be the ones that are driving this on behalf of marketing. Your price is a function of a collaboration between supply chain, your sales, and commercial finance to ensure that whatever value you're delivering, you're able to charge for it, and therefore you can make a premium. And of course, the last P, which is the marketing P or promotion, is driven largely by marketing, but it's also in conjunction with supply chain or your operations, with your sales, and as well as your finance for this to happen. So it's critical that businesses understand that marketing is not just a function, it's actually the business of the entire company. Now, it is good to have to ensure the alignment between sales and marketing and the other functions to ensure that you're able to deliver profitable growth. Where this doesn't happen, you can find functions working at their own objectives. And at the end of the day, you can have a fantastic marketing campaign, you can have a fantastic sales program, but you don't deliver your profits, you don't deliver your revenue numbers you're looking for. At the end of the day, the business suffers. So there have been instances where, oh, this is a beautiful campaign, but guess what? At the end of the year, the business did not deliver the profit that it was expecting to get. So it is important to get this alignment to happen because one, it drives the overall organizational growth and success. It forces everyone to understand that we are focused on the consumer. We're trying to meet a consumer or customer need. There's no differentiation in what each function does, but however, we recognize the role of each function in ensuring that we can do that. Where you have this established, the organization will continually grow and delivers consistent results. The second thing is around increasing and improving the customer experience and therefore driving the revenue that you get. And then the alignment also helps you in reduction in cost, reduction in inefficiencies, and also as a result of better resource allocation. There are times where we focus so much on the activities that we want to do and we allocate budget to them without looking at the overall impact on the business result. So the question I've always asked my sales or marketing teams is, what's the number one problem we're trying to solve? How have we come to that conclusion? And therefore, how do we allocate resources towards that? Rather than have a situation where, oh, this is my marketing budget, you can't touch it. This is my sales budget, you can't touch it. Meanwhile, the business problem.
Hello,
Yes.
Alex.
Can
Just
you hear
hold. Yeah. Just there is some problem in the display in LinkedIn. Okay. So it is from LinkedIn side.
Okay.
Just give me just a minute. Okay. Because LinkedIn has stopped streaming. So Kuldeep is looking at it. So it is just okay. So it's there is a reconnection going on. Just a minute.
Okay. Yeah.
Hold on a minute, Alex, because it got disconnected. Okay. So maybe. So just Alex, because since we are in StreamYard, we are able to see it because it is streamed in LinkedIn. But LinkedIn got disconnected. It is live on YouTube, but in LinkedIn it got disconnected. I luckily see it, otherwise you can notice.
Yeah. Do we continue or do we wait for LinkedIn, or
Just a minute.
will we share to the audience on LinkedIn later?
Yeah.
Because we might be holding back the people who are on YouTube and on the other channels as well.
Okay. Just give me like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Shall we continue? Yeah, I think we shall continue, Alex, because in YouTube the people are waiting.
So I think it's important to get that alignment, because that ensures, like you said, overall growth for the business. There's consistency of the messaging across the organization for what you are focused on, and then of course it creates the opportunity for you to manage and allocate costs. One thing I always try to simplify for people is to say that there are three key battles every business is trying to win. The first battle for the mind of the consumer, because before they decide whether they're going to use a particular service or product, whichever product is in the mind is already won that battle. The second is where they're going to access that service or product. Again, whoever wins that battle has already won another leg. And then, of course, the last is when they experience the product or service. If it delivers against what they have been promised or what they're expecting, then you find out that you win. Now, every organization and every unit of every organization should be single-handedly focused on trying to win across these three battles. The ones that do it sustainably and consistently are the ones that win. So, whilst we divide and break down the organization into the various functions for us to deliver, we've got to recognize that we have to work in harmony for these three battles to be won, or else at the end of the day, the organization suffers and is not able to deliver. So what are the things to focus on to ensure that you can get this alignment to the strategy? The first thing is a consumer or customer-centric approach for the business. So, and this is where is the responsibility of sales and marketing, since they are more external facing and they bring feedback and insight from the marketplace, from the consumers, from the customers. They should be able to provide a direction for the business in terms of what is happening, what do people want, what are the constraints or challenges they're facing, and how can the business then drive and solve that. The second thing is to have an integrated planning approach for the business. So it is not planning just on silos. No, taking the long-term view of the business. What are you trying to achieve, and how does this break down to what the core responsibilities are for each of the functions, ensuring that, okay, the consumer and the customer are the heart of everything that you do. Therefore, all the plans and processes and activities that every function within the business should be tied towards this, and therefore you have a shared plan and you can have cohesion. It is also important to understand key areas and opportunities for alignment between sales and marketing. In a number of organizations, they tend to move in divergent manner. So while the sales guys feel that we're the ones on ground, we're the ones facing all the problems, in a lot of instances, people think the marketing guys have their heads in the clouds, because some of the ideas are things, that sound very, very detached from what the rest of the business is seeing and feeling. So we've got to be able to make sure that we can bring that. And the simple way is to ensure that we drive data-driven decision making. So where you have consumer data, where you have trade data, where you have customer service logistics data, service level data, this is what we use in showing that, okay, this is where we should focus on and what we should drive. And then, of course, the last thing is to make sure that we always drive regular communication and collaboration across the business to ensure that we're sharing the same insights, we have the same goals, and then we're looking at the problems from the same lens, even though we all have different perspectives. It is important that the various perspectives of the business are brought into bear for us to have the right quality of debate, and for us to drive alignment, not agreement. Sometimes what I've seen is people just agree and say, okay, yes, we're going to do this, just because they want to get out of the room. And at the end of the day, nobody follows through on what has been agreed. So what are the things that we've got to avoid? The first one is a silo mindset. So there are instances where, yes, a particular function, and depending on the nature of that business, some functions tend to be stronger than the others. And this is typically where you find sales, marketing, or these are the customer facing businesses. These are the ones who bring everything. Therefore, they tend to operate in a silo. So the focus should be on one agenda. It's the business agenda and not the functional agenda. And so we don't have competition internally rather than us focused outside. I always used to tell my business teams that the enemy is outside the fence of the business. The enemy is not internally. So the time we spend fighting each other doesn't help us. We should rather look at the areas where we have commonality and we can drive that, and then we can address the things that make us different. You've got to check for areas of misaligned goals and incentives. Whilst we're trying to drive one agenda, there are times where, without knowing it, there are certain functional goals that are critical to different functions of the business that might seem inconsistent with what we're trying to do. If we don't fix these areas of alignment for these functions, they're going to go down and struggle to try to meet those objectives because they're going to be measured for those. So we've got to check the areas where there's alignment. We've also got to check the areas where there's misalignment, and how do we deal with that? And that misalignment has to be dealt with at the top. It is not something that we allow the guys at the bottom, because what will just happen is you find a lot of friction, you find a lot of finger pointing at various functions and no solutions given as to how we should avoid this. And then, of course, poor communication, especially incomplete communication, where the entire organization does not understand what we're trying to do. It is critical, after building your strategy, to ensure that that strategy is owned by the leadership of the business, and they go together to the various functions to share with one voice. When that happens over a period of time, the business starts to look at things holistically, and functions are not looking at things from their own perspective, because it's very easy for functions to become victims and say, oh, the rest of the business doesn't care about us, or we're the ones suffering, we're the ones struggling to get this happen, and yet we don't get recognized or rewarded. So for this to happen, I think it's critical to have integrated business planning as a key process. So drive common goals, align critical KPIs, and also share reward systems. It is critical that it is not only the customer or the front facing, as most businesses say, are the ones who get rewarded when the business is doing well. How do we make sure that the people in the back end who are supporting the delivery of these results also get rewarded? Where there's shared reward, shared results, shared accountability, you then find that alignment happens. We've got to create great channels for information sharing and decision making. So your integrated business planning should have critical business meetings where these debates happen and the decisions are final. Of course, culminating in the final executive decision meeting where everything that happens is decided, and then the information flows back across to the various functions. We've got to have shared metrics and incentives, and then you can also leverage the use of technology that supports integration, data sharing, and performance tracking. Of course, these are some of the things that Data Labs Fruity offers, because there are quite a number of products. I've been privileged to try and use one of the products that the company has to offer when I was trying to drive alignment and shared goals across one of the businesses that I run. And then from the leadership, it is critical to establish a clear tone for collaboration. Business leaders have to speak on behalf of the business and not one function. Down the ladder, people will try to say, oh, no, we're different, we're this, we're that. Unless you drive that from the top, it's always going to be something that is difficult, especially when you have small challenges or when you have areas where it seems certain goals are cross purpose between what the function has or wants and what the business is trying to deliver. So there are one or two examples of where this has happened holistically. Nike, in trying to drive their consumer offense strategy, drove collaboration across their businesses, from supply chain, from IT and marketing, looking at the technology that they have to understand what they needed to do, and therefore they were able to drive collaboration, share the data and insights, and then it drove that alignment between marketing, sales, and operations to ensure that they could serve the consumer directly and how they could manage the supply chain coordination. And this resulted in something that was fantastic results for them, and this is something that they've continually driven and are continuing to do. And I think a lot of businesses have copied from that approach, and you can see that happening, where you're not only relying on your sales through the organized channels, but actually you're now reaching out direct to consumer, and you're able to do that and also meet the supply chain challenges and constraints that this can happen in an efficient manner. A poor example is when McDonald's tried to create McPizza, and whilst marketing was focused on creating the campaign and ensuring this happened, and they ran a lot of campaigns, the back office had not figured out how to ensure that they could serve and do this with the time that the customer who was going into McDonald's expected to be served. So the new McPizza created complexity, longer lead times, affected even the other products that they were serving. The end result is that whilst marketing was running a campaign about what they were trying to deliver, the customer was frustrated. And at the end of the day, I think they had to clear this out from quite a number of outlets. I think only one or two remain. And it is only in recent times they are also trying to get back to this particular product again, because I think they must have figured out how to fix this. So just to summarize, I think business strategy is simply choices that any business has to make to deliver their choices, and the choice is the choice of where to play and how to play. Sales and marketing are critical in the development of business strategy. Ideally, marketing is the strategy of the entire business, because everyone is should be focused on winning the battle for the mind of the consumer, the battle for where the consumer accesses the product or the service, and then what happens when the consumer uses the product or service. Does it deliver against what we promised? So the customer, the consumer should be at the heart of every business strategy. However, there are instances where functional strategies start to take a life of their own, because some functions become so big or so powerful, and therefore resulting in misalignment. Integrated business planning and utilizing the tools and processes associated with this helps to drive and foster collaboration across business functions and alignment to strategy. But despite situations, we know people that, okay, if you have the right leadership in any business, you can build the kind of structure and processes where sales and marketing is aligned to delivery of the business. So we need to reward how we align all the functions and businesses and measure performance, and how we establish a culture of excellence across for the entire business. Yes, whilst understanding that maybe sales and marketing might be at the forefront because they own the relationship with the consumer and the customer, it does not make them superior to any other function, right? What we should be trying to drive is a focus on winning the battles that matter for the business, and then we can drive everything that we do from a sales and marketing perspective, linking it back with what operations, supply chain, and finance are doing to ensure that the business is profitable. So these are the few things I had to share in terms of principles. If there are questions, willing to take them, and then I can also share if there are specific questions from my own experience. Thank you.
One minute, Alex. Yeah. Alex,
Yes,
you're able to hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you.
So, yeah. So now you explained very nicely. So can we just think about a mid-sized organization where we have sales and marketing team is limited? Okay. So maybe the management himself spend most of the time in the sales and marketing. Okay. So how does that fit into the strategy? Because how the owner manager can take up the sales and marketing function in a more unbiased way. What is your experience in this?
I think it's to be very clear about what you're trying to achieve. So in a lot of instances where you find a small business and the owner manager, I think in most instances they're trying to sell. They're just trying to get revenue. And therefore, sometimes the focus tends to be how much can we sell? And all they're trying to do is to sell. So they're trading. Now, you can get success by trading, right? You can reach your customers, you can sell what you have. But at certain point, the question is that, are you trying to build something that can be bigger than where you have? Are you trying to build a relationship, something that can allow you to charge a premium? Because in most instances, when you're just trying to drive through sales, margins that you'll probably be able to charge might be limited, except there's a bit of a demand challenge in that particular category. So if you want to get more margin, this is where you have to sell more intangible benefit to people. And this is where the importance of marketing comes in. Now, the key is to balance in terms of the evolution of the business. What are you trying to do? So I always say, look, one of the first things, get your brand proposition right, and then start to look at where are the things I start from. I must get my product right. So if my product is right, fantastic. Now, I must also get the other elements right. I must be careful not to sell my product as cheap. There's a difference between I'm selling my product as valuable and versus I'm selling it as cheap. And so this is where owner managers tend to think that marketing is expensive because they can't see the immediate value. So if you have a phased approach to say at this first level, we will be building the product, and then we will build access through our route to market, and then we'll be building the brands. But in ensuring that you have your brand proposition right, you do not take steps that will damage your brand in the future. So a simple example is saying that I am the lowest cost. I can internally be the low cost producer, but I should not tell the customer outside I'm the cheapest product in the market. Because once that is established, it becomes difficult for you to create a brand out of that where people just associate you with it. You're a cheap brand. So the people who are poor, the people who have price as the only things that they want will defer to you, but then you would have lost out. So, however, if your strategy long-term is I'm going to sell low-cost items, I can still sell low-cost items without saying that I'm cheap. I think that's one of the things that I find a challenge I've found with owner managers, understanding at which point should I start to invest in the marketing so that I can build the equity for my brand. I don't know if that answers.
Absolutely. Now we have few more minutes time, Alex. Would you like to give some briefing how the sales and marketing function align to the strategy in particular region, like especially in Africa? Okay. So how does that companies do differently? The successful companies do differently.
So there are different ways it's been managed, right? There are companies who have sales and marketing as one function, which is a commercial function. So you would have a commercial director, and therefore underneath that director, you have somebody responsible for consumer marketing. You have somebody responsible for sales and trade marketing. You have somebody responsible for insights. When that happens, it's easier for you to drive the alignment. I've also seen instances where you have the two different functions. So sales is a separate function, marketing is a separate function. Sales is typically driven by trying to sell more products and managing the customers. Marketing is driven by trying to manage the consumers. And I've seen good and bad in both. I've been in a business where the business was struggling for growth. Marketing kept on spending money on their marketing activities, but it didn't have the growth of the business. I was a sales director at that time, and I went to meet the MD and I said, look, we're struggling with growth, and why can't we take from the marketing budget to focus on these areas? Because we basically had a problem with stock build up in the pipeline, and how do we create consumption. And some of these marketing activities are not targeted at creating consumptions, they're more driving awareness and consideration. And the marketing director said, look, no, I don't have money for the budget and this. So I ended up spending everything I had on in the trade marketing budget. And I said, look, you know what, spend everything on this particular activity. When we have no money, the business will come back to us. So eventually, I think the business realized that that was the wrong thing to do. And then we had to realign what we did, and therefore we executed that. So depending on the businesses that are premium, focus on the premium consumers will focus a lot more on marketing, will spend a lot more on marketing. There are a number of businesses, however, in Africa that are focused on the bottom end, okay, because you still have a lot of consumers who have limited income. Therefore, they're focused more on the sales side. So it depends on the portfolio that you have. Best practice for me will be a balance of both. So where you have products that you're trying to drive superior margin, I will spend a lot more on the consumer side with them. And where we're trying to focus on just giving people the right product and making sure they have it at the right price, then my spending will be more around, do I get my product right, and do I make it available for them and make it easier for them to access the product versus driving spend on the marketing side. So that's typically what you'll find in Africa.
That's fantastic explanation, Alex. Any more? So you talk about like a competitor analysis. So anything you want to talk about competitor analysis as far as the strategy is concerned?
Yes, I think in developing your strategy, because you have to always look from outside in. You've got to look at customers, you've got to look at the channels, you've got to look at competitors. And when you're looking at competitors, you've got to look at them from the trend. What do they do? What is their typical behavior, right? Where do they have strengths? What are they, and where are the areas of weaknesses that you can take advantage of? So if you analyze and you track, one of the things I'd like to ask my teams to do is to track every single competitor activity that happens, and then also track the impact when you look at retail audit or you look at consumer share data and also your sales data, and try to see if you can see correlations, because then it helps you to determine whether some activities work well or some activities do not work well, and where you do not spend and why you shouldn't spend money to react. I'll give an example, but this was a long time ago when I was in Cairo. We working for one of the big multinationals. We also had a competitor in the laundry fabric care category. We basically had three sizes for the washing machine category: a 5 kg, 3 kg, and 600 gram size. Now, we usually run certain consumer promotions. They ran similar promotions on the 5, 3 kg, and 600 gram, but we only did on the 500 and 300 grams. And the sales team was clamoring, why don't you run promotions on 600 grams? These guys are doing it. It's hurting us. It is hurting us. But after looking back and just trying to correlate the data across the three sizes, what we saw was that anytime they did an activity on the 5 kg and 3 kg, their market share grew, and if they stopped, it dropped. But on the 600 gram, there was no shift. So basically, it showed it was a waste of money. And that was the data I shared with the team to show them that, look, yes, we will react or we will do these activities when these guys act like this. However, when it comes to this, it makes no difference. So we shouldn't bother about doing any activity. And that's where all the noise from the sales team came to a close. So I think critical to understand them, but what I always say is don't get obsessed by them. You know, strategy is a decision of what we're going to do. If you open the strategy of most businesses, they say the same thing. We want to serve the consumers the best. We will have the best supply chain. We will do this. We will have the best people. The key difference is the person who does what they say they're going to do. So whilst it's good to look at competitors, I think you should be more obsessed about the fact that when we come to conclusions and say we're going to do this, do we do the things we promised we're going to do, and do we hold ourselves to account, and do we track them? If we do that, then it helps us. But it is good to preempt, think of what they will be doing, look at what they're doing in other markets, think of if they bring those things. So it is better to be proactive and build it into your plan rather than be reactive, because if you're reacting at the time they've started an activity, given lead times to initiate activities, it might be too late for you to get any action by the time they've started. So those are my thoughts when it comes to competitors.
Perfect answer, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your fantastic explanation. Any key takeaways for the attendees?
I think the key takeaways for me will be that, first of all, be customer focused for the entire business, right? Understand that you're trying to win three main battles: battle for the mind of the consumer, battle where the consumer makes this purchase, battle when the consumer uses the product. Your entire business is focused on winning this battle. So your supply chain, your HR, everybody plays a role in trying to ensure that you win this battle. So start from the outside in. When you have this very clear in your business around the points of alignment, and then make sure that you try to drive that, but also watch out for the areas where there might be conflicts between certain objectives. Simple example, supply chain could say, we want to cut down product cost. But at which point does cutting down the product cost affect the product quality, or what you offer, the value you offer to the consumer? If you're not careful about that, you can save money because it seems like you're saving margin here, but you can end up destroying the sales that you have. The third is there are tools and processes and simple things that can help you do that. Having integrated business planning and ensuring that the top owns the decisions, not just the functional heads, and the top tries to drive that as a group, not just the MD, but the entire leadership of the business will help ensure that you can drive this. At the end of the day, it is the responsibility of the leadership to ensure that the entire organization and the culture of the organization is engaged to deliver the business goals. So it is not marketing or sales goals, it is the business goals, with marketing and sales playing critical roles in driving that. If we take these things to mind, then we will be sure to see continuous success every time we do this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. Fantastic presentation. So we will let you know if any questions remaining. There is any questions in the private chat. There are some questions. Okay. Actually, there was some glitch in the LinkedIn streaming in middle, but we just had to redirect it to our LinkedIn page of our organization. We are able to connect it. Okay. So I think that's a major part of it, Alex. Okay. So thank you for joining. Thank you for joining the session and delivering wonderful lecture. So if there is any questions to you, I'm sure there must be some questions. Our people will collect and write to you. Okay.
Yes.
So then we will take the questions. So
Yes.
thank you. Thank you for joining. Thank you very much, Alex.
All right. Thank you very much.
Shall we continue? Yeah, so, yeah, we will take a couple of few minutes break, team. We'll just 10-minute break. We will connect back after 10-minute break. Good afternoon, good evening, team. Welcome back to Global Strategy Execution Summit. Afternoon session in India. So let us continue with the remaining sessions of the day. So we have around 5 more sessions today to go. I will be the one. The first session will be mine. We'll be talking about enterprise strategy management, a solutions-driven approach. So how a system, a solution can help you to execute your strategies. Okay, so let me share my screen. So let me talk about my presentation first. So let me put in the screen share. Then screen share screen. Okay, window. You're able to see it, right? Okay, so welcome to Enterprise Strategy Management, a solution-driven approach. So I will be talking about few things, how the through strategy will help you to execute your strategies. So before that, I thank you all participants, the speakers, and then the organizers. So in today's session, what we will do is a brief introduction about me. I'm CEO of Data Labs India Solutions Private Limited. So we designed a solution called True Strategy, which is a comprehensive strategy management solution. My experience goes 30 plus years of experience goes in strategy management, supply chain management, business process, business planning and budgeting, and project management, enterprise performance management. So I work with industries, different industries, agri-food companies, mining, automotive, FMCG, manufacturing, logistics, and government. So I have few certifications to support the experience, the Balance Scorecard certification, the PMP, CPIM, Six Sigma Black Belt, and of those the ERP certifications. So what we discussed today is we talk about strategy execution as an overview, and then how the system will help you to drive strategy execution. Then we talk about some kind of organizational performance, which includes ESG, OHI, and SFO. We talk about some strategy reviews and actions, what we do it, and then we talk about the overall strategy transformation. So this slide brief you about what we do in the strategy execution, a systems-driven approach. So in this, so let me put my highlighter. So we talk about strategy, just to all frameworks or methodologies, whatever you do, you have some kind of steps. Okay, so we try to make it linear so that it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, so we classify them into 5 phases, which is plan, translate, perform and report, review and act, and transform. So these are the 5 phases. So in this, what we talk about, we have we do strategy analysis. So the full strategy solution supports all strategy analytical tools, which includes Pestel, SWOT, Porter's 5 forces analysis, and all other things. We also have a business model canvas, Hoshin Kanri, and more. And we keep adding new tools here, how the system supports. We do value gap analysis. So where in this value gap analysis, we talk about what you want to achieve next 3 to 5 years. Okay, so what you want to achieve next 3 to 5 years, and how you close the gap. Okay, through either it could be a strategic objectives, or it could be strategic initiatives or measures. So how you close it. Okay, so while doing this, you will have a strategy indicators. So how these strategy indicators, it could be an external indicators, or it could be any other environmental related indicators, whatever. So how these indicators are progressing, or how indicators are giving results, which is part of your strategy hypothesis. Okay. So we do scenario planning. So once we have the strategy formulation in place, so we have to do some scenario planning. So you identify uncertainties. Okay, so which are the driving forces. So these, once we have the uncertainties and driving forces, you come up with the strategy indicators. So how this strategy is taking place. So you come up with the different scenarios, like 1, 2, 3 scenarios, which are more likely what will happen in case your assumptions are not working or your hypothesis is not working. So at any given time, one scenario will be active. So if this scenario is active, so what is the actions you need to take to execute your strategy? That's how it is. Okay, and Proof strategy is also aligned to the best practices like zone to win, play to win, and other blue ocean strategies. So it's basically Proof strategy is a platform agnostic solution where we talk about you take any methodology, it's a truly a strategy transformation solution. So once we have a strategy plan in place, okay, so you need to translate strategy into actionable terms. So how do you translate? Balanced scorecard is one of the methodology which is we popularly use to translate strategy into execution. And recently, organizations use, especially what to do, so they can also use OKRs as a platform methodology to translate strategy and execute it. Okay, so people needs to be aligned, because you have an organization strategy, and then you talk about these terms to the employees. That is not enough. So you need to convert that into what is the people day-to-day activities and what is their KPIs and their targets. So you need to have this in place. Okay. So alignment of the organization. Okay. Alignment of the organization. So it could be if you are a multi-business unit organization with multiple shared services. So you need to align corporate unit to the business unit, and then business unit to business unit, and business unit to the shared services. All those alignments have to be done. Otherwise, the organization will not work as a systematic way. So you need to have a project management office and risk and compliance, the budgeting. So you finally, what happens is whatever you do, you need budgets. So the budgeting has to be done. Okay, budgeting includes operational budgeting, capex budgeting, and also the statics. So these three together, if you do it to quantify what is your budget needs, then finally you will arrive at financial statements, which are projected financial statements. That is very important. That's all about the outcome of your business planning and budgeting, especially for a yearly cycle. So once we have that, what will happen is you need to execute them. So this is like a perform and report. So you have to perform all your strategic initiatives and your objectives. You need to do day-to-day operations, your operations and your projects. So you need to report them, strategic objectives, the project management performance, the performance reporting of everything in the organization. So while doing it, you can also do a business process performance. This is also one of the important, I forgot to add it here, business process excellence. See, you need to have a strategy. Organization will run through a set of processes. So you need to link this strategy to the business processes. So how this business process is particularly performing will directly have a direct effect on your strategy execution. So if you have meetings, you need to have meetings to review the strategy, especially a monthly, and some organizations do it quarterly, but we don't recommend that. So you need to have a monthly review process where we talk about the strategy, performance of each strategic objectives, measures, initiatives, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here what we'll do is, it's not enough just to know the performance. You need to, what will happen is, the outcome of this is actions. So now you have actions in the strategy meeting. So these actions needs to be executed. Okay, so usually the key problem is you have strategy actions, but you send emails or something and then you forget. Then when it comes to next month the review meeting, at that time only people will see it. Not all, some actions will be delayed or not done properly. So these things can be covered automatically through flow strategy by sending reminders kind of thing, and then reporting status once it is completed. Okay. Then transformation. Transformation happens once you do all these things properly. So in the organizational transformation, so we have some tools here called ESG assessment. So environmental, social, and governance assessment. So based on your industry best practices, you can conduct a questionnaire, and then so you can share with all stakeholders to perform the assessment. Then consolidated assessment will be displayed here, will be calculated and circulated to the leadership to take decisions. And then if there is any gap in that assessment, you can close them through particular initiatives, whatever required. Similarly, we have a strategy-focused organization assessment, which is like recommended by Kaplan, Dr. Kaplan and Norton. So in their fantastic book, Strategy-Focused Organization, they have recommended 5 themes. So based on that, you can do an assessment. Okay. So the third one is Organizational Health Index. This is where you talk about, you do the assessment for your organizational health. This is a custom developed assessment tool for you. You will get as part of the flow strategy. So whatever framework you want to use for organizational health, you can do it. That includes even cultural, organizational culture, or any other support type of OHI assessments you want to do it, customized to your needs, you can do it. And all other things, you can have a balanced scorecard level performance, initiative performance, program and portfolio performance. It's like a consolidated. So you have a consolidated a number. So at the organization level, so what is your overall balance scorecard score? So that this one number will tell you how this particular business unit or corporate unit, how it is performing. That's how it is. So likewise, so there are the 5 phases: the plan, translate, perform, review, and transform. So and this is the core part of flow strategy. And then so if you want to talk about the key features, so these are the key features, especially the dark colors are like operational. There are a few light color options available. These key features are ongoing, so we keep optimizing it. So one of the most important thing is we do have all strategic analysis tools here. So completely available to the scenario planning, the integration of Power BI to get the dashboards where you can get the board presentations automatically in a predefined formats. You have integration with ERPs, especially SAP S/4HANA. So if you have SAP S/4HANA integration, we integrate directly a project performance. We talk about KPI performance, the people performance, and also some kind of budgeting, the budget performance also. So all these things will be automatically loaded into the system. You don't have to re-enter into anything into the system. And we also have like industry KPIs. So industry KPIs and strategic alignment. So these are all like key features. I would like to take you a walk through the system. Okay. So before that, this are 1 or 2 slides. The flow strategy is built basically execution premium, which is balanced scorecard as a foundation. And then you have the modules or verticals. We can strategy analysis, balanced scorecard, OKR, the PMO, people, risk, compliance. We are also adding internal audit as a part of the solution. So budgeting and financial analysis, ESG and OHI assessments. So all these things together will come into the performance reporting, strategy reviews and analysis, organizational performance, alignment, and sustainability. Now, all these things lead to sustainable strategy execution. Okay, so the solution encompasses, it's like a methodology agnostic solution. So we have a balanced scorecard methodology. We can talk about OKR methodology. We talk about Hoshin country. You choose any one of it, the system is compatible. Okay. Now, when you talk about Office of Strategy Management, so the flow strategy supports Office of Strategy Management in all possible ways to do their processes seamlessly. So now here, if you see it, so roles of Office of Strategy Management, it could be an architect, or it could be process owner, or it could be integrator. So all processes of OSM, right from scorecard management to organizational alignment, strategy reviews, strategy planning, facilitating strategy planning process. And of course, the most important is strategy communication. Okay, initiative management, planning and budgeting, workforce alignment, and best practices sharing. Now, this is all things will be part of true strategy execution. Okay, I will just stop here and then share the screen of my system. Okay, so just I'll take you to demo. Okay, so just let me share my screen now again. So I'll just take you through. Give me just let me take my some water. So let me share my screen where I talk about do a quick product demo. So let me do that. Where is that? I think I kept it open. Okay, so let me try now. Okay. So let me share my screen. Screen share. Okay. I'll just show the window. Yeah, I'll just find it. If you are able to see the screen. Okay, so this is True Strategy. Okay, it's a home page. Okay, so here we talk about modules like strategy analysis, balance scorecard, initiatives, reviews, enterprise PMO, people performance, risk, compliances, organizational performance, alignment, the budgeting, performance, dashboards, OKRs, business processes, and finally we added integrations. Okay. Now I'll just take you through one step back. So when you talk about strategy management, it's usually we talk about strategy maps. Okay. So before that, I would like to quickly talk about how this analysis how it is the setup is done. In the strategy analysis, if you do it, okay, so you have organization structure, you designed it. Okay, so you have an organization structure where we define a mission, vision, and values for each organization. So this is the starting point of any strategy analysis, strategy management. So in the analysis, we have plenty of modules available. Let me share it is okay. So there are plenty of modules like SWOT analysis, PESTEL, Porter's 5 courses. Okay, there are plenty, almost all. Okay, whatever framework you want to use it, or analytical analysis tool you want to use it is available. For example, if we are doing a SWOT analysis, okay, so primarily if you want to see, so you can have a SWOT, you can conduct SWOT analysis. Okay, so or you can conduct SWOT analysis through system, and if you want to know more about details also, you can see all the details. So whether it could be related to the competitor or it could be related to a product, you can see it here. And if you want to see the dashboards also, just click the link here, you will see the dashboards. Likewise, all the analytical tools are there, even if you have like a Hoshin Kanri. So if you are following for, if you are doing it, so if you have, if you are using, very rarely people use nowadays, people are using balance scorecard and OKRs. But if you are using it, yes. So this methodology, the solution will help you to do the Hoshin Kanri also. So business model canvas, you can have a nice business model available for you. Okay. So you can define all your business model canvas, whether it could be a customer segment, all your 9 steps, what you want to do through business model canvas can be done. So this is a brief about strategy analysis. The outcome of this is, so we keep adding it here. So in the more analytical tools, whatever you want it. Okay. So in the value gap analysis, you have strategic projections. It could be a quantity and revenues. So you can have your next 3 to 5 years, what you want to go achieve. Okay. Then what is your gap, and then how you close it. So this is where you are connecting strategy planning to the strategy execution. Okay, so this is a top-down and bottom-up process you are linking. So this is very important, because if you don't link them, what happens is strategy planning will be a separate island, strategy formulation is a separate island, and strategy execution is a separate island. It is always a problem. So we, in the Fru strategy by design, has embedded the strategy planning and strategy execution linking through value gap analysis. And we can do the scenario planning. Okay, so you create different scenarios. So in the scenario planning, basically what you do is you do driving forces. You have your driving forces, which includes driving forces and uncertainties. Okay, so you create them all, and then you have indicators, because you need to know the indicators, how these things are going forward. Like, for example, if you are talking about economic, environmental things, so what is happening with the environmental changes? What is happening recently? Okay, we experience a very severe heat wave in India at the moment. Okay, so what is happening? What is this happening? Especially when you talk about food sector, your crops get damaged, and you have a rising prices in food and feed sectors. So likewise, you can have a scenario planning. You can create multiple scenarios. Okay, so you have a scenario story. So in the first session, we are talking about scenario story. That means in every strategy review meetings, you need to know what scenario is active and what is going on with that scenario on month-on-month basis, so that you know always that what kind of uncertainties and driving forces are active in the industry, and then you take appropriate action. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to recover your difficulties. Okay, so likewise, you have a very robust scenario planning methodology, the system you can do that scenario planning. Now let us come to the key, which is the balance scorecard. So you define balance scorecard. So you define balance scorecard, you define perspectives. You can define perspectives. Earlier we were calling that financial, customer, internal, and learning. Now we talk about instead of financial, they talk about outcomes. Instead of customer, they talk about stakeholders. So whatever you choose, you can do it. So likewise, you can define. I'll just go to strategic objectives. So you define strategic objectives by theme. Okay, so you can have all define all the strategic objectives. Then you have measures. This is the reason I'm showing you this. It's very important, by the way. So having a measure dictionary is one of the core area where we talk about everything. For example, okay, so this is a measure dictionary. So any measure, any kind of the Fru strategy supports any all possible ways to calculate your performance. So there are 7 type of KPIs, measures types you can define. All of them are configurable, and then you can also have an integration from where the data comes into fill. If it is easy to manual, is it a portal, or is it an SAP or Oracle, whatever you do it, it's available. The reason why we talk about it is this is like a structure of the basic structure of the solution. Okay. Then you have strategic initiatives. You create initiative masters. Okay. So initiative, in the initiative masters, we talk about define all type of masters related to strategic initiative. It could be the phases, it could be criteria, project types, benefits realization, and lessons learned. So when you define a master for your initiative, it is like some sort of project charter, basically. Okay, so let me tell you one thing. How does it look like? So it's basically you define all your strategic initiative, right from what is the planned budget, what is the actual budget, what are the risks involved in the project. So who is the owner and project manager for this? Okay, start date, planned start date, end date, and also you can have how this is gap is closed for this particular strategic objective or goal. Okay, so on this strategic initiative will have activities, milestones, and milestones. Okay, so this is something which we all do. So one project has an activity which has a start and end, and then milestone is an outcome. Okay, and each milestone can be connected with the deliverables so that we can measure performance. these milestones basically will be linked to your work background structure. Okay, so there is an initiative grid. So this is something very simple. Okay, very simple way to talk about your strategic objectives in the top. Then strategic objectives in the column, and then you have projects. So how these are aligned? If any strategic initiative, if any initiative is not aligned to any particular strategic objective, that means this initiative needs to be questioned. Okay, so maybe you need to, maybe it's a wish list for one of the senior manager who want to do it, but it is not really adding value to the organization by not aligning to the any objectives. Okay, so likewise, so all these things you can do it. So next it comes to strategy reviews. So we talk about strategy reviews, how this KPI data is collected, and it's very fantastic way to collect the data and perform. Okay, so you have, sorry. So this measure data, I'm showing the engine part of it. I know you will be more interested in looking the dashboards kind of thing. You will get it. Okay, so it's a robust way to report measure performance. And this measure will be end user will directly get an email. He can get a link. He can open it and enter the data and save it. You don't have to log in into the system. If you log in, you can have a more information where you talk about. You can write strategy analysis and recommended actions for that particular measure. Okay, so you can have a theme story, objective story. So objective story is basically what? Objective story is basically, so this is where what you do basically, you have to write a story for the particular objective. So this objective will have an owner, and this owner is responsible to make sure that this objective is achieved. Now, on a month-on-month basis, so what is the performance of this objective? He can write analysis. Okay, so he can also write the recommended actions. The senior managers can do that. So all connected information like measures, initiatives, risks can be seen in the same screen. You don't have to, all things will come automatically. So you have a value gap analysis. You can also do supporting document attachments. So likewise, so here, so I will just tell you here, there are some email options. I will talk about it. So in a while, so in the initiative story, when you talk about initiative story, so this is again the project manager will talk about the initiative story reporting on a month-on-month basis. So you have one project manager, once he has a progress update, so he will do that. The complete project performance can be viewed here, like, so he can have a view on the, so for a particular project, he can write why this is particular project is going slow or fast. So what could we do to keep this project into a track? Okay, likewise. So this is initiative details. What are the actual budgets and what is the planned budget and the actual expenditure? This actual expenditure will come from ERP or any other accounting system. It will come automatically here. Okay, through the integrations. So here there are plenty of features available. So the milestones. So these milestones you need to update. What are the milestones you have achieved and activities and milestones completed? So you can have a look at your Gantt chart. Okay, so you can have a week-wise, month-wise, or day-wise to monitor. This is very important tool. Gantt chart is one of the most important tool for any project manager. It shows you what is the overall progress of the things. And if you have activity and then you need to break out into tasks and assign to the people, and you want to manage the entire process through the tool, yes, it is possible. So you can do that. And also the supporting documents can be updated month-on-month basis. So this is the story. Okay. Now I'll talk about the communication. What is the communication means? So any screen you have icon you find like this. From this screen, if you want to just send a message to anyone, so you can click on it, so it will go. Okay, so likewise, so you can see the strategy communication, so you can take it up like this. Okay, so I'll just show you one example how this communication work. Okay, so if this is your objective, so I'm just clicking on the strategy communication. A new tab will open. This new tab will help you to know the strategist view. Okay, so you get strategy communication. See here you see meeting actions. So you can name it. You can give some name. Okay, so this is important. Okay, so once you have this in place, so you can just save it. Okay, so you can just select what kind of, okay, select who is the owner. Okay, and then you just save it. So you can just save it here, and then the system will create automatically some kind of actions here, and this email will go to a particular sorry. So this email will go to a particular. Sorry. So I need to have some mandatory fields here. So because this is very important for end user to know. You just save it. The system will send an email to the user, and also it will record you the list here. So it's a meeting actions. If the moment you select, you will find it here, and then the moment the user update it, it will be updated in the system, and then you can see the updates. Okay, so that's how it is. Now I'll just stop here. I'll take you to one of the performance dashboards where we talk about strategy maps. Okay. The strategy map, let us do one thing. Let us take one previous one strategy map updates. Okay. So how it is done. So if you see the strategy map, okay, this is a strategy map with 4 themes, 4 perspectives: financial, customer, internal, and enablers. And these are all the objectives. These sizes and colors are all, you can manage them. If you click on it, so you see in the left side, you can see the full performance, objective performance, measure, initiative performance, and risks. You can also see the people connected to it, business process connected to it, and also value gap. Now, the beauty of thing is you double click on this if you want to drill down. Okay, you double click on this here, or you can double click on any one of it. So you will see the full progress. So these are all hyperlinks, so you can open. I'll just, for example, I'll just double click on grow revenues. The next tab will open. So where you will see the objective story for a particular month and year updated. Okay, so you don't have to do anything. So you have a drill down. Now in this screen, again, if you want to see a particular initiative or how it is doing, just double click it. So with this kind of approach, you have a drill down capability to know exactly what is happening in the organization. Okay, again here we have a communication thing, so you can use it to communicate by sending the information. Okay, so I hope it is clear now. So this is one of the strategy map what we talk about. Likewise, you have scorecards, so you can define scorecards for any particular period. Okay, so you can generate balance scorecard. So you can see the overall percentage. You can also see the perspective-wise score, weightage, and also each objective-wise. If you want to drill down, if there is any particular drill down capabilities, you can have it. So you can know. Likewise, there are plenty of the progress dashboards what we have. Okay, so if you want to look at any initiative dashboard for a particular thing, so you can have it. Okay, so particular initiative progress can be seen. So what is your target and how your cumulative expenditure is going on. So likewise, you can see the access to all your progress. You choose any of the objectives, you can find out how these things are going forward. Okay, so likewise, there are plenty of progress dashboards available. Okay, so you can see it. So there are plenty of dashboards and reports available. Okay, now I'll just take you one step back. I'll just go to home page. Okay, so what we discussed now is we talk about strategy analysis, balance scorecard, initiative reports and reviews, and corresponding dashboards. So here we talk about something related to the enterprise PMO. Okay, so in the enterprise PMO, we have like portfolios, programs, and then corresponding change management. So completely you can define your portfolios, and then so you can manage the whole portfolios and programs to the system. Okay, so that's exactly the project management office do. So you can also, if there is any change requests within the project to change the budgets kind of thing, you can do that directly, and then this will save you. It will go to an approval authority, and then once they approve this change, like for example, a project budget, planned budget, you have changed. Okay, so you can get that approved. At the same time, so if you are closing a project, you are completing, you are reporting it. That also can be done through project closures. So the moment you close the project, the initiative is closed, the lessons learned and benefits realized will be reported. So then it will be reported as an history. So that will be how this initiative is adding value to the strategy. I mean, it's like a strategy value gap. Is it closing or not? You can know it. So now I'll just talk about the people performance. Now, by the way, here you see all these modules: projects, people performance, risk and compliance, and everything. And all these things are interlinked to each other. Now, when you talk about people performance, now we have like the people performance will be measured in 3 steps. One is individual performance, the second is the team performance, the third is the 360 degree. Now with these 3 in place, it is not necessary that you do 360 degree review for every employee. It's not like that. You don't need it. So it's based on the need of the organization. So you can create a weightages for individuals, teams, and 360, and then you can do a performance of the people performance very quickly. So in the individual performance, so you create some master data like teams, employee masters, and this can be imported from your ERP. And the people objective, so you need to create personal objectives. You need to create personal measures and then link them. Okay, so when you are creating objectives, personal objectives, okay, for example, you need to link to a strategic objective. So this is the top-down and bottom-up approach for people performance. Usually what happens is when you are giving a people performance, if they don't link it to the strategy, what happens is it will be like a standalone performance measures. So then we are not sure whether this is really helping to execute strategy or not. So to avoid that, the Fruit strategy help you to link the strategic objective to the people performance, the people objective. And then it will help you to review in the strategy map as you have seen earlier. Okay. So similarly, you can define measures and everything, and then the team performance, the same, you define teams. So you define team measures, you define the team objectives, okay? And then team performance data, again, same thing, it's a month-on-month basis, you can have whatever periods you have it. So you have it, so you can see how this organization is doing, so you can update the data, and then you can get the team performance. 360 degrees is one of the very popular concept nowadays in people performance. In 360 degree review, you define the structure first. So you define the employee, who is reporting manager, who is his subordinate, and who are their peers. Now in this setup, the HR manager, once in a month, they send a notification. Then email will go to all stakeholders with a link. Now, this link they will use it to give the feedback for a particular person. So you may receive multiple emails if you are giving a feedback for multiple employees. Okay, so you do that. So when you do it, the feedback, you don't have to be a user in the system. It will be like just a hyperlink. It will open in the browser. So you update the status, which is like the questions will be around this, like how is his teamwork, how is his adaptability to change, blah, blah, blah. And these questions are user defined, so you can define. So once you have them, then you conduct, this is very easy to do it in the system. Without system, it's not possible to do it. Okay, so once we do that, so there could be a performance. So you have, for example, you can choose any department or any period. Okay, so you generate. So you see this particular employee has the team performance, the individual performance, and also 360. So you can see the overall weighted average. You see the 63%. Okay, so you can see the full details of this particular person. Okay, likewise, and then in the people performance, it is not enough for you only to see the current performance. You need to also see what is the capability of this person, the potential. So 9-box model will help you to identify, for example, I'm not sure where is the data, but anyway, I'll try. I'll try to generate. Okay, so for example, you have some data. So if you select particular employee, how does that fit into this, like individual performance and what is his potential? So based on that, you can have a strategy for individual employee or whoever. Okay, so likewise, so you can define for each employee where does he fits and how does he perform. Likewise, so based on that, this will help you to know what is your plans for him particularly. Okay. Now, finally, what is in people performance is the competency management. So this is a dream for every HR manager to do a competency-based HR. So Proof Strategy supports the competency-based HR in alignment with the strategy. So you can create competency groups. So you can create competencies. Okay, different competencies you can create. Okay, so you have roles. So you can create different roles in the organization based on your competencies. Of course, here you will be linking your competencies basically to the roles required. Then you create training programs also. So it's a repository of training programs. How you want to connect, use these training programs to fill the gaps of these competencies. Now, this competency chart is very interesting thing. If we are able to see it, okay. So you can see. So what is the actual? What is your target competency and what is the actual for this particular for competency group? Okay, and then for then how can this be closed? Okay, for that particular competencies can be closed. It's based on the roles basically. Okay, so for this particular roles, and then every manager will have his own linking. Okay, so every manager will have his own competency gaps. Okay, so likewise, the current competency and required competency, how to close that gap through either it could be a training program or orientations, and all the things can be monitored through Proof Strategy seamlessly. So you can schedule batches and do the training. That part of the process also can be managed through the system. Okay. Now I'll just take you to the enterprise risk and compliances, these two modules very quickly. So you can define organizational risks. Okay. So this is comprehensive enough for organizations to do enterprise risk management. You define different type of all strategy, operational and tactical risks. So you give them score particularly. Okay, so what is likelihood and consequences of this? So you can define them. So how this list of risks will be managed? Who is the owner of that? And on a month-on-month basis, for example, if you are talking about, okay, on month-on-month basis, how you update your risk? Okay, so the risk owner, you need to update about the action plan of the key risk indicators, KRIs we call it. Okay, so you define key risk indicators as part of the risk definition, and then you update them as a part of it. Okay, so likewise you define, of course, if you have the data properly. So how does that? Here you can see it. I just put this risk. This risk comes under, okay, consequences and likelihood. It's in the red zone. Now we talk about strategy compliances. So we cannot take compliances out of the system. Okay, so we cannot take compliances out of the system. It is required anyways. Okay, so you define all the required competencies, compliances. So compliances activities, you define them. Okay, So you define the compliance activities, and then finally you have a compliance calendar in place. So this compliance calendar will help you to know exactly how this can be managed on a day-to-day. Automatically, the system generates the notifications for individuals. Okay. Now I'll take a pause here. Okay. So I'll just give you a briefing about organizational performance. Now, in the organizational performance, it's one of the most important things. We're talking about the assessment, as I explained to you before. So we have like an ESG assessment. We have an ESG assessment where we define the complete masters, okay, of the evaluation. Okay, so you have complete suite to conduct the ESG assessment. Okay, so you can have an ESG assessment mechanism. The users can run it. Okay, and can give the reporting on a month-on-month basis. Okay, and then all things will be consolidated into ESG dashboard. Okay, so if you run a dashboard, for example, okay, so if you generate, so you will have a dashboard which shows you how this particular ESG assessment is doing, or what is your score, okay, and how you close this gap for the ESG. Okay, so likewise, you have SFO assessment. So you can conduct SFO assessment for a whole thing. So it's based on the balance Kaplan and Norton methodology. So you have 5 assessment criteria. Against each assessment criteria, you can have a questions. So that these questions will be sent to individuals through system, by the way. So through email, and then they can open it and then just update the scores. So when you do the strategy implementation, this SFO score can be conducted once in a quarter. Okay, so you can know how this organization is transforming. Okay, based on that, you can have your assessment scores, how this is completely happening. Okay, for example, if you are running for a particular, okay, so if you generate, so you can get score, you can fill it up, okay, and then the whole score can be consolidated automatically. So likewise, okay, so SFO performance can be done, SFO assessment. I'll show you on dashboard how does it look like in the performance dashboard. So if you go to SFO dashboard and then generate it, so you have a particular dashboard. Okay, so you have a dashboard so you can do the dashboard where you can see all performance of your SFO progress, strategy focused organization progress. You can see it. Likewise, you have the dashboard. So this is very quick briefing. We talk about these 3. So if you have a balance scorecard, so if you want to see particular balance scorecard performance, for example, you want to know how it is done. So you can see this overall score and how this is calculated. You can see the whole calculation behind it. It's basically a consolidation. So you do the measures, weighted average measures to view the objectives, and then objective weighted average consolidated to the perspective. Then you have an overall scorecard from the balance scorecard. Likewise, we can have initiatives, EPMO and portfolios, programs. All these things can be you can have them. For example, let me just show you one. So you can just say all. So you can see the overall score of these programs. Likewise. So that's basically an organizational performance. Now we talk about strategic alignments. This is one of the most important part. Strategy alignment, usually it is take it for granted. Okay, so the corporate unit, and then business units. What are the misalignments? There are different type of alignment categories available, whether it could be identical or contributory or new. So you have an alignment progress. Okay, so you can do corporate unit and SBU unit, corporate and board, SBU to SBU, and finally you can have an alignment progress. So you can do alignment schedule, like so how you want to close the gaps in strategic alignment. So it cannot be closed just like that. So you need to spend time and efforts on that, and it will take some time. So maybe a 6 months to 1 year or maybe more. So you can schedule them and you can close them. Okay. So likewise, so there is a module called budgeting. Now we talk Improve strategy. It's a most comprehensive tool. So this connects all dots which is required in the organization and help you to execute strategy successfully. Okay. So in budgeting, you can create all masters. Okay. So you have your capital expenditures. Okay. So in capital expenditures, you can look at whatever. So you can define all the required capital expenditure concepts. So in this, you can also have your analysis. So capital expenditure, and you can have like NPV, IRR. So all the more tools you want to do is you can use it. So this is like a most comprehensive, like a capital expenditure model. You can define all capex items. And then also you can have a schedules. So what is your payment schedules? Like what is your plan and what is your planned payment schedules and what is your actuals against each capex item? Then you can have a capex dashboards. So likewise, you can have a capex reports and dashboards. Operational expenditure. So you can have operational expenditure. So this is one of the most important part, where one of the most important complication in the budgeting is how to collect the budgets. What are the sheets to be given for the individual departments or cost centers or profit centers? Now all these things are integrated into the system to do it automatically. Okay. For example, here you have something very simple. Okay. So what you do basically, what system does basically is you create sheets. Okay. So these sheets will be automatically you create it different combinations, and then you send them through messages, so they can log in into the system or they can open their email and just put their number. If there is any breakup for the value, so you can have a support schedule. So the calculations also can be done. All these things will be consolidated into operational reporting. So in the operational reporting, for example, if you choose any one of it, so you generate report. So the system will consolidate all the things, all the data collected for against all cost centers or departments, whatever you do, and then it will give you the overall total. Okay, so now here you see it like HR expenses, IT expenses. Okay, so any internal audit expenses, so you can see the total. Okay, likewise. So in this, it's very important to know for each department, you can have a group of accounts to see in the screen. Okay, so here there are set of groups. So if there are different type of groups, you can see, and if you want to see everything, all sort of accounts, so we can see it here in one list. You can see it. So you can export it, Excel, and also do import for this. Okay, so you can do all sort of budgeting process in this. So there is something called StatEx. Okay, so it will consolidate all from your capital and operational expenditure based on the identification of whether it is a capex item or a StatEx item. So you can know. And then you have some kind of financial statements, which will be consolidated financial statements, which is part of the budgeting process. So I think this is a very quick view of budgeting. Okay, and OKR, I don't want to miss maybe a few minutes on OKR. If you are not using a balance scorecard, or if you are using OKR, so this is a complete module standalone for managing your OKRs. Okay, so you define OKRs as an organization code, as a OKR code. So you can define your organizational goals. Then you can create your objectives. These objectives are completely different from your balance scorecard objectives. Okay, so you can define the key results. What is your expected key results? Okay, and then each key results will have its to close the gap for the key results. So you can have initiatives. So same way what we talk about in the balance scorecard. So you have strategic initiatives where you can use them to achieve your strategy, your OKR objectives. Then it will have milestones, and then So in a month-on-month basis, you can have a key activity story drafted. For example, I don't know which data is here, but I'll try. Okay. So likewise, so you can have the data. I don't know. Yeah. So you can have some data available. So key activity story, then your objective story, your initiative story, and then finally you have OKR reports. So complete OKR management will be done through the system. Okay. So I don't want to miss something called business process. So in the business processes, you can define all the business processes in the system. Okay. So you can define business process, KPIs for the business process, and then methodology against. See, business processes will have maturity. So if you have like a 9 to 10 business processes in the organization at the high level, not all processes have the same maturity. So you, based on the maturity, based on the type of requirement to optimize your business process, what you do is you choose appropriate methodology for optimization. It could be a Six Sigma, Lean Six Sigma. It could be a classical ERP optimization. It could be your business process reengineering. So you choose any tool to use it, okay, and then you link them for a particular business process, and then you manage them. So on month basis, you report how this business process maturity is going on and how this business process story is going on, and then you can have reports. I'll just show you one business process matrix where I usually talk about. Okay, so you have something like this. So you have the business processes in y-axis, and then you in x-axis, and then you have all your the strategic objectives. Okay, how this each business process versus strategic objective is mapped. You can have the importance of it. Then finally, you have a business process performance overall score. How this is done. Okay, so likewise, so this is about the business process. I have very few minutes left, so I'll just talk about very quickly about industry KPIs. The system supports the industry KPIs. Industry KPIs. So you can have all the industry KPIs listed here. So you can choose any industry, the type of organization, and then industry KPIs will be available for you. You choose it, so you can select it. So if you particular industry, this is like AI-driven industry KPIs list. So if you want to know more information about this particular initiative, so you can add as much as information. This is, you can get, for example, if you're talking about animal feed industry, in the production, one of the KPIs is raw material cost percentage. So the polarity is low. All this information will be given to you as part of the process. Okay. So likewise, and there are multiple scenarios. There are the Power BI dashboards, very fantastic dashboards. So you can get them for everything. And Power BI desktop version, it's free. So you plug and play. All these will be connected to your dashboards. You can define them very easily. Existing dashboards and new dashboards can be done. Likewise, I think these are the very quick session from myself. And it's all the solution can be hosted. Primarily, we host it in the cloud as a separate instance for individuals. In case any government-related organization, if they want to host it in on-premise, yes, it is possible to do it and give a dedicated installation for them. Okay, it's a customizable solution. You can do some customizations if it is required. And there are plenty of dashboards, reports available. And what I did not cover is we are generating a AI model. It will be here, a new model here. So to do a strategic analysis, a consolidation, and give insights based on your market research and all. So that this tool will be live very soon. I think this is a question. I would like to stop screen sharing. If any questions, I will take it up. Okay, and then let me take up any questions, and if there is any questions available, we'll take it up. So now just to take up the questions, now one question what I get is, why the comprehensive strategy management solution is required? This is one very important question. Now you see it here. If you have multiple systems in place, what happens is, so you have to come again, the IT infrastructure become again another headache. And we sincerely recommend you to take a platform methodology agnostic solution, so that you can take them, you can upgrade very easily and adopt. Changing strategies from your side, you can adopt them very easily. Okay, and then the most important thing is your monthly reporting process should be seamless. Okay, the system should be able to send emails, messages to them very easily. You should be able to collect them and then consolidate it, report it very easily. This is a pain. Okay, now in Excel files and all, this can be done in Excel files also, but the problem is, okay, so there is always people don't agree on accuracy of the data. So the measures, what usually, there will be a debate whether this measure is reported correctly or not. So all these the things, can be avoided through a robust system like Flow Strategy. Okay, so Flow Strategy is by far one of the most comprehensive tool in the market at the moment. Okay, so and we are very proud of it, and we keep adding more facilities, so that based on our learnings from our clients, more facilities, so that the clients can execute their strategies successfully and all. So here one more question is about how can we do the business process linking to the strategy? So this is almost always, in my experience, what happens is this strategy team is little different and the operational excellence team is different. So I had a luxury to work in both. I led the team both for strategy and both for operational excellence. So now it's very easy to link both operational excellence and strategy excellence teams. All you need to do is you need to identify high-level processes, and then you need to identify the strategic objectives, link them. Okay, so once you make the matrix to identify the process maturity, then you identify the gaps, and then this matrix will help you basically to give the priority. So the moment you give the priority, what happens is you focus. If it is a less priority, no problem. You can just do it later. And the ease of doing the measure of success. Okay, how easily you can complete this. So all these things, you can do that as part of the process. I think with this, I'll conclude my presentation. So thank you very much for joining. Thank you, participants. Thank you, organizers. Okay, so this program will continue. Next, we have another 4 sessions today. So please stay tuned. Please and try to ask questions, post questions if there is something. So we'll take it up. And also we have a session tomorrow. Don't forget to stay tuned for tomorrow's program also. So thank you very much. With this, I'll take a break and I'll introduce the new speaker. Good morning, good afternoon, Alejandro.
Hello, Abdul.
Yeah,
Nice
how are
to
you
see
doing
you.
today? Yeah, nice to see
Very
you
good.
too.
We're
So how
having-
is?
We're having an okay day here in the Netherlands. So
Yeah.
yeah, weather
So
tends not to be very nice here most of the time, but today is looking so, I guess.
yeah. So great. Thank you, Ale, to join us today's session. So let me give you a quick introduction. So we had a fantastic sessions today, by the way. Okay, so we talk about various topics, and your topic is very interesting because you talk about small and mid-sized organizations, how you want to close the gap. So that is simply very important. So that the title for Alejandro is driving growth, empowering strategies for small business success. This is fantastic. Okay. Now, Alejandro, maybe you can also introduce yourself after myself. Alejandro is experienced executive with 20+ year experience in strategy consulting, business development, and project management. A unique combination of things. So proven track record of driving profitability in energy, industrial, and consumer goods sectors through a numerical analysis and stakeholder management. So fantastic. So multicultural background with education from top universities in Europe, Latin America, and US. Okay. So skilled in leading regional teams of 100+, collaborating with C-level executives. Oh, I look forward to hear Alejandro. So, so thank you for joining the session today. And you can just start your with a quick introduction from your side. And so let me stay and hear a very interesting topic from you, Alejandro. Over to you.
Thank you, Abdul. I think, well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to give my presentation. I feel that what I can provide your customers or the people who are participating in this session is like you give all these wonderful tools and software and things that really help all these businesses thrive. And but I'm kind of like the counterpart of you guys. I of course I'm one of the first persons who's gonna recommend your software, which is amazing. I've already received your trainings and stuff like so. I think it's wonderful. But I have to do the other part and kind of like take your customers or our customers through their potential journey of how they can grow and they can become successful at the end. So it's part of developing this strategy, and I see how wonderfully we come together and we can use your tools, your software to actually implement them and make sure they reach the success you're looking for. So I'll start with the presentation. I need to see how I put my slides in.
Yeah.
So let me just, I think it's present.
Yeah, you can just click the present button. Okay, so then you can go to the screen share.
So it says your computer.
So you keep the presentation in the presentation mode. Just okay, and then there will be one window, dedicated window for your presentation. So you can choose from here. Yeah.
Wait.
You logged out. Jenny? Yeah.
Something happened. I was trying to.
No problem. This is today actually our program is also is in big trouble because of the technical things. LinkedIn have streaming issues and anyways, yeah. Please go ahead, Alejandro.
I'm trying.
You can just keep your presentation in presentation mode. Then
I have it in PowerPoint, so I'm trying to.
PDF.
So I share screen. I think that's it, right?
Yeah, you share screen.
Okay.
But only thing is, if your PowerPoint is in presentation mode already, then you can select that window. That will be easier. Keep the PowerPoint in presentation mode and then select it.
Okay.
Can you help me?
Is it presenting already?
Not really. So if it is there, it will come up. You click share, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you present, and then you select share button. Then you have your presentation.
Hello. Alejandro?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, this is Deep. So I'll just try to help you out. So once you click on present, so firstly, your PPT is already open, right?
Yeah, it's already open.
Okay, and once you open the PPT, to get it into presentation mode, you have to click on this little glass slideshow. It is in slideshow mode, right, already?
It is. Wait.
Okay, fine. So now you need to click on share screen, and then once you click on share screen again, you will have three options: Chrome tab, window, and entire screen. Do you see them?
It took me that I need to update some security and privacy things. Maybe that's a problem.
That shouldn't be a problem. And moreover, you have shared the PDF file with me. So if I had your presentation, I would have done it. So let me try to upload your PDF file and see how it looks.
Oh, it says I have to restart Chrome. Okay.
Yeah, I think it is. It froze. The browser froze, I guess.
Yeah, I'll restart Chrome again and see if this helps. I'll join again and give me 30 seconds. You're presenting, right?
Yes, I am presenting.
Okay, let me do because so you don't have to continue with the slides. Let me
Yeah,
give me 30
yes,
seconds
yes.
and see if we can fix this.
No problem.
Okay.
Yes, Alejandro, if you can try now.
Yes, I'm trying now.
Yeah, I got it. So I'm just so see. You have chosen. Yeah, got it. Yeah, you can operate it now.
Can you see the screen? Because I have two screens. I don't know which one's showing, the presentation one or the one for me.
So the presentation one, which is in full screen.
Okay.
The one which, yeah.
Okay, great. So we can start now. Thanks.
Yes,
Sorry because of the
yes.
technical issues, but yeah.
No
Okay,
problem.
great. So I'll start. Okay, so this is me, and I think Abdul already gave a small introduction to who I am, and you can read a little bit about me over in the slide there. But instead of reading you what I do, I want to start with why I do this. So we've been doing this for a few years now, and everything started about a decade ago. I was working with a great friend of mine who's presenting sometime later this evening, and he was a chief strategy officer back then of this multinational company, and we got called to make a turnaround for this company. What we saw basically is that they were struggling, of course, and they had already hired one of these, big companies that do consulting. You probably know them. I'm not going to mention them, but you probably know them. And what we found is, like, after they spent thousands of dollars, and they had given them, the CEO had this really nice big book with a very nice paper, very well printed, and there was the strategy there they had sought up for this company. And of course, they were still struggling. After thousands of dollars, spending a fortune, they weren't doing well. And so we thought we could do things differently. And we thought what we could do with to help a company like this one. And we came up by thinking we could do this in a close and personal way, give them a close and personal experience, and something simple, because they had this really nice book I told you, but none of the organizations really knew what to do. I'm not saying their strategies were bad or their recommendations were bad, but they weren't getting executed at all. The company continued struggling for a few years, and they had to hire people like us who were maybe not coming from this big four company, but okay, we started from something small. And we thought we could do something simple, and we could go back to the core and help these companies really thrive in the long run. So that's why we changed and why we started everything that we're doing right now. And so I'll try to take you through this journey we do with our customers. And the thing is that we love to see these companies succeed. So we're not coming up with something really state-of-the-art, something. We're just taking them back to the core, helping them find their way, and at the end be successful. And we're focused, and as we say, in many of these companies, smaller ones. I come from a country called Guatemala. I don't know if everybody has been to it. It's a small country in Central America. And most of the companies in Central America are very small. I don't have the statistics from my country, and so I'm sharing some of the US, but still, it's kind of the same thing. If you see here from the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, you can see that there are 31.7 million small businesses that make up 99.9% of all the businesses in the United States. So if you see most of the companies, even the US, this big country, kind of follow the same thing as we see in my country. So most of these companies are very small, and they're struggling. 90% of all businesses fail in the long run. And so this is our market. These are the companies we want to focus on, because this 0.1 companies are already successful. They're doing great. But we see that probably in nearly a quarter of new businesses that come up every year, they struggle and they don't make it through. And so we want to change this, and that's part of the purpose we found and the things that we love, and we love to see these companies thrive. But there's a problem. I mean, you see year over year that these companies, the statistics don't change. As you see there, the statistics seem to remain the same. If you see the Bureau, the information from the Bureau, every year it's pretty much the same. On the other hand, we have 10% of these companies that at the end, they do succeed. So we want to make this difference. I've told you the big consulting firms have been there for decades. And as I state here, consultants, academics develop numerous new management and strategic frameworks, models, and concepts every year, but things are the same every time. So there's where we thought we can do this difference, and I'm trying to introduce you to this kind of the things we want to make. And if you ask most of the companies or most of the field people that have run businesses that did not succeed, most of them will tell you three things: either they were undercapitalized, or they had the wrong people in the boat, or they even state that they had unfavorable market conditions. But the thing is this really the reason these 90% of the companies are failing time to time? And I want to start with a small story that probably everybody knows, and you've probably seen it in TED Talks and everything. But that's why I want to make a point. To the left, you can see a picture. I don't know if you recognize this guy, but if you don't, I'll help you a little bit. This is Samuel Pierpont Langley, and he was given $50,000 by the War Department to figure out the flying machine. Of course, we're talking this more than a century ago, and everybody was going after the next big thing. Of course, we now have, artificial intelligence. Everybody's going through it. So this was kind of the same, but more than 100 years ago. And they got the money. So money wasn't a problem. They had money from the government. This guy held a seat at Harvard and worked at the Smithsonian and was extremely well connected. He knew all the big minds of the day. He hired the best minds money could find, and the market conditions were fantastic. Of course, I'm telling you, I'm repeating, this was the AI back then. But on the other hand, maybe you do know these two people. And these guys were located a few hundred miles away. Their name was Orville and Wilbur Wright. And they had none of the things that this other guy had. Were they undercapitalized? Well, they didn't get the $50,000 from the government, and they paid for the dream with the proceeds from the bicycle shop. So you had these two little, two guys with this little company who worked the bicycle shop, and they were trying to build this big next thing in the world. Did they have the wrong people? Well, no one in the Wright brothers team had a college education, and neither they did. Were the market conditions bad? Not necessarily. As I told you, this was the next big thing more than 100 years ago. And as I told you a little bit, I like to empower our customers. And if you can see, I'm including the references of each slide, so you guys can look it up. And this is nothing new. This is public information that's in the internet. There are many books that I will cite, or research papers that I'll be citing here in this presentation. So you can Google them up, look it up in Google Scholar and PubMed. And this is information that's there. So this comes from one of my personal favorite authors, and he's one of the greatest tech talkers. And now we know, of course, before we go there, is like, everybody knows the outcome, right? So who failed and who succeeded? And everybody knows the story. I don't have to repeat it. Of course, if everybody knows a little bit of their history, the Wright brothers were the first people to actually have a flying machine across the Atlantic. So what really made the difference? As I told you, one of my favorite authors, Simon Sinek, says the difference was that Orville and Wilbur were driven by a cause, by a purpose, by a belief. They believed that if they could figure out this flying machine, they could change the course of the world. So again, what was the answer? What was the difference between these guys and this other person who had all the money, all the resources, all the right strategies, and nothing seemed to be an obstacle for him. But as I said before, and Simon Sinek says it several times, it's purpose. It's the purpose. So Simon Sinek says always start with a why, and because we know every organization knows what they do. They know what their products are. They know what they're selling. Anyone you ask them, they know, okay, I'm selling you this pencil, this cell phone, I'm selling you this or that. So everybody knows, and it's easy to state what they do. Now we go a little bit further, and if you ask them, do they know how they do it? Yeah, well, some of them might know, because these are the things you do to get your products out there. That could be your value proposition, your strategy, everything. But what very few organizations really know or they can articulate is why they do what they do. So again, I tell you, revenues, profits, salaries, and other monetary measurements are simply results of what we do. The why is about our contribution to impact and serve others. So the why inspires us. And of course, I don't want to seem like I'm repeating Simon Sinek, even though he's one of my favorite authors, I've already told you, but this is pretty much supported by all the research you can do and all the papers you find and all the academics. So I'm citing a few of them that I really like, and of course I'm attaching them to the presentation, which probably if you, I don't know if this is going to be shared or not, you can write me directly and ask for the slides. I can share them with you, and I can provide all the references or other references you might like. But I like, for example, these guys. First of all, Davis, the one in the top, Davis and his team, they made this quite good, amazing study. And they were studying why schools in the United States, they did better than others. And they sought out to do this really complete research to see why some were thriving and others were struggling. And their conclusion is easy. It says mission statements unify organizations behind a core purpose, streamline decision-making, and provide the groundwork for strategic planning. So this was amazing. It's something else that someone else comes, and this was done in 2006. But if you go a little bit further, also you can go to Mullane, for example. This guy made a big study of the impact of mission statements when they are used properly. And I think the key word is here, properly. And his study from 2002 says that mission and vision statements can be used to shape a mutual and collective sense of purpose and serve as agenda through which employees' emphasis is created. So as I found in their study also is that when people had this purpose and sense and they properly implemented the mission and vision, things were working out quite nice, and you got these employees really worked up, and people were not working because of paycheck and counting hours, but they really found how and why they wanted to do this. And of course, I can also cite one of my other personal favorite authors, and this is a staple in business schools, and probably everybody who's listening to this presentation has heard of them or maybe even read their books. And it's called Built to Last. And these guys say that mission and vision statements tend to enhance motivation, shape attitude and behavior, cultivate high levels of commitment, and ultimately positively impact employee performance. So if you have good employees and they are all performing perfectly, probably this is going to lead you to a good success. Okay, but not stopping there. And as I told you, there's plenty of information of this that talk you about mission statements and everything. And people tend to underestimate this. But I can continue. And as, for example, if you read what Forbes and Cena wrote in 2006, where they studied individual hospitals in the US. They made this really good benchmark of why some of these hospitals were doing way better than the others. And what they came up with is they said that in order to establish a common purpose, inspire, and motivate personnel in the business, SMEs, or small and mid-sized enterprises, need to increase the usage of mission and vision statements. Also, we can go to Ireland HIT, where they tried to really define what a good mission statement was. And their conclusion says that an effective mission statement describes the firm's fundamental and unique purpose. Developing effective mission statements can contribute to increase a firm's overall performance. And this study is not new. This is nothing that has revolutionized everything. I mean, this is more than 20 years ago. This was in 1992. And as I told you before, we continue to see the statistics that they don't change, even though we see in this new strategy, we have AI now. But we can see this has been around for a few years now. And the last paper I would like to cite is from Desmond and company, because this was really interesting. And they made this meta-analysis for 20 years of studies. And you can see the reference right in the left. And what they came up with is that they say that research indicates that a clear mission and vision statement can enhance business performance by providing guidance for decision-making, motivating employees, and fostering a shared sense of purpose. So if you see this guy over here, I think this is the typical guy we see as an employee from many of our clients or customers. And if you can read it, it says, I have no idea what our mission statement is. And at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. But this is so typical. I mean, many of our customers, you go to their front offices and you go in where the reception is, and they had this big, huge banner saying what their mission and vision statements are. And they probably have it with these nice pictures and everything. But if you stand there for maybe at 8 a.m. when people are coming in to work, and you ask any of the people who are coming in, and you ask them what the vision and mission statements are, they probably even don't know. And if they don't know them, they probably don't even feel it. And that's not really drive them. So what I tell you, and when I take my customers through this journey, is like, they need to find a purpose. So the first part of this journey, as I tell you, is like, we tell our customers they had to find a purpose for their organization. They had to formulate or articulate a purpose or a mission statement that everybody understands. You don't have these employees running around that they're just working for a paycheck. They need to know what they're working for. They need to remember it, not by heart, but maybe know what they're doing and really get to own it. When this happens, believe me, people sense their work has true meaning, and they're going to do everything to make it happen. Just like the Wright brothers and the people who worked with them, they made this flying machine happen. Whereas the other guy who had all the resources, he didn't make it. But as I tell you, good mission statements, and as I told you from the studies we saw before, many companies go through the strategic process. They do it and they frame it, and then in the interest of their offices, but they're not being owned. So the key here is finding a purpose, really owning it, and really transmitting it. So good mission statements are simple, powerful, and emotive. Kind of like the 3 suggestions I would make is make them short, unambiguous, and meaningful. And as I told you, you can see many of these examples. Reference Peterson from his book, Entrepreneur and Leadership. And he cites some of the examples that are very common. I guess everybody in this presentation has heard about Disney. Their mission statement says to entertain, inform, and inspire people around the globe through the power of unparalleled storytelling. People who know Amazon as well. I mean, Jeff Bezos started this company around the .com era, and so it hasn't been that long ago, but suddenly they're the largest retailer in the world. And their mission statement is short and ambiguous and meaningful. And I repeat it. So it says to be the Earth's most customer-centric company. And many of you also know Nike, and they say to bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world. So this is part of what we do in the first part of the journey, and to driving and, as I told you, empowering the companies to really be successful at the end. Okay, but now we move a little bit further and we continue our journey. We find that 95% of a company's employees are either unaware of or do not understand its strategy. And this from another great authors, probably as told you, many of you might know them. This is a staple in business schools. And it comes from Robert Kaplan and David Norton, which are the ones who created the balanced scorecard. But of course, they found that 95% of the company's employees don't know what the strategy is. So this becomes very, very interesting, how the strategy is so important to actually achieving success. So you have to build a strategy. I'm gonna cover you a little bit through the journey. And according to Edmund Stone and Havergal, which was a paper written in 1992, says that a strategy is the methodology that asks how a mission is to be achieved. So of course we started with a mission, and now we had to see how we do it. So seeing the strategy as a means by which organizations seek to fulfill their mission or purpose. So we'll be talking about purpose again. So how are we going to do it? Of course, our main customers, I told you, are SMEs, and I usually, you can have strategies, marketing strategies, digital marketing strategies, distribution strategies. But for me, and I've put them here in order as how I prioritize them. I would start, of course, with number one, which is sales. I know many people say, yeah, the bottom line is the most important. And of course it is. It is. The bottom line is always very important. But what really drives everything is sales. If you want to be successful and you need to grow and you want to grow these small businesses, you start with selling. And why? Because sales is indispensable to cover expenses. And it's what yields profits that can be used to reinvest in the business later on. The second point I would go and highlight is infrastructure. Without it, business will quickly hit its limits, and of course, they'll miss growth opportunities in the long run. So the second part would be focusing on your strategy, on your infrastructure. And the third in order of priority is the part of knowledge, and make sure that everybody who works for you knows what they do and what to expect in return. And just to support this, everybody knows this formula, and this is the DuPont analysis. So it's also a staple from business schools. And of course, you can see all these, big ratios and nitty-gritty financial indicators you might have. But if you go all the way to the top, if you want to reach profitability, everybody knows that if you get your margin, you multiply it by your productivity, and you multiply it by the leverage, that gives you profitability. So of course, I tell you why to start with sales. If you know how to calculate margin, you divide profits divided by sales, and you calculate your productivity. Productivity is calculated dividing sales divided by assets. So you see how important sales are to drive profitability. And I told you also about infrastructure, which can be translated into assets. They're part of your productivity and your leverage. So if you got these two very important pieces in line, pretty much you're guaranteeing you'll be profitable and you'll be successful at the end. And of course, at the end, you have leverage, and that's how you manage your money. That's also important. But for me, it's very important you understand that topic of seeing how and why sales is so important. So I'm going to run a little bit quicker, but and I don't want to go into detail. But as main sales strategies for diversification, and you have a horizontal and vertical growth, they focus on three things, and I also cited them in order of importance or priority I give my customers. The first one is selling the same products or services to your existing customers or markets. You already have a product you love, you know why you're producing it, and you already have these customers. So you try to penetrate more the market a little bit more. The second priority would be selling the same products to new customers. So you have the same products, you don't have to develop anything new, but once you know why you're doing it and what you're doing, so it's easy just to follow the next step and just get new customers. The third one, and maybe I'll stop there, it's to develop new products for existing customers. So you already have the customers already know you, they already believe in you, and so it's easy to just develop new products for them. I won't get into details, but if everybody goes through business school, you know this comes from the aims of metrics, and this was written in 1957 in Strategies for Diversification in the Harvard Business Review. So this is the 4 main strategies for driving growth. I cited them in order of importance for myself, and I crossed out diversification. And the last one, I would say, going to new markets with new customers, at least for small and medium enterprises, would be the last thing they should do. But as I told you, if we start selling the products to existing customers, might be the first strategy I would suggest to my customers. And of course, we've been talking of why we do things, but also if you want to really convince the people, those customers, to buy you should also understand why they're buying your products. And we have 4 general types of customers. If you identify which is your market, we have the quality seekers that really don't care much about price, but they care about a good product. This could be one of your markets. You have also the service seekers. They really need to feel that you care for them. So for them, maybe the product is not as important as how you take care of them. Of course, then you have the price seekers. For them, of course, as I told you, price is going to be very important. And at the end, you have the satisfaction seekers. And these are motivated by status, security, and the approval of others. So this is pretty much... If you know why you're doing things, you should know why they care. Why are they buying your products? So, okay, this is the second part of the journey I go through, and as I tell you, my recommendation is you have to build a strategy. Especially for SMEs, as I told you before, these are the 3 main parts I would suggest. And first of all would be to sell more. That will help you cover your further investments in the future. Second, build your infrastructure, which is part of your assets, of course, and that will support you for further growth. And of course, the third one is to the part of knowledge and hire and train, and inspire the best people who will do the work ultimately. Okay, so we covered the first 2 parts of the journey. So the third one is stated here by Larry Bossidy and Ram Charan, an excellent book as well. The book is called Execution. It's been around for 20 years already. And they state that 70% of the strategic failures are due to poor execution leadership. It's rarely for a lack of smarts or a lack of vision. So yeah, you already have the purpose, you already have the strategy, but you need to know how to execute it, because as I state here in my presentation, everything else will fall if you fail to execute. Despite its importance, execution is often handled poorly because several things. And this, you can find it in another interesting book by, I cannot really pronounce his name, but it's a book called Making Strategy Work, Leading Effective Execution and Change. And he cites top 5 problems managers face. And the first one is that most managers are trained to plan and they do not execute. Also, top managers believe that implementation is for lower level employees. So yes, it's so common that we see that, that top management gets together and they build these formidable strategies. Maybe they also have their purpose really aligned, but they don't get involved. They think that the people below them are the ones who are supposed to execute, and they forget that they're one of the main drivers to make things be well executed. The third one is planning and execution are highly interdependent. Managers often don't consider execution when they formulate their plans. So they come up with these really complex plans, but they don't know really how they're going to do it. And they really don't consider the resources they have, the infrastructure, the people that will drive the execution. So what we find in many of our customers is that at the end, they have great plans, they have great strategies, they have a great purpose, but they didn't consider how they were going to execute these plans. Another thing is that execution usually takes longer than formulating a strategy. So they formulate a strategy, they go out for retires, and they come up with this beautiful plans, but usually execution takes longer. It's an everyday task that you had to do for many years for it to succeed. And at the end, I would say strategy implementation always involves more people than the strategy formulation. So this is not for top management. This is for everybody. So how to do it? Returning also back to Ram Charan and Mr. Bossidy, it's don't forget that execution is a discipline. It really involves discussing the how and what, and the following up, and the ensuring accountability of your employees to making sure that this really gets done at the end. Also, execution is a leader's job. So I told you, it's not the lower people who implement it. It's the leader's job to setting a strategy from the top. So execution must be led with deep personal involvement. The leaders should be really involved in what's happening. And the end is the execution must be central to the business culture. Execution must be embedded in the reward system and the norms of behaviors that everybody practices at the end. So it's part of having a discipline. It's part of the leader's job, and having a supporting culture all around the company that really supports everything. So really quick suggestions how to do it, and that's pretty much what we try to push our customers with. Is the first things is you have to lead by the example. So employees' behaviors are influenced more by the leader's actions than by words. It's not enough that you state it. You have to lead by the example and get involved. You have to also, number 2, be consistent. Employees need to know what to expect from the leaders to avoid confusion and inefficiency. The third suggestion is to be approachable. You cannot isolate yourself from the rest. Leaders need to be really close to their people who are actually executing. Fourth is to maintain the home front, nurture and support employees' personal lives. I mean, making part of the not only the organization as an employee and expecting a paycheck, but these people have lives, and so if you want to have meaning in your company, you have to help them find their meaning and their meaning within your organization. And at the end, I would say excel during adversity. Usually, adversity can bring teams together more than any failure. So any success, what I mean. So a few steps of handling a problem effectively: just remain calm, stall, dig, analyze, plan, and execute. And of course, very importantly, to communicate your decisions ultimately to your employees. And the third part, I remember I told you, is part of the culture. A part of leadership is very important, but you need to have the supporting culture to actually achieve this. And few of the suggestions I've put here, as I told you, listed all the references here. But some of these are really, really easy to follow. And one of them is to respect the microscope. That every move will be analyzed, and your more success your company achieves, the more intense the scrutiny you will have. The second one is share the spotlight. Don't be the one who only wants to take the spotlight all the time. Your employees are the ones who are actually making things work. The third is also involve others in shaping the business. As your company grows, you involve your most effective and dedicated employees in your discussions. The next one is to promote within. It sends a better message to the organization. So if you hire well, you bring the right people in, of course, it's going to send a very powerful message to your organization. And lastly, last but not least, communicate effectively. You have to communicate with the team, ensure everybody knows about everything that's going on. Plans are not secret, financials are not secret. As people know what's happening in the organization, they'll get more involved. So tell them about your new customers, your sales records, your financials, your reviews, everything. So they really get involved. And of course, this is also referenced from Mr. Kaplan. There's a great book called Be the Elephant, Build a Bigger, Better Business. So you can reference it a lot. It's really useful, and I really suggest it. So that's the third part of the journey, and that's where I pretty much end. So if you follow these 3 good steps, ending with execution, and as I will tell you, if you want execution to be really a important part of the strategy, my suggestions are to make the execution part of everyday life, implement your leadership skills, and as again, I repeat, establish a culture around execution. So pretty much ending up pretty close. So I'll have some questions at the end. But at the end, if you follow these 3 steps, pretty much from my experience from several years now from doing this, which I as I told everybody, I really love and really enjoy, we pretty much see that our customers are successful. And to round things up, to guarantee execution, you can implement software tools that are very, very handful, and you can help you achieve the flawless executions. And here that I personally can recommend FruStrategy, which are our sponsors. They're great tools that would help you with this. Although my job is a bit different when I stated when I started, and is to my job here is to seek that small businesses that want a trusted advisor like me, and who can guide them through their journey, which I already told you I'm pretty much synthesized in 3 easy steps. And as I told you in the title of my presentation, is I really want to empower them. And our job is not here to say, okay, we're the guys who know everything. We share our knowledge. We want to be your trusted advisor. So please learn from what we've learned. We have plenty of experience and academic background, and I'm personally a guy who likes to investigate. So as you can see, I do my research once in a while. And so we really would like to have customers who want us to be part of the journey. And of course, that's where we come up, and we really team well from people like from FruStrategy that provide the perfect tools for you to achieve the success you're looking for. So pretty much from the presentations, just to round them up, I referenced everything, and there's many articles I include in the presentation, which I'm happy to share. But I just invite you to take a look of some of the books that are some of my personal favorite ones. Pretty much, if you've gone through business school or something like that, you pretty much probably read a few of them, but I just like to list them here. First of all, Making Strategy Work by Lawrence. The other one I mentioned a lot was Built to Last by Collins and Porras. Execution by Larry Bossidy and Ram Charan. Be the Elephant by Steve Kaplan. The One Entrepreneur Leadership, which gives you great information how to be a good leader in smaller companies. That's what they want to work with. By Steve, this is Peterson. And the last 2 ones are the 4 disciplines of execution, which are pretty much what we try to implement, so people actually can implement their execution and follow them up. It really works together well with the software we've been seeing before. And the one I started everything with, I should have put it at the first time, which is Start With Why from Simon Sinek. And of course, these are the other references I made throughout the presentation. As I told you, you're welcome to take them. I'm really open to share them. And if you're really interested in these topics I talked about today, You can also write me directly. Putting here my email here, and you can write me directly, or my WhatsApp. I'm based here in the Netherlands. We're opening an office here in the Netherlands, and we just started a business a few weeks back. And as I told you, I come from Guatemala. Also, my phone number from Guatemala is also available, and feel free to contact me. So I'll end the presentation here, and I think we still have like 5 more minutes. If you guys have any questions, please. I don't know exactly how this works, but I think
Yeah.
I'll stop sharing, and maybe if anybody has a question, they can type them up here in the comments or the private chat, I think.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you very much. You're able to give fantastic presentation, and I like the subject of the sales. Okay, I think the performance is not only for finance and other things. The sales is one of the most important things.
Oh, definitely. I know people try to say, "Oh, the bottom line." Of course, the bottom line. But if I've seen many examples where people are like, "Oh, you should cut costs here and everything," but never ever underestimate if you cut costs if it's gonna be in detriment of your sales. So, and of course, we're seeing our customers are small businesses, so we want them to grow. So the first thing is just really know your like I told you, really know your purpose, why you're doing this, and know your customers, and have a clear strategy how you're gonna service your customers. As I told you, know your why, but also know their why they're buying your products. So that's pretty much one of the key ingredients for obtaining success for our customers.
Perfect. So, especially your focus is mid-size and smaller organizations.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So now, if let us say if you want to do a business transformation, or you call it as a strategy transformation, so how do you engage with them? So in a simple steps. So what is your approach? Like I know all these things is like, so you start with assessment kind of thing. How long?
Yeah.
Like, you do offline, you visit them. So what is your approach?
Abdul, pretty much what I presented today is our process and kind of like the journey we do together. As I told you, we're I think I mentioned it in the first slide. We're a boutique consulting company, so we're not big. So we're just our company was born from some ex-Shell executives. We got together and we were really great professionals, and we got to know each other, and we worked together for several years before they divested the operations in Central America. So we know each other from a long time. So, and as I told you, we're a very boutique consulting company. So our reach is not that big in certain ways, and people know us. And well, you know, our CEO, one of our partners as well, and he's very well known in our country. So of course we're trying now to expand to Europe and the Netherlands, where I'm based right now. We just opened an office, but many of us are made through referrals. Our customers come through referrals. Of course, we have some kind of digital strategy to reach our customers, but we mostly work through referrals. And of course, once we refer to, we usually start with an assessment. Part of our assessments are very important, so we know where their company is. We plan out and drive them through this journey, which I told you about. And the third part, which is very important, and that's very important for us, is that part of execution. That's why I mentioned execution. It's very important, but it's the one that takes longer. So we don't expect just to come in, give you this big book and leave it and cost you a fortune, and we just say goodbye. Most of our customers expect us to stay, and they invite us. I've even done a few works myself where the company has asked me to step in and work directly with them. So I'm not a consultant anymore. I've become like interim general manager for some companies, because what they want is, okay, they say you already helped us with or having our purpose in line, having the right strategies, but man, we need help implementing, we need help executing, and that's an everyday work. It's not something you come up and you just hand in the little book here, and you have to guide them, grab them by the hand, and take them through the execution. And because many of them, as Ram Charan said, is 70% of these companies, they might have the perfect strategy, the perfect purpose, but they're failing at the time of execution. So that's where we come in, and we also help them with execution. And of course, I told you, we love doing this, and of course, we like to make money. I mean, we have to pay for business, but I think we're driven more because of our purpose, and that's why I take this very personally, and I try to show you what the process or the journey is if you work with us throughout this company. So at the end, talk a little bit more about it, and I think what really has difference us is, yes, part of why we do this, but also is that part of our value proposition to our customers, that we really help them with the part of this implementation and execution at the long run. After, of course, we did all the the previous parts of the initial assessment and building the strategy. Of course, at the end, the implementation is part of our stronger parts.
Fantastic. So thank you very much, Alejandro. So we wish you good luck, and we keep connected. Okay, so how can we help the mid-size and smaller organizations together? Okay.
Of course, and I hope we continue to work together, and we're happy to continue promoting and suggesting that the great products our sponsors also provide, because of course we would be here because of them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alejandro. So if any question is due, so we will write it up, and then we can get it answered.
Yeah, I haven't seen any questions. I was expecting to see that.
Yeah, because it's running time schedules, and okay.
Yeah.
So the next speaker will join from US.
Okay.
So the time constraint, and also there are offline messages are coming up now because somebody is watching in YouTube and they're posting as a personal note. So we'll just compile and reach it to you to get them answered. Okay.
Awesome. Great.
The event is there tomorrow, the same time, the full day event tomorrow. So if it is possible for you to join, just join us. Maybe you can answer some questions there.
Of course. Thank you, Abdul.
So thank you, Alejandro. Thank you very much for a fantastic presentation and insights about the methodologies, and then the simplified approach, and it's a robust understanding of the overall transformation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdul. Thank you.
Good morning, Rajesh.
Hey, Sheikh, how are you?
A long time.
I know.
So I remember your very insightful words in 2013 or 2014. Okay, I think Salman has met you there in Hyderabad.
Yes, I remember talking to Salman.
So he was so impressed with your wisdom and honesty of advising the young guys and the organizations. He really liked it. Okay, since then we keep talking to you on and off. Thank you for joining the session today, Rajesh. Very good morning to you. I like your title. I'll just brief about you, but change or die in business and life. I really liked it. So the moment you tell me about this is something not necessary for businesses. It is for every individual.
Yes.
Okay. So so let me give you a quick introduction about yourselves. So ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Rajesh Tedla from US, joining early morning, giving time to us. Thank you very much. Rajesh Tedla is a dedicated doctoral scholar at SSBM, integrates his current experiences with ongoing research to to craft robust business frameworks tailored for entrepreneurs, small businesses aiming to not only survive but thrive and scale profitability. With a passion for entrepreneurship, development deeply ingrained in his purpose, Rajesh spent the past 15 years advising, coaching, mentoring countless entrepreneurs. Yeah, I see it. I see them very nicely. So through this journey, he has immersed himself in concepts ranging from business stages of growth to leadership continuum, continuously seeking to enhance his understanding of contemporary business practices worldwide by networking with fellow researchers across different countries. I know, Rajesh, I attended some of the webinars and some work. So very insightful, very practical. Okay, so very practical, very insightful, without nonsense. Okay, so you talk upfront, and then you genuinely help organizations. Okay, so thank you very much. Over to you, Rajesh. So please enjoy talking to audience in India, Middle East, and Africa. Okay, so I wish you good luck. Yeah, please.
Thank you. So I'm bringing my slides here, right?
Yeah. So you can present it. Okay. So there is a present screen. Okay. So you have a PPT presentation. So
yes.
Put it. Yeah. You can put it into a slideshow.
Okay.
So I think if you put it in a slideshow directly, you can open it here. Okay. Slideshow, and then you come here and present. Just change the tab.
Give me 1 second.
This is little tricky. This platform is little tricky.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this. That's the reason why I'm looking at it.
This is a little tricky. Yeah, this is tricky.
But again, technology we need to learn, right?
Yeah.
So I thought I pulled the presentation. Slides.
And then share. You go to share.
Okay, so
then there will be some 3 buttons, so you can choose a window what you want to share.
Okay, here I have this. First of all, it says it can't see me, and now where is my share button? Okay, this is not the share button. It told me to upload, so I uploaded something to my presentation.
That's also one way.
Oh,
Deep, Deep, if you are in the call, if you can join and help us.
There. No, we got it.
But sometimes, it will not come in the slide. Yeah. Yes. Fantastic.
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Yes, Rajesh. Okay. Please continue.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
And then how do I change my slide once it is there? How to ask
next button.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, it's working. Perfect.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're calling from and listening at whatever time you have. My name is Rajesh Stedla. I'm the founder of VRT Management Group. And one of my favorite topics is change or die for professional and permanent growth. And what is interesting about the topic is this was designed and developed for growing entrepreneurs and scaling their business. And more, I get into the topic and work with executives and leaders. It is pretty much applicable to anybody, anywhere in the world. And that is where my passion is. Because my own life has gone through so many changes over the last 35 years as an entrepreneur, as a student, as an employee, as a leader, and how this has fashioned my future, my life, and the contributions I made. It was incredible. And that is what I want to go back and share some of those with whoever is listening to this so that they can go back and really implement this for their growth, success, and happiness. So the first piece of it, if you go back and look at the world today, the business environment especially, we call it the VUCA environment. There is so much of volatility in the market, in the business world, in the countries. Anywhere you see, any part of the world, there is so much of volatility. And with that, there is so much uncertainty about the future. Right now, if you look at the US market right now, a lot of companies are basically standing still. They don't want to hire a lot of people because they're waiting and seeing where the economy goes. Will it be a recession or not? Some indicators say that it is going to be a recession, some is not. And there's so much of uncertainty there and unclear about the future. And the third piece, C, in the VUCA piece of it is the complexity piece of it. There are multiple key decision factors. And that increases the complexity piece of it. And when we talk about strategy, these four things from an ambiguity part of it, there is no right answer because the things are changing, people are moving. And the VUCA environment brings a lot of uncertainty to the whole strategy process. And that is one of the biggest pieces. If you look at it from your personal side or from the business side, you always want to go back and understand from the VUCA point of view. And in addition to this, the technology advances, like ChatGPT right now has changed a lot of people how they look at their businesses. So that is the kind of the foundation where each one of us has to operate as an employee, as a person, as a student, as an entrepreneur, it doesn't matter. So irrespective of all of those things, we always start with a strategy. We always go back and say, these are some of the goals we want to accomplish. And most of the time, when you go back and look at successful companies and stuff, they have something called SMART goals. And whenever you're working with SMART goals, you are very, very comfortable with it because you know what you want to accomplish. But when you have the VUCA environment, you take your SMART goals and you need to go back and make them into FAST goals. And what does that mean? Let's go back and explore a little more on that piece of it. So in a SMART goal, basically it stands for very, very specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. So if you're going back and thinking of a business and you want to grow your business, let us say, you go back and say, hey, by December of 2025, I would like to grow my business to generate approximately $25 million in revenue. If you are an individual and you want to go back and say, by December of 2025, I want to go back and get the next promotion. I want to be a vice president for sales or whatever roles you are and wherever you are. And those are some very, very, very specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals. And one of the things I encourage people is a lot of people talk about in generalities, but this is the starting point. When you have a strategy, the output of the strategy has to be this. And anywhere in the world, you want to be comfortable with that aspect of it. And once you have the SMART goals, but you need to be ready for the VUCA environment. And in the VUCA environment, you need to move from the SMART goals to the FAST goals. And all my experience in the last 17 years, I had a chance to work with over 300 plus small and medium-sized businesses and coach several of the CEOs of the small businesses and entrepreneurs and stuff. This is one of the first things we go back and have a discussion around and get clarity around these things. The first aspect of it is SMART goals. And then as we go, we move them into the FAST goal. So a lot of people have heard what a SMART goal is, but not many people have heard what a FAST goal is. The FAST goal acronym stands for frequently discussed. So once we set up our goal for the next, most of the strategic plan looks for and calls for a 1-year goals and 3-year goals. And that is a good starting point. But now with the environment of VUCA, you want to look at it from a FAST perspective. So what happens is you need to go back and frequently keep discussing about your goals. You're evaluating your performances. You're measuring what is that you set to do, and then making some actions appropriately, depending on all the changes that are happening around your world. So what happens in the frequently discussed? It provides guidance for key decisions. So you're not looking at it only from 12 months, but you're looking at it from a VUCA perspective and see what are the complexities, what are the ambiguity that is coming, and how is that affecting our personal lives or our business lives, entrepreneurship lives, wherever you are and whatever you're looking at it, from which funnel you are looking at it. The second piece of it is it keeps employees focused on what matters most. So you're constantly looking at things and saying what is the most important and prioritized decisions that we need to work with. And then the third piece of it is links performance feedback to concrete goals. So you're constantly evaluating what are the action items you're doing, what are the strategies you're doing, and really provide the feedback for your concrete goals. And then the fourth piece of it is evaluates progress and inputs for course corrections. And this is the key part of it, because in the VUCA environment, things are changing so fast, and we need to go back and have some course corrections. So the frequently discussed part of it is like when you're driving and you have a construction site or something falls or an accident and you need to take a detour, right? Those are like your course corrections. And the second piece of it is we want to frequently discuss, but we always want to make sure people are motivated with it. So the ambitious piece of it is also very, very critical. You always want to have difficult goals, but not impossible goals. And that is one thing. There is a fine line between that. There is an art and a science to it of setting up ambitious goals. And what is the advantage of having that ambitious goals? It boosts the performance of individuals and teams. And it minimizes the risk of people overstating or understating. And the third piece of it is it forces broader search for innovative ways to achieve goals. And this is a key. Whenever you have ambitious goals and you're not sure how to get it, you're motivated to go back and try innovative ways. You're always going to go back and look at it and say, what else can I do to accomplish my goals? And that is what the ambitious goals does for individual and team performances. And the third piece of it, remember, we were talking about the SMART goals, specific piece of it. And here, what we mean by that is you take the goals and you make them into specific concrete metrics and milestones. So in a SMART goal, you set up a goal, but you're not looking at it from a process of accomplishing them. Here in specific, you're going back and looking at it and saying, hey, what are the concrete metrics I need to go back and hit? What are the milestones? And what are some of the activities I need to go back and look at it and work on so that we can go back and be hitting our goals? And this way, when you go back and talk about it, and the previous speaker was talking about accountability and execution in transformation. And this is where the accountability come into picture. So each one of the employees, each one of you know what to expect from you when they are very, very specific. And the second part of it, because of your frequently discussed and ambitious, now being specific, it will really help you to go back and see what is working, what is not working. And how do you go back and make the changes as required? And this way, the course correction and really going back and looking at it and monitoring the performance, you will boost the performance of individuals and teams. And the last piece, which is very critical for everybody in an organization, in a team, is transparency. Always, all of your goals and performances should be made public for all employees to see. If you are in a company, everybody should be seeing that. If you're talking about a team, everybody in the team should be aware of what those goals are and how are we performing against those. And what happens is we're all human beings. We always like to go back and have a little bit of a friendly competition, which always helps us to go back and boost our performance. It helps us to put some peer pressure to perform goals. And the other piece of it is it shows everybody how each one of them at an individual level or a team performance level support each other and how are they doing their activities piece of it. It helps you to go back and really see if there are any activities, any projects are redundant, and if they can streamline some of those things. So to summarize these first two slides, start with your strategy, which gives you an output of a good SMART goals. And then based on the VUCA piece of it, you slowly start using the fast goals piece of it from an execution perspective so that you can go back and make the changes and really execute and meet those goals. And again, when I say this methodology works for teams, for companies, for entrepreneurs, and for individuals as well. So it can be applied whenever, wherever you want it to be used. So one of the biggest things now you want to go back and look at it, right? So you have a VUCA environment. So much of it is changing. Are we changing appropriately? So basically, the change or die was used by Alan Dashman. He wrote a book on the same title in 2006. I was very, very impressed with what he has written and what was part of it. And I have adapted that from 2006. But before we get into that, Charles Darwin, basically from 1859, had this great quote for us. It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. And I'm sure most of you have seen the movie Jurassic Park. And when you go back and see all these dinosaurs and everything else, they were very, very strong. They were very, very big. But if you fast forward to today, you don't see any of those things. Though they were one of the strongest species, they could not survive because they could not keep up with the change. There were so many other animals which were so intelligent, but none of them survived as well. The only constant from all these years was the human being, because we were much more responsive to change. And that really made us resilient, and we really could work and really go back and change and survive and grow. So one message to all of you there who are all leaders, entrepreneurs, you should be, one of the things is willing to adapt and shift. And as a leader, as an individual, every advance you make as a leader will require you to shift. And those changes, the shift, will happen the way you think, the way you act, and the way you lead. And some of you might be thinking, I'm only an individual contributor. How can I lead? No, you are leading yourself first. Every single person will be leading them first before they lead anybody else. So just remember that whenever you feel like uncomfortable with the change, and a lot of people, what they're saying about ChatGPT today and the progress it is going to make is going to put a lot of people in very, very uncomfortable situations. And the people who can go back and really survive and grow are the ones who can go back, adapt to all of these technologies and be responsive to those and change appropriately. So each one of you who are listening to this, make it a point, reflect for 15 minutes and say, what is something that I have changed in the last few weeks? That will really help you to go back and think and start working towards the change piece of it. So one piece of advice I always give to all of my entrepreneurs is, at least on a weekly basis, but at the minimum monthly basis, spend a few minutes and say what has been working, what has not been working, and how you can change things, and what do you need to change and adapt. And that is one of the biggest pieces I go back and work with people to do it. So each one of you, that is one advice I would suggest for each one of you to think about. And this is one of the things. When we talk about change, most of the time we observe people doing certain activities. We observe some of our own activities and we try to make some changes there. And that is what we call change based on what actions we have taken. So what the experience and what I have noticed was, whenever you go back and look at and try to make changes in the actions piece of it, the change can happen, but it is only small increments of change. A simple example, if somebody is coming and coming to work every day late, if you go back and just say, hey, you're coming 5 minutes late, 10 minutes late, 15 minutes late every day, you'll be reprimanded, you'll have a pay cut, or you'll be detained, fired, whatever the punishment are there, you might force them to come early, but you might go back and they would not follow through on that when somebody is not watching. So you can get some incremental changes. For a few days, they might be coming on time. But the biggest part of it is you want to go back and think through change from a mindset point of view. And what is the mindset change? You want to understand their beliefs. You really want to understand what are the assumptions. And the combination of understanding beliefs and assumptions and making change based on that will give you monumental and permanent change. And that is the biggest piece of it. A lot of people look at it from the actions, which is what I call the surface level change. And if you are making some changes and you're not getting the results, what I would recommend all of you to go back and look at it is, hey, how am I operating? What are some of the belief systems I work with? What are some of the assumptions I am making? And if you can make changes at those pieces, that is a mindset piece of it. Once you have your beliefs and assumptions changed, then your behaviors start changing. And based on the behaviors, you will start seeing some new actions that will result in the goals, whichever it is, qualitative or quantity of goals that you want to accomplish. So, from a change perspective, always go back and look at it. What are some of your belief systems? What are the assumptions you are making? If you are in sales, basically, most of the people in sales go back and make assumptions that my product is the best. And it might be the best product. But if you make an assumption and when you're talking to the customer, you're just telling about your products, but you're not paying attention to what is going on in their mind, then it will become very, very difficult for you to sell. If you take the time to really understand what are their belief systems, what are their assumptions, what are their challenges, and what are their perceptions, then the same product and the same knowledge you have will go back and give you a much faster result. So this change mindset is very, very critical for personal and business growth. I myself have pivoted so many times in the last 35 years since I've been in the US. Even me changing from the corporate world, I was a senior VP for GE before I started my own business in 2008. And the first 2 to 3 years was a big struggle because I changed my actions, but I didn't go back and work with my beliefs and assumptions. So a GE is a big Fortune 500 company. I used to work there, and all my assumptions were based on a GE company, a Fortune 500 company. But I started working with a lot of small and medium-sized companies. And when I started working with these people don't have the systems, they don't have the rigor, the tools, the technology, the knowledge that the Fortune 500 company comes. And for me to really understand that piece of it, I had to go deeper and deeper into my belief systems and the assumptions I made about the market and the small businesses. And fortunately for me, I had a couple of very good mentors and coaches to work with me. And by the year 3 came, things changed a lot. And today we are very, very comfortable and we go back and help clients across 25 different countries right now. And that is something which I tell each one of you. Once you start changing your mindset, you become very, very powerful and valuable for yourself and for everybody that you work with. And the third piece of it, and this is where you really want to be, and you need to look at it from 2 different levels. One of the things is most of the people, when you take about 100 people on an average, 3% of the people are the visionaries. Visionaries are those people who can see the future, very, very excited about the future, and they go back and create products and services. All the people who are creating new products and services. All of these people who are founders, who build multi-billion-dollar businesses, these are the visionary pieces of it. But what we want everybody to be focused on is early adapters. The early adapters are the people who are really motivated. They would really like to change. They would really like to work with. But they ask a lot of questions before they do that. The reason is they really want to understand. And they want to understand why this change, how will it affect everybody else? So they're coming from an optimistic mindset. They want to go back and change, but they're asking questions to validate it. And that's how the whole change piece of it starts working. And if you are an employee, you want to be in the early adapter at least. Everybody is not fortunate to be a visionary piece of it, but anybody can go back and develop themselves to be an early adapter. And what do you need for that? Basically, you need to go back and look at it. What are your belief systems and what are your assumptions? And whenever I work with my leaders and business leaders, entrepreneurs and stuff, I focus on the 13% first because they can provide the context for everything else. They are very, very excited about change. They are very, very excited about making a difference. And these people will be the first group trained and adapted and given the resources to go back and make the change happen. So see for yourself, reflect and say, are you the early adapters from a technology point of view, from any other aspect, whatever role you are in, whatever profession you have taken? you want to be the pioneer there. Ask a lot of questions. Make sure that is the right thing for you, for your family, for your business, for your team, but be open for that. And now comes the early majority piece of it. About 34% of the population fall into the early majority piece of it. And these are the people, they're very comfortable with change, but they're not comfortable with risk. So they don't want to be the first one there and take the risk piece of it. So these are all the people. When the new software comes, they don't go back and adapt it eventually. They wait for a few months to see all the debugging is done, everything is stabilized over the 3 months, 6 months time frame, then they go back and get it. These are some good people. The only difference between early adapters and early majority is basically they don't have the risk taking capability. They don't like the risk piece of it. And then comes the late majority people. And these are the people, they're also good people and everything else. They really don't like change and they just want to do what it takes to maintain that. They're not interested in change. But eventually they're looking at the early adapters and the early majorities, and they go back and say, you know what? I think this is okay, and we might miss the bus. So they go back and slowly changing after you see most of your early majority people changing. And in this overall scheme, you will always have about 16% of the people who we call the laggards. So this is the toughest group. They are not only don't want to change, but they're really trying to see if they can go back and work with some of the late majority people to bring them into this group. So you want to be cognizant of it. They might be good employees, they might be good skilled people, but they really don't like change. So you need to acknowledge that piece of it and really pay attention to and see how they fit into the overall strategy of the company. So even if you have a 50 employee company, this is working for you, even if you have a 500,000 employee company. So each one of you, depending on which you are, where your leadership is, you have something applicable here. But the biggest suggestion I have for all of you is think of the early adapters. That is the space you want to be so that you can really take advantage of what is happening in the world, change, adapt, learn, and grow. So the other piece of it, whenever you're going back and changing things, even as a business person or an individual, when we start planning things, when we go back and look at our strategy, right? Basically, it feels like it is like an highway. Oh, we planned very well. Everything is going to be a smooth ride. So that is the far from the truth you will notice when you start executing things. Even the speaker before me, he was talking about execution challenges. He was talking about Ram Charan. So 70% of the people, when it comes to execution, don't fulfill their needs. They don't reach their goals. The reason being is they start planning with a very, very smooth highway, but they get into the messy middle and there it becomes a problem. So the messy middle is there are situations that come up that becomes challenges, obstacles during the change, or something changes because of VUCA and all of our best laid plans are changed. So each one of you, it doesn't matter what it is, a family goal, a personal goal, a career goal, as an entrepreneur, as a business, go back and plan and strategize as much as you can, but be aware of the messy middle. Be aware of the challenges that might be coming. Be aware of those that might derail you or slow you down. But don't give up. Be resilient enough and go back and tackle those things and be ready for those. So what happens is if you don't anticipate things, then you're not very, very comfortable with the problems that come up. But if you go back and say, yes, there is going to be a messy middle, there are going to be challenges, there are going to be situations, and if you are prepared for it, it is much more easier to tackle them and overcome those challenges. And that is one of the biggest things I would go back and say, especially the entrepreneur journey. The first most of the businesses in the entrepreneur, when they start and they're small, they go back and make things happen because they have a lot of energy and enthusiasm and stuff. But depending on their capability, once they get into 5 employees, 10 employees, 20 employees, 30 employees, they get into the messy middle and they don't know how to handle it. And that is something which everybody who's planning to start their entrepreneurship or who's planning to go become a senior leader has to be aware of that piece of it. So the messy middle is a reality. It is going to be there for everybody. So be prepared for it, plan for it, and handle it with resiliency as and when it happens. And the other part of it is whenever you are in a business position, whenever you are a leader, and you go back and keep thinking about it, I want you to pay attention to the what is mental chatter is. Mental chatter is what are we talking to ourselves? It is the inner belief. What is your heart and mind talking to each other? What are you thinking about when nobody is there around you? All of that is mental chatter. And one of the most common thing is when we are very, very successful, we get something done, we are very happy. But when you go back and have a challenge, the messy middle I'm talking about, if you go back and look at it, people start saying, hey, why is this happening? I'm a qualified judgment. A lot of those things happen within your mind. And all of the discussion in your mind is called the mental chatter. So be careful about that because that is something nobody sees that. At least in the US right now, we have so much of a mental issues, challenges, especially of the pandemic. There have been a lot of cases where mental challenges have been highlighted and people are getting a lot of treatment for that. One of the biggest reasons for that, again, I'm not a scientist on that field. I have not done data, but just through observations, watching to people and talking about it, secondary research, we put so much pressure on ourselves. And we're taking all of this in our minds. So the heaviest burdens that we carry are the thoughts in our head. So watch out for what are you thinking about? What are you regularly communicating with yourself? This is especially when nobody is external to you, nobody's sitting with you. When you're sitting by yourself in your office or when you're taking a walk, watch what your mind is thinking about. What are you talking about it? Because that kind of burden on yourself will really derail you from reaching your goals. So the mental chatter piece of it, really being aware of it, and then making sure that you're talking about the right things is very, very huge. So I tell each one of you, irrespective of where you are in your career, you might be a high school student, a college student, or a seasoned veteran with 35 years experience. Each one of us has their own mental chatter. So just be aware of it and make sure the mental chatter is not affecting you. That is one of the best way for you to go back and change, learn, conquer, and grow. And one of the things about transformation, and this is one of the methodologies I go back and look at it, and this is built on the mental chatter piece of it. Whenever you're going through the mental chatter, whenever you're going through a negative spiral kind of a thing, you really want to go back and start focusing on what are you communicating and how are you communicating and what are the words that you communicate piece of it. So if you go back and look at it, when you talk about the right questions, your brain is very, very active and it is going back and helping you to come up and generate new ideas. When you're talking a lot of negative things, the brain activity reduces and basically you don't get a lot of value of it and you're stuck in your negative mental chatter. A simple example, let us say you're going through a tough time. When I go back and say, hey, I made a mistake, the brain doesn't know what to do and what activity to do. So it just be quiet. But if you go back and really look at it, mistakes help me learn. Mistakes help me make progress. Immediately, your brain starts functioning in a full, powerful way. It starts activating all of the neutrons in your brain and it goes back and says, hey, how can I help? How can I go back and see what can we do with this? So that becomes a very, very important piece of it for all of you to think through. So the words you use has to, you are in a negative mental pattern. So watch out for your mental chatter and start using more proactive words. If you go back and look at it, hey, this is too hard. I mean, there is no answer for it. There is nothing to look for it, right? But if the same thing you go back and say, hey, this might take quite some time before I learn and master it, then your brain will say, okay, there is time. Let us go back and see what we can do differently. So whenever you're going through a transformation, whenever you're going through a negative situation, whenever you're going through a challenge piece of it, start looking at it from the words that go into your mind. What is the mental chatter? And what is the mindset you have? And then if you look at the curve which is going through, basically you go back and say, you know what? I give up. That is, some of the people give up. Almost 80% of the businesses fail within the first 5 years. That's a significant amount of it, because these are the first three steps that happen through when we are going back and starting a business. We get into the messy middle, then basically we start worrying about it, and we have a lot of negative mental chatter. And then we go back and say, we're thinking the negative thoughts. And by the third stage comes, you go back and say, I'm going to give up. But at the same time, when you say, I give up, instead of that, you go back and say, hey, let me try something different. Let me try a different strategy. Let me go back and talk to somebody else who has been there, done that. And these kind of a mindset and these kind of mental chatter will start helping you to go back and have some activity there. And by the time you come here, you have reached what we call the pit. This is almost like a valley where you're traveling. You go down. And once you are in the valley of this loop of transformation, you go back and say, you know what? I need to do something. I need to use a different strategy. And then it'll give you a little more energy to start thinking differently. And then you might see one or two rays of hope, some little bit of a positive indication for you. That is when you go back and say, wow, it looks like this new idea is working. And this little bit of a positive thought comes into your mind. And that will start going back and giving you the energy you need. And then you want to watch out and say, oh, is this good enough? If it is good enough, then you have plateaued again. But if you go back and say, is this really my best work? As soon as you go back and say, is this the best work? You start looking at it for further improvement. And once you start looking for further improvement, you might have best practices, you might have ideas from somebody else, and they start working on this. So each one of you out there who's listening to this, and you are an entrepreneur, you are a student, you are a business leader and stuff, think of it from that. And the biggest question is, what is your mental chatter? And two, once you understand your mental chatter, how can you go back and get some more proactive thoughts? How are you giving and asking yourself some great questions in your mental chatter so that it makes you progress, makes you take different actions, make you learn something different and go back and accomplish that, overcome the challenge. It's very, very critical for all of us to go back and think that perspective. So the other piece of it in the mindset, this is something which I want everybody to go back and pay attention to, is whenever you're in a negative spiral, whenever you want to change, you don't want to ask a question, why is this happening to me? Because there's no answer for that. Why is this happening to me? But if you take the same question and put it as into your mental chatter and say, hey, what is this trying to teach me? It is a simple change. Why is this happening to me? To what is this trying to teach me? Immediately you got so much proactivity there. What is this trying to teach me is very proactive. You'll go back and dig deeper into your root cause analysis to understand what is that it is teaching me. It might go back and say, you know what? This is not my strength. This is my weakness. Or I need to bring this kind of, there is a gap in my strategy. There is a gap in a skill set in my team. And then you start going back and looking, how do you fill those gaps? And this one statement, anybody, when you are in trouble, if you didn't get anything out of this presentation, just your mindset change from why is this happening to me to what is this trying to teach me is a game changer. It can transform your lives. It can transform your teams. And eventually it can transform your company. So very, very simple, but very, very powerful statement. And all of this is part of your change mindset piece of it. So remember one thing, your mind is a magnet. So what you think is what you get. I very, very strongly believe in that piece of it. I've been preaching it for the last 30 years with whomever I talk about. And this is a summary of that piece of it. If you think of blessings, you attract blessings. If you think of problems, you attract problems. So always make sure you look at your mental chatter. Always cultivate good thoughts and always remain positive and optimistic. Yes, when we have a tough time, when we are in the messy middle, it becomes very difficult to go back and keep positive and optimistic. But that is where you person to work with you. You bring in the right person to work with it. And you really want to go back and work from that point of view. So always think of it from that perspective and work from that. So your mind is a magnet and your mental chatter can determine your success or failure. So keep that in mind and plan according to that piece of it. So these are some of the 5 foundational things I talk about all the leaders and entrepreneurs. The first piece of it is continuously learn, unlearn, and relearn. Again, this is all part of your change and this is all part of your mindset. Continuously learn, unlearn, and relearn. And for me, that was the biggest piece of it. It was a result from 2008 to 2011. Moving away from a corporate 500, Fortune 500 company like General Electric and starting a small company, I had to unlearn what I was doing at GE. I looked at the best practices, but I had to change those. And I changed those to go back and then unlearn all of those things and then relearn how to handle the small businesses piece of it. And those 3 years were very, very toughing. That was the messy middle in my own business life. If you go back and fast forward that today, I am very, very comfortable. And all my clients, we have a great relationships. So I have clients who have been with me for the last 16 years. I have clients who have been there for the last 10 years. I have clients who have been with me for 12 years. So most of my clients are staying with me for years together because of continuously unlearning and relearning. I do that and I provide more value. They do the same and they help grow their businesses as well. And the second piece of it is value yesterday, but live in today. And it's a very, very thing. We have accomplished a lot of things, but a lot of people go back and look at the past accomplished and say they're very comfortable with it. Yeah, it might help you to feel good, but the biggest part of it is you have new goals today. So you need to go back and focus on that and you live for today. So if you look at any sports, let us take soccer or cricket or anything else. If it is a soccer, yesterday you had a hat trick, you hit 3 goals and you won the game. That is value. We learned, we can go back and see why we won the match. We can do all the analysis. But again, we need to go there today and deliver the same thing. If we have a match today, we need to go back and really go and score those again. And that is what it is. So definitely focus on today and live for today. And rely on speed, but thrive on timing. And this is one of the biggest things. And especially when if you are an entrepreneur, you can relate to it is sometimes you're coming with products that are way, way early before the market is ready. Though you have the most brilliant product, you might have the brilliant service, but if the market is not ready for it, you tend to fail. So you want to make things happen fast, but ensure that whatever you're going, whatever you're doing, you need to go back and look at the timing of it. You need to thrive on your timing piece of it. So rely on speed, work on that piece of it, but thrive on timing. And this is very, very applicable from a sales perspective. A simple sales example is basically you want to sell your product there. It is very, very good. But if the client is not ready to make that decision, it doesn't matter how good your product is, how good your service is, what kind of a pricing would you give as well. Those are some of the things you need to go back and look at it. So the timing piece of it is very critical. One example I share with all my sales process with a lot of people is I gave a proposal to a potential client in 2010 and they didn't say accept it. And I've been in touch with them on and off and stuff. And guess what? 2019, the timing was right. I could go back and deliver an updated version of the same program 9 years later. So I didn't push for the speed piece of it. I didn't push for those people, but I kept in touch and I kept working with them. And 9 years later, they became my clients and they're one of my best clients. So the timing was very important. They were not ready for 9 years. Whatever I did, it didn't work. So each one of you think of it from that perspective. Always be comfortable with it. Think of it from that point of view and see if the timing is right for whatever you're doing. And the fourth piece is move forward courageously during uncertainty. And that is what the whole VUCA environment is. In the VUCA environment, there is a lot of ambiguity. There is a lot of uncertainty piece of it. So you need to be moving courageously. At least take one step. When I go back and talk about moving forward courageously during uncertainty, think of you driving your car in the night. Let us say you're driving 50 miles to reach your destination. But in the night, your car headlight is only going to show you the 50 feet or 100 feet in front of you. But still, you're moving courageously there. Do the same thing. You'd be remembering your goals, remembering what you want to accomplish. Your fast goals are smart goals. And you don't know how to get there, but at least take one step at a time. Just move in the right direction. And that would really help you to reach your goals faster. And number 5, this is one of the biggest pieces of it, is realize today's best will not meet tomorrow's challenges. In my GE life, that was very, very critical. And anything I do even today, that is very, very relevant. In GE, everybody said, hey, how much did you grow? Because the standard has increased. So your top performer in 2022 can be an average performer in 23. The reason being is they might have not learned, they might not have grown. And the new challenges are there they could not handle. And that is where the change piece comes of it. And you really unlearning and relearning also comes into that. So don't realize best will not meet tomorrow's challenge. So always go back and say your best today was great, but always ask and say, how can I change? How can I improve this? What can I do differently? And that is going to be the world, what we are seeing today. I will put a bet today, looking at everything I know about ChatGPT and the associate things, the world market is going to be very, very different in 3 years compared to today. How I operate is very different today compared to 6 months ago. I have adapted so much of AI into what I do that it just gives me so much huge productivity savings. So each one of you, these are 5 foundational leadership and entrepreneurial skills I want you to start thinking about. It will really help you to reach your goals, become a very, very effective person as a leader, as a team member, as a company, wherever you're working and whatever you're doing. And one of the things to the expertise piece of it is most of the time we are very, very good at some and we are not aware of what skills we have. So unconscious incompetency is the stage where we go back. So we know what we know and we don't know what we don't know. And from there, you move on to the conscious incompetency. As soon as you get an heightened awareness of what skills you like, what you need, and everything else, you're conscious about it, but still you're not an expert in it. You don't have the competency yet. Now you put the training, the thing behind you, at least to get to the conscious competency. And if it is really aligned with who you are and your skills and stuff, then you can keep on practicing and then you'll get to unconscious competency. And then if you are a natural at it, you become an expert. The reason this is very important is you need to understand your strengths, weaknesses, and limitations. There are certain things everybody cannot do everything else. And that is what this is. So if it is very important for your business, you spend enough time to get to the conscious competency level and then get some experts to work with you. If it is completely aligned with you, then you can go back and become an expert. So if you look at myself, transformation, innovation, change, executive coaching, people development, these are all some things which are very, very passionate to me. I become an expert and I can go back and help so many people. But when it comes to operations, when it comes to talking about basically finance and accounting and tax and everything else, I'm very, very poor at that. So I'm at the conscious competency stage. I know enough to ask the right questions, to understand things, and then make a difference. So those are some of the things. Once you start changing, you can go back and really do that. If you don't have a proactive way of looking at it, then you go back and say, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. So you blame things on fate and things that are which you are not controlling. You cannot control fate, but you can really understand and come up with what are the competencies you need, what level you are, and work from that point of it. So very critical for anybody who wants to go back and change and transform their lives. And the other part of it is there is a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. And one of the biggest things you want to go back and look at it from a growth mindset is always focus on learning. Definitely you want to think of keep on learning so that you can go back and make a difference. The second part of it is seek challenges. Be proactive about it. Love challenges. Just like I was saying, the early adapters, you want to think of it from there. Seek ongoing improvements. Grow from your failures. Learn from your failures. That is one of the biggest things, because we have more failures than successes. So we want to learn from that piece of it. And then sometimes you may not see the result. That's okay. But accept the work, accept the effort as the key to success. And the last piece, which a lot of people don't do, is learn from other successes. That's what I tell my children, all the people I work is, hey, learn my mistakes, but make different mistakes. You don't want to make the same mistake what we have done, what the experts have done. Learn from them, overcome them, understand them, and make a new mistake. And that is what a growth mindset. A fixed mindset is very, very limited in its scope and approach, and it'll be very difficult for somebody to thrive with a fixed mindset. But when it is a growth mindset, there is a huge opportunity for anybody and everybody. And this is from basically Atomic Habits by James Clear. It's a beautiful book. What it really says is just make 0.01% improvement every single day. Everybody thinks of going back and having a sixer in a cricket match or getting a hat trick in a cricket match or things like that. Don't worry about the big pieces of it. Even if you can take small habits, take small improvements every single day. And what James Clear tells in his book is 0.01% every single day for a year can make you 37 times better than what you are in a year. That is huge. Nothing else can be done. 1% better every day can increase your life and make you better by 37x. And the same thing, if whatever skill set you are, if you neglect it, you're not improving it, and you lose the value 0.01 in 12 months, basically you come to zero. So all the value you had is lost. So think of it from perspective and go back and say, hey, how am I learning every single day? What am I doing? What am I changing every single day so that I can be effective for myself and everything that I'm involved with? So this is where I will stop. This is the last piece of it. Is a bird sitting on a tree not afraid of the branch breaking, because a trust is not on the branch but on its own leg. So anybody who's very, very good at it, who has developed a foundation, who's very comfortable with change, who's very, very comfortable with adaptation, who is willing to learn, unlearn, and relearn, they are building the trust in themselves, in their foundation, and their skill set, that they're comfortable doing anything and everything else. So remember, change or die. That is what happens from there. Learn, unlearn, and relearn. Just have that mantra and you will have an outstanding life.
Fantastic, fantastic.
So any questions, comments coming? I was just making sure
Yeah,
time.
yeah. I think it's very, very interesting session, Rajesh. I think your session is so simple and straightforward and self-explanatory that all the questions got answered there itself. It's fantastic. You covered, literally you covered the things in a so lucid and a very clear way, and it shows your knowledge and experience in this domain to help the organizations.
Sure.
Okay, that is fantastic. There are a couple of questions are there.
Sure.
The questions include, okay, so you said majority of organizations give up in the first 3 to 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, that is a usual case everywhere across the globe. Maybe in India it's maybe little more, maybe little early. They give up in 2 years, something like that.
Okay.
So what is your advice? What is your advice for such organizations? So that I just repeat it so that people get benefit of it.
So one of the biggest pieces of it is when people become entrepreneurs, they have a passion and there is certain aspect of the business they're very, very good at it. And that's the reason why. Let us say somebody is a very, very good programmer, somebody is very good in technology, and they want to start a technology company. So they're good in technology, but if you really look at it, they might not know how to raise capital. They might not know how to go back and hire people. They might not know how to go back and do certain things from an operational perspective. And that
Correct.
realization, initially, when they start a company, they need to be thinking and saying, hey, they remember the slide I was talking to you about unconscious incompetency to conscious competency. They need to see what are my strengths and what are the weaknesses that I can go back and get somebody to help me with.
Correct.
The second
I
piece
think.
of it, go ahead.
Yeah. Please carry on.
So even the second piece of it is they will go back and say, you know what, I want to save some money, so I'm going to do everything myself. That is the other mindset of startups. It is a very good idea. But if you're going to have the potential of making it big, you don't want to worry about smaller expenditure, smaller things. So it should be a cost benefit analysis for everybody else. So, like the CEOs I work with, I tell them if your hourly rate, anything that you do is less than $1,000, you don't touch it. Delegate that to somebody, because you can find somebody to do it for cheaper than that. Because your time is more valuable. It is worth at least $1,000, $2,000 per hour. Because now it puts a metaphor for them and say, oh yeah, I can get somebody to do it for $50 or $100. Why am I wasting the time? And the second piece is you can want to go back and bring somebody external who has been there and done that as a coach. Because when you are an entrepreneur, the place is very lonely. You can't tell all of your challenges to your employees. Let us say I have money for only two more weeks. I can't tell my employees. They'll be scared and they might leave. But if you have a coach or a mentor, they will help you brainstorm with you and give you some ideas.
Correct.
And those are some of the things everybody. I'll give you one example that is currently happening. I have a client of mine. Basically, he wanted to start a business. He started the business on January 4th. He's into civil construction. But he hired me as a coach as of last July. Because in June, he decided that he wanted to start a business. He hired me in July. And between July and December, we went through all of those things, his strategic plan, all the challenges, all the upsides, cash requirements, every single aspect of it. He started his business on January 4th. His goal was $3 million in target for 2024. He is already at 5.2 million, and it is only not even 6 months.
Fantastic.
So that piece of it, if people can take the time, rely on the right people, just plan for that, that will minimize a lot of these failures.
This is excellent advice. This is an excellent advice, Rajesh. In India, that's one of the major problem. Okay, so the people, they need help. There is no question about it. They know that they need help, but they see the advisory as an expense, not as an investment for them. Okay, so they're almost all manufacturing units. They spend a lot of money on the equipment purchase or whatever, which is physical. They don't mind buying it. But when it comes to an advisory, so they worry about each dollar or each rupee. So it is a mindset problem actually. Okay. So how does that you address this for them? Any advice for them?
So one of the biggest things I go back and look at it is a mindset issue. What you need to go back and work with them and make them realize is one thing: when you're making an investment, it is black and white. So you go back and say, hey, this is what my return is going to be. I buy this machine for 1 lakh rupees, and in 3 months or 6 months or 9 months, whatever the time frame, I make so many products and I get my money back. What we need to go back as advisory people to talk to them is, remember, the critical equation for this ROI is the person working on that. And then you go back and look at it, because decision making on black and white, equipment, any capital, capex expenditure is very easy.
Very easy.
But when you go back and talk about the people, it is not very easy, because it is more of gray area. How do you deal with people? How do you work with people? How do you take advice? How do you give advice?
Correct.
And the second part of it is, one is ego and one is fear of being caught without lack of knowledge. And what I mean to that is some people don't have the knowledge and they say, I don't want to expose this to other people.
Exactly.
And I see that much more prevalent in the Asian countries and Southeast Asia rather than the US.
Correct.
Because what they want to do is, I am in the top position, I need to have all the answers. That is the mindset these people are coming, all the founders who are starting the company. In the US, they go back and look at it and say, hey, I'm comfortable with this, but I don't know this. Let me get somebody to help me with this. And that mindset. So what we need to go back and really understand with these people, whoever we are working with, is help them to realize that. And that happens when they trust you.
Correct.
So once the trust is built, then they open up and then say, okay, you know what? Basically, this is the problem. I really don't know how to handle this.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So that is something, it is a little bit of a mindset change and a little bit of an education point of view.
Fantastic. I think, Rajesh, believe me, in India, so almost all mid-sized, smaller organizations, they need help. Okay.
Oh yes.
Yes. I can say from as a thumb rule that not even 5% of the company is taking help. Not even 5%.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with you 100%.
Even they are reluctant to spend on IT applications kind of thing. So
yes.
The consulting is something far away for them. Okay. So it's a tremendous opportunity to optimize businesses. Okay. And I think I think what we are trying to do is we are trying to bridge that gap. Okay. Through this conference and bringing the experts to the speak. Okay. And we share this. If they're attending live, that's fine. Otherwise, we share them and then we give them. Guys, you listen to this. Okay. You might not have time to attend, but you can listen because the video recording is there. You can listen it, and then if you need any help, okay. So that's how we are trying to bridge that gap. Okay, because otherwise, with this inefficiency, it's not only about advisory; it's about everything else. So they will be a laggard, and it's not going to help them. It's not going to help the country, and it's not going to help anybody. Okay.
Yes.
So that's fantastic. So great advice, Rajesh. Thank you for joining so early from United States. Thank you very much, and we wish you good luck. And we'll have more such sessions going forward. And definitely would like to connect some industries here. Okay.
Anytime, basically, I love working with entrepreneurs wherever they are and whoever they are. So definitely, anytime I can help and share my knowledge, help them, anybody, I'm more than ready to do it.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rajesh. Thank you for joining. Okay. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Good morning, Renan. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. I can hear you, Renan. Good morning to you.
All the best, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good.
I can see you're touching a lot of people, so congratulations on that.
Yeah, we are trying to bridge because it's a enormous potential to help organizations.
Yes.
It's not one company, two company, three company. It's thousands, it's tens of thousands of companies. Okay, so they need help.
The opportunity to serve is very big.
Yeah, the opportunity is very big, and even actually the experts, real experts, I mean, like who have experience, are very limited. Okay, it's very difficult for anybody to convince the mid-sized, smaller organizations.
Yes, it is.
Whose help they need it. So all what we can do is we can just create a platform, and you look at it instead of we recommend you choose. Okay, that way what happens is it will be their choice what to do.
Yes.
Okay, so what you and me, what we can do is we can just cater them, and then it's up to them. Okay, it's a big market, big opportunity to help.
After we finish this, we'll talk next week. I will be doing some investments right now in automizing part of my assessment. So I was talking to both Alejandro and Laura After that automatization happens, which will happen in the next 90 days, I'm sure that we will be able to use that as a door opener for a lot of the opportunities that we can do with you guys, at least on the planning cycle. So I hope you guys really enjoy what I'm about to present. We can do this in 30 minutes or in 8 hours. So there's so much here. So hope you like it, sir.
Yeah, fantastic. So we have anyway 1 hour session. So you take your time. So anyway, let me introduce to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in inviting Renan Gonzalez. He's our close associated friend, mentor, expert, and you can call whatever. So Renan stands as a seasoned international management consultant, astute managing director, distinguished by an illustrious track record of leaving indelible positive impacts and legacies in organizations, fortunate to benefit from his expertise. Proficient in diverse array of disciplines, including strategy development, implementation, corporate governance, negotiation, business and financial planning, operations management, and entrepreneurial mentorship. Renan brings a wealth of multifaceted skills to every project and role he undertakes. And Renan is a seasoned sales guy. Okay, so he really tell you how to do a sales and how to sell everything, whatever you have, either it is a product, service, or as an individual, as an organization, or as a team. A fantastic expert in the overall, and he's associated with top companies in South America and the rest of the world. By the way, where are you now? Because you keep traveling across the globe, Renan.
Yes, sir. Good day, good evening, and good morning to all the audience. Currently, I'm sitting in Mexico City, sir.
Perfect. So welcome, Renan. You can just take your time. We have 1 hour, so please feel free, and we leave some time maybe for questions and.
Very good. Let's see if we can do something in 35, 40 minutes, and then we'll be open for various type of questions and discussions.
Perfect. Okay, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you, Abdul, and good day to everyone. Let me see if I can go and share here. I must be having some trouble to maximize the presentation here, but let me, before I get with the technical, the idea of this, let's call it the conversation, and I'll see if we can have a good chat at the end. Successful strategy management in owner-managed companies across the board usually hits a very good amount of I'll call it the economic power, which really we never look at it that way, as both of small and mid-sized enterprises and owner-managed companies are the engines of any country. And I mean it again, they're the economic engines of any country. They produce a lot of employment. They produce a lot of the services and goods that we utilize in our markets. And the best that we can do for any type of this, I'll use the word companies, I'll use the entrepreneurial journey view, I'll use the economic power behind all of this. I guess that as long as we are serving and bringing better practices to any country where owner-managed companies are operating, whether it's first generation, second generation, third generation, usually they're going to have a family background. So as I was listening to Abdul and the last presentation, it is about delivering knowledge. It's about delivering services that assist, that add value to others. And if we have the ability to actually knock on the door and make a difference with the owner of this type of companies, whether, again, first generation, second generation, third generation, even fourth generation, the idea in such a complex world where we're involved more and more with more competitors, with a lot of innovation, with technology in use as we have not seen it in the past, I think that sometimes going back to basics is what can add value. So let me start with the presentation right now. Okay, so for some reason I'm not being able to.
No, just yeah, yes. Can you continue? Can you use that?
I am trying to go into presentation mode, but for some reason I am not being able. One quick second, please.
Deep, if you are able to join us and guide.
Okay. So let's see. I'm going to stop sharing right now, and I'm going to go into the sharing part again.
Yes.
Okay.
So now when you choose the file that has to be shared, it has to be the one which is already in the presentation mode. It has to be already opened in the presentation mode, and you need to choose that one to be shared.
It should be in presentation mode, correct?
Yeah, even before you share it, it has to be in presentation.
Just put the presentation mode and select Alt tab. So you'll go to the control.
Yes, and I'm in presentation mode, and we should be there again. 1 second, please. And okay, got it here. Let's go again. You should be able to see it, guys.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So let me start with something very basic. Successful strategy management for owner-managed companies. I believe we'll have to have these three big elements in place always. Whether we're talking about owner-managed companies that are very small, I'll use the word small, and I will not try to use the revenue number. I'll just try to use I'll use the number of people working in the company. Let's just use that as a segmentation concept. Whether they're small companies of 40, 50 people under, or mid-sized companies, depending on the market, whether they're somewhere between 50 and 400, 500 people. Mid-sized companies that are going into the bigger realm, depending again on the market, somewhere between 500 and 1,000, 2,000, and anything that we want to call big or very big, let's put it somewhere in the realm of 1,000, 2,000 to 5,000, and some big companies that are going to be 20, 30,000 and above. So yes, of course, if it's a family-owned company, an owner-managed company, it will need always the entrepreneurial spirit. I guess there needs to be always, and during the presentation, I will jump into what that spirit means. But of course, it needs, on the second bullet point, what I'm trying to indicate here, a long-term vision. And long-term, after having worked in so many countries, with so many companies, with so many people, some industries let you think long-term in probably concepts of 10, 7, 5 years. Some companies long-term, it's right now under 5 years. So at least that conversation has to be part of what the company is having. And I try to put the third topic, and that is a matter of the discussion of the whole presentation: disciplined execution. Disciplined execution of everything that has been printed out in a concept of a strategic plan. And if we don't want to use the word the strategic plan, let's just use the word into the plan. So the disciplined execution part, it's basic. So if there's something that needs to be seen from a 50,000 feet view of this presentation, let's always maintain the entrepreneurial spirit. We will need to discuss what long-term vision means for every company that's listening to either today or in the future to this presentation, and a disciplined execution of everything. I mean, everything that we have planned. So let's look at some key principles that can contribute for an effective strategy management on owner-managed companies. And let me just be very clear here. This can be for entrepreneurial projects that have probably less than 2-3 years. For companies that have been operating under I'll say 10 years, the 10-year market is very difficult for many family-owned companies. And when you're hitting somewhere between 15 and 20 years, 25, and you're thinking of going into the next step, into the next phase of the corporate governance view, and maybe thinking that it's time for the next generation, yeah, I think that this will also help. So let me start here with, I'm sure that we have seen this during the previous 8 hours of the summit. It's so important to have always clear vision and clear goals. Always, it's always said that the owner and is the one, or the family is the one that needs to bring a clear vision for the future of where the company is going. And in green letters, I place some words there that usually become so encompassed in the concept of where we're going. We call it direction, and most important, the purpose. I think that there's so much information out there, so much literature, so much philosophy that might indicate that direction and purpose will be given by a strong mission vision. But again, and I'm not putting it here, but I'm saying it, it has to be based on values. It has to be based on clear values. And everything that goes around values, as we might see over the past 20, 25 years, there have been some views of you can be in the right industry, in a very profitable industry. You might have good strategic plans, of course. Let's say that you have good advisors, or that has been planned of what you have been investing. But if the purpose is not based on a value-driven view and a value-driven model that will be set and communicated across the board with smart goals, whether they're specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, those values are what can push your company to the next level with a strong plan, or those values are what is not going to help your company go from point A to point B. Because as a leader, as an owner, you need to be part of those values. You need to let everyone see that those values are what you do on a daily basis. So let me place the clear vision and goals as something that needs to be articulated very well when anyone is doing their, I'll use the word again, the strategic plan, to provide direction and purpose. But that's not only from your view, it's from the view of everyone that works in the company. So this will be important to revisit every now and then, and that every now and then can be on a quarterly basis, as we will be talking in a few minutes. And again, this needs to be also articulated into talking and always explaining if what the strategic plan is growth, and I'm using this as an example, well, this will have to be part of that growth. And this will surely maintain a view, a long-term view of success for your business model. On a second basis, I am placing regular strategy review. And I'm saying here that owners should regularly review, and if necessary, adjust the company's strategy in response to changes in the market, in the industry, and internal dynamics. Just with this slide, we could talk probably easy 1 hour. Why? Because depending on the market you are, whether your market is you're somewhere in your own town, in your own city, in your own country, or even you're thinking of going abroad, or if you're already abroad, trying to understand if one of the markets where you're operating is going one way and the other one is going the other way. Depends on the economics, it depends on politics. So there's a lot of responsibility that an owner needs to have, and I'll use the word with hopefully good advisors, to understand what the market is and where it's going. The industry, oh my God. If we look at, let's just go into Wikipedia and look at the biggest industries today in the world, we're going to have probably 10, 15 industries. But if we double click that concept, we're going to have industries and sub-industries and sub-industries. So we need to have try to have a very clear view of where our industry and our market views and changes are. On the last presentation, we heard that we need to always to be wary about change. And this implies not only external change, it also implies what's happening in our internal dynamics of our own company. So those internal dynamics are part of the culture, are part of actually what we plan that should be happening in the culture of our company, and then actually to have some clarity and understanding if that culture is exactly what we expected or not. Regarding how often should we try to ensure this alignment once a plan is done? Well, based on what we see on very big companies, well, at least we should do it on an annual basis. And depending on the size of the company and the size of the business and the stage where the business is right now, whether it's a young upstarting business or it's somewhere in the middle between 5, 10, 15 years, or it's already a big established business, well, sometimes it's good to have it on a quarterly basis. Based on what? Based on if we sense that our market, our industry, and our internal dynamics are changing. Are there some companies that do it every 2 months or every month? Well, the answer is yes, but I guess those meetings should be not necessarily ensure alignment with the plan, just trying to understand if the metrics we have in place, which we're going to be talking about them in a few minutes, are aligned to every day. Let me try to give you a view of some countries that are going through some hyper-economic changes very, very drastically. And the strategy probably not only needs to be reviewed, but also trying to understand where the market is bringing different type of forces. Let me use the example of Argentina, Venezuela, where you have impact in exchange rates almost changing on a daily basis. So there are some areas, some countries where you're managing products and services where if you're part of that market, it doesn't matter the industry where you are. Your plans might be shifting on a monthly basis. But aside from that, I would say if you're on a stable market, and that's what we're always trying to look for, stability. We can do it on a every 3-month basis or an annual basis. So those strategy reviews also need to have some structure, some clear structure, and some expected outcomes. Regarding involvement of key stakeholders, oh my God, this is so important because this usually touches, I will say, the strategic view of an owner-managed company, whether the owner is just one individual or if it's a family. This has to do a lot with how humble. I'll use the word again, humble. How humble is their philosophy to involve other people into the view of where the company is and where the company should be. This will impact managers and employees to give their feedback, and sometimes even customers and suppliers. This is something that happens with very big companies, usually with I'll say, global companies or very big regional companies. that they're used to having their process cycle, aside from their key people, customers and suppliers. This is something that usually is not necessarily seen in the owner-managed companies. Why is this so important? I think that diverse perspectives and valuable insights will come from every individual that is being discussed. And why else? This will help everyone that is involved in this process to buy into the strategy. This will, down there, I place at the bottom of the slide, diverse perspectives. It's so important to have diverse perspectives from different areas of the company. Of course, commercial, sales, marketing will have their own views, finance will have their own views, legal will have their own opinions. So the insights that each of these areas and individuals can provide is so important for the planning process. But again, and I'll use the term that's used a lot in the US, in the United States, there needs to be some humble pie to be dealt with, because this will open the door to a very effective planning process. This will open the door for effective open-ended communication by all the employees. So there are clearly processes that open the door for this type of involvement. I think that these processes need to be taken place into the heart and soul, not only of the planning cycle. Of course, it is clear that it needs to be part of the planning cycle, but it's also very important for this to be a pillar in the day-to-day activities of your company. So I think that the involvement of key stakeholders, and again, this matters a lot on the size and dimension of the company. But again, if we're going to be doing planning cycles with owner-managed companies on a yearly basis or every 2 years, this has to be part of what needs to be embedded in the process. Let me go on the fourth one, which indicates focus on core competencies. Of whose core competencies? Is our company's core competencies. This involves identifying what the company does best and leveraging those strengths to create a competitive advantage in the market. So this opens the door for candor communication with all the team to try to understand what our strengths and capabilities are. Am I talking only about from a unique skill point of view? No, I guess that's part of it. But the rest are the real strengths that we see that we might have, whether it's in production areas, whether it is with our customer service, whether it is with our streamlined operations, whether it is that we take one customer at a time and we develop a product and or service for them. So this has to go back to the mission and to the vision of what we think we want to do versus what we think we are doing and what we do well. So this is strengths and capabilities need to go down deep. There has to be a very strong discussion on the planning cycle here about what knowledge, if there's any, that differentiates us from any other competitor, or that gives an edge to what we do on a daily basis. Unique skills. Oh, unique skills are impressive if we have unique skills in an area, and that will impact the whole business model. At the other example I place, there is proprietary technology. Is the business where we are, do we have technology that probably gives us a little bit of edge or makes a difference to the world, to the customers where we're working? And when I say to the world, it's not necessarily at a global view, it's necessarily to the world where we're actually focusing. So customer relationships, there are some companies that I will say their forte, their strengths are with customer relationships. So I believe that there's a big opportunity in, I would say, showing how these customer relationships are necessarily first developed, how you bring new customers, and what those processes are to bring new customers into the company. And well, the first transaction is hard, of course, but maintaining the customer, maintaining that relationship midterm and long term is basic for the health of the business. And if this is a strength, well, that's something that we need to leverage upon. And I'll say processes that actually have an impact on different areas of our business. If that's something that is a strength, I believe that can be efficient processes that when we're talking about, oh my God, managed owned companies where the owner is the one who's making the decision. Efficient processes can be in any area, from corporate governance to decision making views, and who has the opportunity to make decisions, assuming that is not only the owner. So I think that these core competencies are the baseline for value that is going to be created or has already been created, and for sustainable success. Again, when we're talking about sustainability and trying to have a long-term vision, this is something that needs to be dealt, as I said on the previous slide, with everyone within the company, and usually to have a very open line of communication with the leaders of the company. So strengths and capabilities is something that is easier said than actually have a good assessment from the internal team. And I think that usually once we have the ability to have 3 or 4 of these strengths well focused, there's a view of opportunities, how we can market it, how can we communicate it both internally and externally, and basically always trying to understand that this has to create a competitive advantage, and those competitive advantages will not necessarily be there for I'll say for years. Those competitive advantages need to be revisited every few months. So let me go to the next one. Risk management, and I am sure I've been talking about risk management over the last 10 years a lot. For companies that are managed by their owners, and I'll again say family-owned companies that probably are going from one generation to the other one, risk management changes as always as the size of the company changes. So owners need to assess any type of risks and try to manage risks effectively. The assessment part is the difficult one. Sometimes we're used to living with those risks on a daily basis that it's hard for us to assess them. So sometimes it's a good view if we try to bring in, I'll say, external input from an external assessment. And this should be part of the strategic planning process in ways where we understand how often are we going to be evaluating or identifying these potential threats. These potential threats usually are easy to view, but sometimes we don't have a clue that they're a threat or that they're there. And we need to start learning and understanding how to create contingency actions, contingency plans. And sometimes this might happen in a very quick view. We need, and at the bottom of the slide, I placed 4 very simple concepts of potential risks, whether they're financial risks. And let me talk about what I've seen in many companies, how we're collecting funds from our credit decisions. Do we have strong processes? Is that hitting our cash flow? And sometimes we're so embedded in day-to-day operations that there's some financial risk that might be putting pressure on our business model, operational, and whether we have assets. And I was listening to Abdul in the previous presentation saying that, well, for companies that have a lot of investment in manufacturing, I'll say, assets or any other type of assets, physical assets, well, it's good to have a clear view of how they're operating today and how will they be operating tomorrow. We have a clarity, a clear process, and I'll use just an example of maintenance, whether it's day-to-day maintenance, whether it is periodical maintenance, or once everything goes up in flames, we have actually insurance. Have we done the correct investments that we needed to do? And usually it goes down to internal controls. Risk management usually has mitigation plans that should be aligned with internal controls. And beware, for everyone who has an entrepreneurial mind, that's something that we don't like to have. Internal controls, we think that, oh my God, that's just going to bring more paperwork and more burden to our day-to-day operations. So that's, I think, one good topic that we can discuss in much I would say, detail, depending on the industry and the size of your business. But that should be part of day-to-day views. Are there going to be market risks? Of course, in a changing economy, in a changing marketplace. I would say the market risks that we can see today, probably we could not see them 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, 20 years ago. So I think that's another issue. And legal risks, of course, depending on where we are, what industry, there's always the risk and compliance topics that need to be fully viewed, as well as external. So risk management, again, this is another big chapter in owner-managed companies that need to be taken into account, and need to be taken account not only, of course, I'm using this as an example on the strategic planning process, but this has to be also viewed on I would say, the internal controls that are embedded in a company or that need to be improved and seen on I'll say on a periodical basis. Let me go into the next topic. Flexibility and adaptability. Very simple to say it, very, very difficult to implement. On previous presentations, we have heard, and of course, there's, tons and tons of information across the globe that tells us that we need to be adaptable to market changes and to industry changes, and they're always evolving. Is that true? Of course, that's true. Just look how we're communicating today in this type of virtual platforms. Probably that was in place 10 years ago, but we didn't use it that much. So where are we going in the next 10 years? And that doesn't really, that improves the volume of communication. The question is the communication improving? Have we adapted? Are we more flexible? Are we passing on our messages in a more quickly and a clearer way? So I think that once an organization has, from the mentality of the owner, that flexible and adaptable point of view, and that has been, I'll use the word, well communicated to the rest of the leadership, whether the leader is in sales, you have leaders in sales and marketing and operations, in finance, in area of the areas. Well, that flexibility and adaptability has to be part of the DNA of everyone in the company. Why? Because that will help us see today probably things that we were not sensing, measuring in the past. I placed some quick concepts at the bottom of the slide, and these are just some examples. Customer preferences. Oh my God. Whether we're talking about, if we're in the retail restaurant business, customer preferences, they'll tell you, and every owner, whether they're happy with necessarily prices, with the way we're being served, with the category of products that we're being delivered, customer preferences change. And let's use the example of technology. This type of products, there are some companies that don't exist today that they were very strong in the marketplace 10, 15 years ago. So yes, customer preferences do change, and customer preferences change the marketplace. In some countries, when we're looking at electric cars or at the first stage, second stage of market openings for electric cars, that means that if there's some owner-managed companies that were doing, for example, auto parts for the normal auto industry, well, that is changing. If customer preferences start changing at a faster pace, well, there's some businesses that need to transform and need to be flexible. Industry trends, that's the example I just gave with e-cars. Industry trends and market trends, that changes the whole ballpark in 1-2 years. Always we need to have a view on what competitors are doing, face-to-face, line-to-line competitors. So that will bring pressure in innovation for us. Well, sometimes if part of what considers to be innovation is creating new product lines, well, we need to view that. But that means that sometimes innovation is, if we have a very big portfolio, well, let's try to bring some new products into the portfolio, and we have some products that are not necessarily shifting or going out to the market at the volume that we need them to go. Well, so sometimes we need to review our portfolio and take rough decisions to take some products out of the market. So that will impact our planning cycles, that will impact our day-to-day habits. And why not put some views on owner-managed companies that are sometimes habits that are done very, very, very often in very big companies? Scenario plannings. Do we have scenario plannings of that have been implemented in order to impact an impact in a change in the sales process based on industry trends, where we're going to be modifying a product or taking out a product from the business model? What will that happen? What happens if we are able to go into new markets in a more aggressive way? So we need to have those scenario plannings and performance data. Oh my God, for family-owned companies and for managed-owned companies that have been whether in place for 5, 10, 20, 30 years, performance data is basic to help us make decisions and to maintain our flexibility and ways that we can be adaptable to changes. So talking about this performance data, which we'll talk in 2 slides more about it, it has to be very, very, very clear of how often are we reviewing that performance data and what decisions we're taking. So again, this slide is one of those slides that we can talk for hours, and there must be so much data that can come out from it. But again, and I leave it so we can discuss probably in other opportunities. Please, if there's 2 or 3 views that we can leave out from this slide that we can say that are very important in this slide, try to have clarity in customer preferences. Let's look at the industry trends that is going in our market or in potential markets where we want to go, and let's have in place our performance data. If we are not having a keen eye on those 3 concepts, flexibility and adaptability from our leaders and from all of our departments will be in dire straits. So this is something very, very important. I'm checking on the time. I see that I'm already hitting probably the 40-minute mark. So I'll try to run with 2 more slides and then see if we can have some time for questions.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you very much. On communication and transparency. Oh, this is another slide where we could take easy 1 hour. Clear communication of a company's strategy, again, and I'll put the word clear communication, being candor, and that communication, how it's communicated, and the objectives, how we bring them to the rest of the organization. And I place the word vital there. It's vital for ensuring alignment through the organization and encourage open dialogue to address any concerns or questions. And I think that is something that even in very big companies, sometimes that's an issue. It's simple to create a plan. It's simple. Of course, it takes a lot of work from everything that we have heard today. But open communication, not in an owner-managed company, it has not only to be from the owner to the leaders. That's step number one, and that's not necessarily easy. The leaders need to feel that they own that communication. They need to understand that they are part of that communication, and that needs to encourage employees, and that buy-in of the employees, that will bring an alignment. I cannot say that once or twice or three times. That is so important. If that communication and transparency becomes the responsibility of the owner for his or her leaders to be part of that, that will encourage employees to go to the next level. That will help everyone stay informed. That will help everyone embrace the review of everything that has been placed on a strategic plan. How can we do that? Of course, I put some examples there: town hall meetings, channels for feedback. If the operation is more a virtual operation, there needs to be, again, it's very different how we ask questions and how we communicate if we're in a one single site, or our operation happens in two sites. If very different if our operation is a virtual operation. But I guess that is what needs to encourage open dialogue. The view of having a candor culture from the top down, this will have a beautiful impact in all the business model. So communication, and at some point in a big company, we were discussing what should we be transparent in communicating, and I guess it's everything. It's everything that needs to be communicated, where it's about the vision and how we're doing with the vision, about the goals, about the reviews, of course, and that the communication will help us be very clear when we're doing something good and say, hey guys, we're going the right way, but we're failing into achieving our objectives. I think we need to be very clear about that. So always trying to be an effective leader is a part of the challenge of a daily activity. So I believe that there is so much that with this communication and transparency will also hit in a positive way the culture of a company, if the communication is as open as everyone in the organization expects. And when I say everyone, it means everyone. And I'll just be very clear here. It doesn't matter if it's from the owner or the people reporting to the owner. If this was a bigger company, it would be a C-level type of communication. But it's at everyone, whether you're working in operations, in a warehouse, whether you're in finance, whether you're in sales. This communication and transparency has to be of every topic, of every area. So I'll just start moving to the next slide. I'll try to run in the next 5 minutes with 2 more slides. Investment in talent and resources. And I am putting in bold black letters: attracting, developing, and developing the talent pool. Attracting talent is difficult, but developing the talent is, necessary to support the strategic plan of the company. I think Abdul said in the previous presentation about whether it is an investment or whether it's an expense. Believe me, it doesn't matter if you're in Africa, you're in India, you're in Middle East, you're in America, you can be anywhere in the world. The ones who are actually going to help you change the way the company is going, or if the company is going the right way, is a pool of talent that works on day-to-day basis. So the strong foundation of this talent goes down to how we are hiring people, how our processes, is it clear, is it fast, is our, from an external point of view, are the compensation plans aggressive enough to bring that talent? Are we in an industry that talent enjoys to see that they can create a career? Are the new hires view within those first weeks the clarity of roles and responsibilities that they were told from the initial interviews? Down the road, if those employees are going the right way, do they see that the roles and responsibilities need to change? Or were they there and they could see that career path down the road? The onboarding. Sometimes we think that onboarding means just bring the new team members, whether they're fresh out of college or they're fresh out from another job. And we just, hey, the way you're going to learn is we throw you into the swimming pool with the sharks and you need to swim. Yeah, of course, that I think that's a way to do it. But there's other ways where onboarding processes have been in place, and onboarding usually can take from 1 to 2 months. And those are the talent pools that will usually give an extra mile, an added value to the vision and to the implementation of the plans. Job satisfaction for owner-managed companies. Job satisfaction sometimes is not necessarily measured, and this is something that needs to be measured. It's necessarily for the owner and the leaders of an organization to actually sense if the job requirements are necessarily aligned to the satisfaction of everyone who's doing a job. Whether you're at this level in the organization, whether you're a C-level executive in that organization or a strong manager, but you need to go down at every level of the organization. So job satisfaction is not for a few, it's for everyone. And that will open the door to actually see the current resource needs that the organization has for the strategic plan that we're doing today or that we're evaluating. But also, what are those resources, time-bound, and I'll use the word investment-bound, look in the following months? So this is, I'll say, this is one important slide that needs to be sensed by any owner and or family-owned company. How to attract talent and how to develop talent. And they will definitely help that organization be a sustainable organization. About performance measurement and feedback, I'm sure that there must be so many advisors and consultants and philosophies around this. This needs to be, even today, where we're almost hitting 2025, there's some companies that are not necessarily tracking the right key indicators against metrics that need to be sensed on an effective way. And of course, I'm just putting there on green words, very simple concepts of, hey, we're going to have metrics for sales, for marketing, for operations, for customer service, for finance, or for talent management. Well, let me give you a quick metric that today it's possible to have. I'm not saying it's simple, but probably 30 years ago, it was very difficult to have. Let me go into marketing and let me go into digital marketing. Once we're opening the doors to see our lead generation, how our leads are coming into our pipeline, of course, we have always had marketing activities Well, before we with traditional marketing, where we were posting and investing, whether it was in television, in print ads, in printed media, whether we were investing in POP material, well, we would see what was actually working. But now that we have digital marketing, we can see what's actually not working and how that's being impacted. How we have a group of leads turning into MQLs and marketing qualified leads. And so now we can also sense, oh, is that average the correct one? Why are we losing so many leads into MQLs? And how many MQLs, how many of those marketing qualified leads are turning into, I'll say, real quotation, sales qualified leads? So there's, aside from having the views in this example that I'm giving about leads, marketing qualified leads and sales qualified leads, and obviously the turnaround into our sales, today we can have a view of that versus why our pipeline's not necessarily as strong in each level of the process. And again, I think that it's relevant always to talk about again, very clear and achievable objectives. And I know that we can talk about SMART objectives a lot, but this is something that needs to be provided for an owner-managed company. Please don't try to place unreachable objectives. Objectives will be as sense and logic based on the strategic plan that has been in place, and actually to see if those objectives are aligned from area to area, from department to department. So I think this is a very important view. And in order to finalize my presentation, let me go into long-term perspective. Owner-managed companies should maintain a long-term perspective always. I mean, always. If there's going to be someone in the organization that's always looking ahead 1, 2, 3 years in advance, should be the owner, and should be, and if it's a family-owned company, it should be the family and the key leaders. And I'm placing here, while short-term goals are important, it is essential to balance them with focus on sustainable growth, and sustainable growth can only be seen on a long term, and profitability. So I think that long-term perspective, again, as I said probably half an hour ago, it depends on the market, it depends on the industry, and clearly it will depend on where the company is within its life cycle. But I think that the long-term perspective is a basic concept that needs to be in every owner's mind. So I think if these principles that I just showed make an impact in small and mid-sized companies that are owned and managed by one family member or managed in a way by more people, please always try to have that long-term perspective. And to finalize, remember that this is a collaborative approach, can lead to a better decision-making, increase stakeholder buy-in from everyone within your organization, and to have a successful implementation of the strategy. So thank you, guys. Thank you, Abdul. Thank you for the time. So I think I just run with 50 minutes. Sorry for that. So let's see if we can have some 8 or 9 minutes regarding questions, sir.
Thank you, Renan, for excellent presentation and very great insights for owner-managed companies. So one question here is a very obvious question, especially the new business owners, maybe 5-10 years. So how to set the customer expectations? You said one of the capability is to manage customer expectations and then customer relationships. So how does that? What is the best way to define customer expectations and how to manage them? Okay, is that because usually what happens is out of curiosity or whatever, so you take up the projects and you don't meet or exceed the expectations of the customer for whatever reason. Maybe the customer is correct or wrong, whatever. So how does that? Is there any process to do
I
that?
think, yes, I think, great question, Abdul. I think first that we need to be very clear of what, again, I'll go with the sales pitch in a very simple way. Let's just see that our sales pitch is clear enough for the customer and also clear enough for the rest of the organization. The sales pitch should be as clear of course, not only the price and not only the capabilities of our product or our service, but what quality means for the customer. And if the the customer is buying into that quality, well, I'll say that is what needs to be expected. Let me use an example for one of the biggest brands on retail businesses, on restaurants. I'll use the McDonald's brand. It's a global brand. I think it's very simple to say, if someone wants a product from that company, they know what to expect, because it's going to be usually a low price product in any market. So as long as the quality is standardized and based on the expectation of the customer, I think that there's a clear opportunity within the quality control and the vision of that company compared to what the customers are expecting, that we're not going to be delivering products that are going to be above 20, 30 US dollars per purchase. Those are purchases that are usually somewhere between $5 and $10. So as long as we have that as a clear line. Now, customer expectations for higher tier products. Let's use higher tier products, like we can talk about car brands. What does the customer expect? So the customer expectation needs to happen from how the commercial teams, whether it's sales, whether it's marketing, are segmenting their customers, whether by size, whether by transaction potential, but also by industry trends. So, Abdul, I believe that that's something that will be of big value to any given company, to any leader on a family-owned, owner-based, managed company. But the customer view is, after you're doing a sale, or one thing is to see how the customer liked the transactional process. Was it a good transactional process? But now, if it's a project and the customer is going to have my team, the what he bought and the team embedded into his company for a year, let's see if that's exactly what he expected. Not the year, that the year can be there. The communication, the clarity, the impact that team is having within the culture of my company. And the other one is, at the end of every transaction, I'll use the word of, depending on the business, we have to be very humble to go and ask the customer if they liked or they disliked the service. So again, I think there's not necessarily one topic. There's going to be more than one topic that needs to be in place. Again, it will depend on the size of the company, also on the product line that we're serving, or the service that we're serving. But we have to be very open always to have the input of that perspective, sir.
It's a great answer. Great answer. So I just see so many points. So you have a very sequential or sequence of steps, like start from the vision, then you do the review of the strategy, there's involve all the stakeholders. It's a very systematic way how to handle it. Okay. So usually when you engage any owner-managed companies, so how long it will take?
I think for a mid-sized company, I'll say for an owner-based company, usually it should take from 1 month. If it's a small operation, usually it will take maximum 2.5 months. With the correct questions, with the open communication from the customer, from I would say from the owner and from the family, you can have a great assessment in less than, I would say, 60 days. Of course, without drilling down into every aspect. But again, and usually that starts with having very clear communication with the owner and with the family, and that usually has an impact in I will say, in the candor process of any given communication. So that will always open the door for having, I'll say, with the rest of the leaders in that organization, to have a very clear and objective view of any given assessment, whether you're looking at the commercial area, whether it's sales, marketing, not only looking at data of what they have done well, also trying to have a sense what has not necessarily been well implemented or well thought upon. Always being very open about how strategy is being sensed by the owner and by the employees. Have they done it the right way? Have they done it in some areas it has worked, in some areas it has not? And always having that track of the financial impact of what is being done well and what has room for improvement. So I think that if we put a time frame between 2 and 3 months, but nothing above that, should we have a very clear view of that, Abdul.
Perfect. Is that just a possibility of a question? Is that something can be done remotely, or is that?
Yes, Abdul. With the type of resources that we have today, and again, always trying to maintain the efficiency of the investment and ROI from the customer perspective. Yes, most of the activities can be done remotely. Always, if there's a need for a due diligence process that needs to be in place in a specific geography or market, yes, I'm sure that there has to be an opportunity to have the one-on-one, face-to-face meetings. But yes, usually, Abdul, there will be an impact, a positive impact with the opportunity of doing most of the activities on a virtual basis.
Perfect. I think those are the questions. So if there is any questions from the participants, we will be happy to post it to Renan and then get the answers.
Thank you.
So due to the time constraint, so thank you, Renan, for joining so early from your location. Okay, so it was very insightful, a very insightful session indeed, and also we talk more about the approach as we go on, and then we connect to more customers to solve the problem. Hopefully,
Thank you, Abdul. You have a great day for you and for this great event that's bringing a lot of information and insights for a big chunk of companies and a big chunk of executives. And I know that you're touching also a lot of entrepreneurs. So glad to be part of the project. Have a beautiful day, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Renan. Have a great time. Thank you very much. Oh, so welcome to Suresh Kavali, the last session for today, but it's not the least. I think we will have some kind of discussion after the event. It's a 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. today. So one of the most important, most relevant topic of today. That's the reason we kept it in the evening. So the audience get excited about this. The topic is, before I give you the introduction, how to use artificial intelligence capabilities in conducting strategy analysis. I think the audience will like this title to their heart, because it's very contemporary and very relevant for this period of time with Gen AI and other AI capabilities. Okay, so I would like to welcome Suresh Garu to the event. Okay, so thank you, Suresh Garu, for joining us today. So let me give you a quick introduction. Mr. Suresh Kavali is a passionate and dynamic technology leader with a proven track record of guiding diverse teams to success. With a deep understanding of technology roadmaps and market strategies, Suresh led numerous pre-sales and solutioning initiatives while optimizing delivery centers. His expertise spans various business functions, including P&L management, strategy planning, pre-sales, leadership, change management, and fostering innovation. As a mentor, motivational speaker, and PMP trainer, He is dedicated to the nurturing talent and inspiring teams to reach their full potential. So join hands with me to invite Suresh Garu for the event. So over to you, Suresh Garu. Please proceed.
Thank you, Abdulji, for your quick introduction, and I appreciate for the opportunity provided here. And good morning, and good evening, and good night for everyone who is online. Thank you for joining. So yeah, as Abdul said, let me run through where we stand in terms of the AI and what are the possibilities that we can do in the supply chain management with AI. So let me share my screen. Hope you could see my screen, right, Abdul?
Yeah, it's visible, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so as I have been following the last session, 6 and 7 sessions that we ran since morning, we heard enough about the supply chain management as well as the strategy that it involves. So I'll just give simplifying statement of it, like where when a business would like to move from the current state to the future state or to be state, we need to make transition. It's nothing but change management is what we heard from the previous speakers. So as part of this journey, we are going to define this strategy. So as part of this strategy, what to consider? We need to consider primarily the context, on which context you are trying to do. What is that? Is it kind of technological enhancements or upgradations, or venturing into a new geographic area for your business activities, or you are getting into a new domain or new client pool? These are the many context-based questions that need to be answered first before we define any strategy activities. Then what are the other key ingredients that we need to consider for strategy need to be successful? First of all, the strategy is nothing but the multidisciplinary activities that you need to carry the transition more effectively with the limited risks in hand. In order to do that, what is that you need to do, and how this AI is going to help, and what are the possibilities that AI is having in each stage of the supply chain management? Because strategy is not something specific to one module or the entire organization. We can club it, mix and match off for the entire solution or parts of the solution. So as part of that, so the stakeholders, who are the people involved, and what is the value that you're going to generate, and what is the solution for the need that arises that you need to make a transition, and how you're going to effectively manage that change. These are the things that one need to consider in order to make your strategy successful. So let's little understand the way the strategy and what need to be considered. I gave the little background. I'm going to give little understanding of what are the AI related activities, other tools or strategies that we have that can align and bring some value to the supply chain management and the strategy. So, and before moving, when I say that the strategy, the multidisciplinary activities that you are going to lay down and then you're going to execute. So strategy is not going to be just a one-time task that you are going to do it. Yes, as we have keep on hearing from we heard from the previous speakers, the assumptions that you are going to make, that something going to go in this manner, or certain scenario that I'm going to do in this way, going to produce certain results for me. Those kind of scenarios and the expectations need to be continuously reviewed, measured, and realigned as you progress. Strategy is not going to be just one-time activity. It is going to be a continuously improved and as well as adjusted process that you are going to carry. Unless there are a certain predefined, fixed, rules-based activities that you do, most of the time it works in that way. So in those kind of scenarios or context, the AI is going to best fit, because the nature of the AI is, yes, rather than you just making the assumptions, let it learn based on your earlier experiences, the data that you provide, let it learn, and from there it is going to derive the possible predictions that it is going to do. So that way it will be a great addition to your strategy. So let me give a little gnan or understanding on the AI. So we all keep hearing about the AI, and then within that we also have machine learning and deep learning, and also nowadays it is Gen AI, generative AI. So it's a discipline. AI is a discipline. When you say discipline, is nothing but we are providing a human intelligence to the system. You are providing a human intelligence to the system. Then machine learning comes where from the earlier experiences that whatever you have, it will be able to learn from the previous experiences, and then it is going to simulate them. Then we have deep learning, where we'll be having the kind of neural networks which are going to solve the complex problems, a deep understanding of the data that you provided, and then it is going to come up with whatever the understanding that we have expecting certain problems to be solved. It will be doing in that manner. Then we have the generative AI, which is going to create the all together a new brand content, or whatever the images or videos or 3D audios, all these are going to generate from scratch. Whereas in the previous ones, it is going to work in terms of the deep learning, where we'll be coming across something known as a traditional AI. We call that as a traditional AI. In the traditional AI, in the deep learning, you'll be undergoing the pre-existing data. That's where you come across a time. Classification and clustering are the major activities that you'll be doing in terms of providing certain existing data, and then forecasting and generating the predicts based on the data that you provided is big, where the traditional AI is going to fit into it. And then the generative AI, all the images you see over here, I just generated it myself. Going to the AI tools is coming from the scratch. So the possibility of regenerating the same image is very, very, very less. Even AI will not generate the same image for you. If you're going to ask the same tools to regenerate it, no. It is everything about context-based, what are the information you are providing, and it is going to generate the new image from the scratch every time. So all of these, whatever the images that you want, or if you want any content that you want to generate, and then any audio files or any video files or 3D images that you want to generate, you can use Gen AI or generative AI. We'll learn a little more about what are the various tools and techniques are available, and before jumping in, even understand a little bit more, because it will be a little confusing under the AI, as we have the AI, ML, deep learning, and we also call traditional AI under generative AI. Once again, I'm repeating it, learning from the experiences and adapting to the whatever the new identifications that it is coming up. That is machine learning, whereas traditional AI is completely rule-based. In the sense, at a certain event of the time, you perform this particular task with more precision in place. That's where the traditional AI will fit. Then generative AI, it's altogether generating the new content from the scratch, the way you want it. And these three are not in terms of replacing each other. These three are three different use cases that you need to consider, or the requirement or the problem that you want to solve. You have to employ one or two or all of them as needed based on your complexity of the problem. Now, in either of the cases, data need to be provided. That is something default. Without data, AI cannot perform any task. So we are going to provide the data, large volumes of the data we are going to provide. Based on the data, these AI models are going to learn and start responding, start performing the tasks that are needed as per the instructions provided by the, again, a designer or a programmer. So as you could see over here, the multiple iterations that it takes place, in terms of when we design any models, the several iterations it goes inside in order to identify the expected results. It's not one-time task, repetitively doing. We have something known as epochs as per technical terminology, and then supervised and then unsupervised. These two will come under the traditional AI, where under supervised, you'll be providing a large chunk of data and you'll be labeling the sample data. By that, AI will start mapping the large volume of data that you provided against the sample data that you provided. And then unsupervised data. In the unsupervised data, we don't have any labeled information. You just provided all the data to the AI model to figure it out, whatever you want. So when I say whatever you want, the major problems it solves are classification problems, and then clustering, in the sense grouping the relevant characteristics elements together or the images together. And then other one is predictions or forecasting. Two primary problems traditionally AI will be solving. One is classification, nothing but grouping the relevant, it could be images or any of the objects that you provided. And then the second one is forecasting. Based on the data you provided, if you ask what's the probability of reoccurring of certain information and how it is going to be, it could be the sales, it could be the production, or it could be the weather, whatever it is, based on the existing data, it is going to predict. These are the two major problems solved in traditional AI. But coming across the generative AI, here are the few things that I gave where it can fit the traditional AI, also called classical or symbolic AI, operates on rule-based systems or preset instructions. Because we know that what it need to perform next to that, because there is a pre-existing data that you are providing for this particular model to perform. And then it is predictable and consistent. Yes, the Gen AI, as I said, you cannot expect the same image again. If you're going to ask the same tool with the same prompt, it will not be able to produce. But whereas in the traditional AI, you can expect the consistent results. So when we have the clearly defined rules, then we'll be able to apply that. And it cannot learn from the new experiences. Again, you need to feed in, and again, you need to train it. And then it will be able to provide the reasoning why it was able to make certain information available for us, the output for us, and what decisions that it took inside. Example, chess game, automated customer services, GPS navigation, where the expectation is very clear for the user and also the system to perform from where to navigate. And in the automated customer services, for a series of questions that customer is going to ask on the services of the organization, what it need to respond. So these things are very clear-cut rule-based, pre-existing rule-based, so we'll be able to implement easily. Then Gen AI completely changes the way that things works. Just in 2022, 2 years back, we have witnessed that Gen AI is there. Last, I could say, almost more than a decade it is active, and much earlier than that also, last 1 to 3 decades, AI is present. But the kind of problems it is solving, the way we are able to apply it easily and effortlessly and in very quick manner, the way we use the AI is getting changed day to day. And especially in the Gen AI, almost every month, the changes are coming up. Simplifying it, innovating the more areas, and making your activities much more simpler. That's what happening in the Gen AI. So in the Gen AI, what you can do, you can create new content, data, and images or videos. So we all know that nowadays any movie to make, it is taking, let's say, a couple of months to the year with all the tools and the digital the concepts in place. Still it is taking that long because the movie characters or whatever the artists are there, they need to travel to a different places in order to shoot it. But the way the AI is coming up, especially Gen AI, You just need to have a couple of days that characters who are playing the roles need to be dressed in the different characters that they're going to play within the movie for the 2 hours, 3 hours of movie. And then you will be able to instruct the Gen AI in order to generate your entire movie just in a couple of days. Rather than going for the months and years, you can do that. To that extent, it is coming up. And then each time it is going to provide a unique output and new music and new innovations. It could be pharmaceutical side or whatever it is. And then it merges the capabilities of the machine learning and traditional AI. So generates new data instead of the prediction. So traditional AI, I said two problems, the classification problem and the predictions, forecasting or predictions. So, but in the Gen AI, it's all together providing a new content. So we need to see that kind of segregation of the machine learning and traditional AI based activities and Gen AI based activities. It's not that Gen AI is coming and I need to drop the traditional AI. It's not the case. Everything is required, and each one of them is having their own pros and cons in different areas. All right. Whereas in the traditional AI, most of the time will be providing the kind of structured data, but whereas in the Gen AI, it works across the unstructured data. It could be the documents, it could be the websites, it could be the audio files, it could be the videos. It could be the databases if there is a technical resources in the technical audience. It could be the databases, it could be the CRM systems, it could be the ERP systems, it could be the log files. You just provide whatever you have. It has the abilities to perform the analysis and respond to you. So we'll see a little more deeper inside. I'm just setting the context for you, what it is going to do and how it is, what are the possibilities. I said limitless possibilities. Yes, you just need to imagine. You just need to imagine and just you need to instruct the Gen AI to produce what you want. But at the same time, yes, there are certain cautions too, something we need to be keeping in the mind. The deepfake, we all know that how it is impacted last quarter to 2 quarters time, including Infosys founders to the some cine celebrities and all these got impacted. So biased information about the countries or whatever the other nationalities or etc. And then misinformation providing about certain things. All these need to be a little navigated during the Gen AI. You should not be ignoring this. How to do, what to do? Yes, I do have certain information provided over here that will be able to run through. All right. So let me give a slow and a deep understanding of how we exactly do it and what kind of learning process required over here. So compared to the traditional AI and machine learning, where a set of algorithms that you need to be mastering for clustering and as well as predictions, and also the data volumes and simulations and the model designing that you need to do. All of them will be absorbed internally. All of them will be absorbed internally and provided a simple API for us to consume it and then use it with very simple techniques. So somebody who is, I could expect that both technical and non-technical audience in the session. So for the technical audience, yes, there is something for technical audience and there is something for non-technical audience too. It's nothing but business users and the management and the operational staff. So for technology people who are going to work in terms of producing the solutions, for the non-technical people to use it with very limited information to provide for the solutions provided by the technical people. So the Gen AI is for both the parties. It's not for only technology people. All right. So in order to do that, we have something known as a LangChain. It's an open source API that is having the ability in order to do all the activities that Gen AI is required to do. So it's very powerful. API came up. Last 1.5 years, we have seen a good number of changes every month. We are seeing the changes, and what are the solutions we are providing? We have to adapt to it in very fast-paced manner. So what do we have? So we generally, most of us use the ChatGPT. So in the ChatGPT, it is a public data that is available. You go ahead and then you provide a prompt in order to get your responses. You query it, it responds. So at the lowest level, we are using in terms of like, for example, if you are a technology person, you go and ask certain issues that you are facing, copy paste it, it will give you the possible solution, fix. Same way, if you're a non-technical person, you go and ask certain questions to the ChatGPT in terms of what is the current GDP of India. It may not be able to answer the current GDP of the India because they have just limited information. They say that as on, let's say 2022 September, or we are already past 2 years. So maybe 2023 September, it will say that this is the data that I have in my database that I can respond. It won't give you the data till date. Even if you ask, for example, at my current state where I am in India, so the chief minister got changed in December. My neighbor state chief minister got changing in another couple of days. So this information is not available in the public GPTs that are available. Now, what if I want to have this organization specific or the most relevant data to the current happenings? Then the way we need to go is, one is, of course, you can go and pay to the ChatGPT to use it, or we can design the solutions for the corporates or entities or organizations based on the content that they provide. That is where the first step starts. That is, you take the documents or video files, audio files, or training materials. Have seen for a bank an extensive training material where certain cadre and above in the bank staff, every quarter they need to demonstrate certain areas of qualifying the exams by going through the material provided by the banks. If they don't do it, they won't get further promotions or whatever the increments that they are aligned. So such a documentation I have seen is a very high volume of documentation and simulations. If you go for the airlines and all that, there are good number of simulations. Bring all the data. It could be our text files or PDF files or audio files, video files. You bring that data and provide to the LangChain models, where it is going to make use of certain the LLM models that is going to take this data and provides the chunks in the sense just tokenizing the data. Approximately 4 characters. If you provide, let's say, hundreds of the pages, in each of the page, what are the text content that it is present, it is going to provide approximately 4 characters into one chunk. And it is going to store a specially made database that is called index database. A specially made database called index database. Example, one of it is like vector store. There are many other alternatives. So this data will be stored there in the vector store. Same way, the way vector store is having the data that is highly indexed data for easy fetching. Same way, imagine our ChatGPT is having billions of tokens or tokenized data or chunks of the data. That is where it is able to respond like a human. Not as exactly as a human, but close to the human interaction. What the Google search and the ChatGPT search difference is? The context or the session management. Whereas in the Google, each individual question is unique. it cannot associate the relation between the previous and current. Whereas in the GPTs, you'll be able to correlate the relation between the previous and current and answer it in conjunction to the previous question and answer rather than giving the siloed answer. That's the key difference. That way, it will be more of a conversation you are having rather than a question answer. Same feature you will be able to get by taking this data. We call that concept called embeddings. Embeddings creation is the first step that will be carrying in the LangChain activities. In order to do that, we have something known as a LLM, large language models. Large language models. What it does? The large language model LLM is having the feature of NLP/NLU. NLP/NLU is nothing but natural language processing and natural language understanding. So LLMs are capable of understanding the human conversation. So whenever you are working in this space, whenever you are working with ChatGPT, you go to the extent of as if you're instructing to a young girl or a boy, rather than you considering you are answering to a professional like us. No. It is more of built for the natural way of querying and you extracting your data and information from with a very low level querying itself. You need not to go for the professional querying. Now, here it is given like in terms of GPT-3, GPT-4. What are these? The ChatGPT that we are using, underlying it is using the GPT-3 and the GPT-3 was, I think, approximately a couple of weeks back from GPT-3. GPT-4 has been released to us, but it is having certain limitation because they want to cache it. Every product-based company, they want to cache it, right? So they will provide daily certain limit for you to access. But otherwise, this is what the number 175 billion. The tokens that I specified over here, out of the tokens, when you query it, it takes 175 billion parameters. 175 billion parameters. What do you mean by parameters? Let's say for our session, what are the parameters that is considered? Yes, I need to have a good internet connectivity. I need to have a system in place and I should be in a position to talk without any issues in terms of the cold cough. And I need to have a good lighting room in order to present myself. And you need to have the device at your side in order to access over the mobile or on your laptop. And you need to have internet at your place. And I can keep on adding more and more. The facilitator, the organism, and the navigating our voice instructions and all this. So all this can be considered as a parameters. As I listed around a dozen of parameters, 12 parameters or 15 parameters here for our session. Then imagine there are 175 billion parameters in GPT-3. From there, it came up with GPT-4. It is further added additional 3 more digits to it. So it is 175 billion. It is, you can add up additional 100, multiply 100. So that comes to 175k billion. That many, what I could say, parameters has been added. That is where it is able to respond close to the human interaction. Close to the human interaction. That's the background. Now, that is the LLM that we are applying ourselves, because in order to embed it, and as well as we have relative augmented generation RAG is there. In order to do that, we have to apply this LLM. At the bottom I listed here, that is not only the ChatGPT, the GPT based LLMs, we have the Claude, Llama 3 and Mistral, and then Gemini, and there are a few more, OpenAI. So there are a few more LLMs, so which are providing the similar kind of feature. But as we all know, every solution will be having certain pros and cons. Each one of them also having certain pros and cons. Like for example, Gemini, good at images compared to the GPT. But however, GPT coming up with the enhanced parameters, it's also performing very good nowadays. The couple of the images that I have shown, yes, I used the chat GPT to generate them, but it works only on the licensed version. Now, that's where the parameters that we discussed. And then over here. So the question, once you have the data embedded into the database, the highly indexed DB, the vector databases, you'll be going and querying it to the LLM on certain aspects. If you query the LLM is going to check into the Vertex DB or highly indexed DB that you have, the embeddings, whatever you placed it there, it is going to scan through it. During that scan, I just shown you earlier, 2 slides earlier, we had seen that kind of mesh structures where we have the multiple layers. I said that it won't do in a single iteration. It keep on moving. It keep on moving until it finds the reasonable answer. Then it comes back. Nothing but we're making a search on certain information that you provided. For example, if it is a supply chain management, let's imagine last 10 years data you have fed into the supply chain management data to the LLM. Now we are going to query, hey, I want as on, let's say, before COVID, 2019, December, I want certain metrics. What is the volume of the data we generated and how we have done and what is the cost it involved. All this you can just query it, it will be able to respond. Did we build any of the tools like the way we did in the traditional AI? No, absolutely no. Now, the Gen AI is going to build that information for you, whatever the underlying processing it need to be done. It will take care of it and it will provide for you. And then you can compare with the current as and date. By that you can see that before COVID and after COVID, what is my state of my business in terms of my production or whatever the sales happening or what are the orders from different regions, etc., etc. Then I'll be able to see that am I on par with my previous operations or the productivity or revenues or I'm not. This information you can get upfront without you doing much of coding or producing the activities. Of course, you are going to do the basic coding required in order to do the embeddings and in order to extract the RAG from the LLM DBs. Using the LLM from the Vertex DB, you need to extract it. And then also, one is answering it. There are 2 different types. I'll be explaining that in the coming sessions, in the coming slides, where we have something known as a chatbots for simpler query answer based, whereas certain actions that you want to perform is nothing but tasks you want to perform. Then you will be able to automate the complex tasks too. So both are possible by using the LangChain. Let me move. So that's all in terms of the Gen AI. Of course, we need to invest our time in terms of understanding how it works and the lengthy documentation that they provided. Though you go to the YouTube, you will not find enough information, but the LangChain documentation itself is having a detailed sampling because it is an API driven. In the API driven, you'll always see the payloads and responses and as well as additional information required. Now, before I dive into the solutions you can build using the LangChain, let's come back to our SCM. Because in the SCM, in the strategy, what is the thing the strategy you are going to do? In the strategy you are going to make, hey, I'm going to invest in the AI solutions. In order to invest in my AI solutions, what is the strategy that I need to follow? Because investing on the AI solutions, there's supposed to be some objective for you. What is your current state and what is your future state? what is that you want to achieve, what results you want to achieve, and what is the cost that is involved, and what are the other activities that you need to perform in order to transition from non-AI based to the AI based solutions. In order to do that kind of strategy analysis and strategy activities, of course, the supply chain obviously will be doing your SEM related whatever the steps. It could be the procurement, or it could be the manufacturing, the actual operations, and then the warehouse management, or the transportations / the distribution, and then the order management. All these are the various steps that we perform. We'll be making your strategical decisions and the strategy planning towards that. So a couple of examples. Detect the vehicles and the boxes to fast track loading and unloading. Nothing but with the AI solutions. You might see that AR, VR solutions are, you have seen that the auto recognition of certain tags that are in place by the sensors, because in the AI, it's not only the ML, deep learning, and machine learning, and traditional and Gen AI, even your IoT, Internet of Things, also plays a bigger role, no doubt in that. So detect vehicles and boxes. So by that, loading and unloading can be pre-assessed, and then the required staff or the machinery or robots can be employed. Provide retailers insights on in terms of like the movement of your goods from the store to the retailers. What is the right time in the sense like the seasons, or it could be the weekends or weekdays, or time of the day when the retailers are coming, and what are their preferences? What are their preferences? Especially this IKEA, Walmart, and all these people will be keeping a lot of effort in this particular space in order to attract and ensure that the customer is get attracted and they buy it. They do a lot of analysis on this. And then if there is a conveyor belt where the things are progressing, because in most of the manufacturing, we know that let it be cement to the whatever the other manufacturing, always there are conveyor belts which are going to carry the whatever the finished parts of the goods are. It could be the finished good or packaged goods, whatever it is. All those, well, it is moving on the conveyor belt. We have seen, right, the different ways of falling the items here and there. Not necessarily all of them will be in a structured format unless a robot is feeding them in the required manner. So accordingly, on the conveyor belt, if you have certain load of the items are dumped, now the conveyor belt is moving. Now you need to scan it somewhere, either humanly or manually or automated way. Then based on how the goods are aligned, the speed of the conveyor is also automatically controlled. By that, whenever there are uneven way of presenting the things, it will wait for extra time. Then with these activities, you can avoid the downtime as things are more of streamlined, more of running in a controlled manner. So, and identify and separate the damaged boxes. Because for this, just to give an example, we built one of the solution for one of the insurance agency in the USA. So what we do is like we use the OpenCV module from the Python, which is ideally used for AI models. So we give a 1 minute video of your damaged vehicle. You made an accident. So now you want to just shoot it 1 minute around the vehicle in a good lighting condition and provide that video. By that, what we have done is cut that video into the at least minimum 1200 to 1500 frames, and each of the frame is representing a part of the vehicle. We already have the pre-designed module where the similar kind of video is given with all things in place without damage. So now the comparison will happen, and as per the comparison, the assessment of the damage, the volume of the damage happened will be assessed automatically. So if it is able to do to that extent, then automatically this, whatever the damaged boxes or goods are also possible. So we can identify them and separate them. So by that, the next course of action can be taken, which is humanly there might be a possibility of missing out. One side, if you see that, if you don't see the other side, you may miss it, but there's no scope over here. So improved quality. Simulate the solutions before you deploy it. Yes, we have the option of whatever the activities that you are doing. Yes, you can provide certain sample data to simulator to see that how your solution is working. Once you are confident and comfortable in terms of, because in the trial and error based, you have to train our models in certain ways, both in the traditional AI as well as in the Gen AI. The way you train in the Gen AI is slightly different. I'll be explaining that shortly. But otherwise, yes, simulations are possible. Then automate the order packaging and as well as picking. And then analyze for transportation and distribution, analyze the traffic and suggest the best routes that it can go. All this can be automated to the fullest. And you'll see that the respective bots and agents will be responding to you and automating the activities and auto triggering for you to take the next step without you digging into the details of it. So that is the possibility of the different areas. Two main things that we'll be building using the LangChain in the Gen AI space are chatbots and another one is agents. Chatbots are like, this is not something new. We have been already using for the banks and all this. You'll see that you go on the online, the moment if you go there, there is a chat window coming up. You just chat it, it is going to respond it. But all those are predefined rules that was already there in the system, that it is responding based on the user query. There is no NLP or NLU is applied. Natural language processing capabilities are not applied. So in the Gen AI, when you generate a chatbot, a true NLP will be applied over here. So it is going to automating your tasks. You can go ahead and instruct it. Yes, absolutely, you can do that in the bot also. All I can take is I can take my mobile, then I can start doing my activities. I can instruct my LLM in order to do the certain booking of the orders or delivery of the orders or packaging of the orders. Everything I can do it. By that, you'll be able to communicate better to the relevant parties of both receiver and as well as sender, and real-time data insights in terms of what is the inventory that you have and how the routes are congested and based on the weather conditions or traffic conditions. And then it will be helping you to save certain cost, and moreover it is available 24/7. All the AI agents, AI bots and digital assistants, all these names we give, all of them are available 24/7 to do, whereas humanly there is a limitation. All right, simplifying customer service, improving decision making. So most of the time, yes, the chatbots will be, you query something, it will answer you effectively based on your data that you feed in. Instead of going for the chat GPT, I have given my organizational data to the GPT, my local GPT. By that, it got trained on it. Now, what are the queries I'm going to ask? It is going to provide the answer to that. So as part of that, of course, you are going to segregate what kind of answers to what kind of audience and what kind of data it can access, the embeddings. You are going to segregate it. It is again a kind of architectural decision that you need to make. I would like to make a statement here. In order to work and make these things, we definitely need SME, subject matter expert, or a seasoned techie who can understand the underlying things. Straightforward coming up with a junior level engineers, it will be little challenging, because for doers, the AI will come and then help you a lot, automatically doing the things without you investing your time. But for thinkers and as well as solution providers, AI cannot provide much of it. You need to instruct it what need to be done. So bots we have seen, now agents. All right, I might be taking 10 minutes more. Abdul, is that fine, right?
Yeah, please continue, Suresh. Yeah,
Okay.
you have the flexibility. Yes.
All right. Then we have the agents. Well, the bots are solving more of a question answer type of activities for customer support activities, and as well as the additional information related information that I want to query regarding certain political party or organization or weather or whatever it is based on what you trained. Agents comes with I just named it as a transformational forces. When I say transformational forces, we experimented with both, doing a lot many things, because in the LangChain we have something known as a tools. Tool nothing but a specific activity that you perform. For example, if I take a car will be assembled with the help of whatever the other parts that you procure from the other places. It could be steering or tire or mirror, glass, whatnot, body, everything will be procuring from different places, engine, then you are going to assemble it. So in the similar manner, the way we know that activity, here also, you are going to just prepare the low level tasks. Again, prepare that low level tasks using the Gen AI itself. Just to give a sample example, I'm a little passionate towards the training, mentoring, coaching, and all that. As a person, I enjoy that. So last 1 week, just last Friday to this Friday, we're able to develop one learning management system end to end. All it took was like 1 hour time for me to provide what is that needed in terms of from the admin point of view, from the faculty point of view, from the student point of view, the different areas of activities, like in terms of defining the course and defining the material and uploading the material and accessing the material and conducting the test, providing the feedbacks, capturing the attendance, generating the final reports. All this information in 1 hour I was able to lay down. Even GPT, it gave me around 7-8 points when I say LMS, learning management system. But through practical experience, I was able to lay down at least 25 points. Then for 25 points, I went ahead, I took another 1 hour. First, I did the paperwork literally on the paper. The next 1 hour, I just went ahead. I used just only the normal GPT, even without paid version. I was able to generate the entire code. I just generated the entire code. I got all the backend, database, front end, and CSS, everything I got in place, just 1 hour. Of course, now I need to take all these parts that I generated. Now I need to assemble it. Assemble in the sense, integrate in our terminology. Even for integration, I can go ahead and then I can provide the backend component, front-end component, CSS component. I can say that, hey, can you please do this 1, 2, 3 things for me? Yeah, Gen AI is in a place to go ahead and then build that for you automatically. It does. Then reviewing and finding certain missouts, what are the paperwork I did or whatever in the generation, 1 or 2 missouts. Humanity is common, right? We are missing out and making the mistakes is part and parcel of life. And rectifying it and testing it. All these activities took approximately three days. Three days for solution building and 3 days for quality check and optimizing. Total in 1 week time with 4 engineers in place. I had 4 junior engineers, not to be senior engineers. We don't need one when we have one designer and one tech architect or one tech manager. If you have one person who can think analytically and the business point of view and as well as technical point of view, he can generate the code. We just need a couple of junior engineers just to assemble that together and then produce the overall product. That's all the requirement for the Gen AI point of view, from the coding point of view. I just gave you from the coding point of view example. Same way for your the automation activities that you need to perform within your supply chain management, let it be whatever the area you name it. There are good number of areas you'll be able to automate it, providing the small activities. Of course, I got around 25, 30 endpoints, RESTful APIs. Same way, in your solutions that you're going to build, there are REST points. Nowadays, the data is exchanged to the JSON and REST points, which is common in the IT. And IT is being used for building any kind of the digital solutions nowadays. We are aware of it. So it is also helping by default to accommodate that AI solutions quick and easy manner, because everything is REST-based call. The moment if I have a REST-based call, within the LangChain, there are tools that I can build. And the tools, I can perform the small individual tasks. And I'm not required to do the automation. I said my developer did the automation, but in case of the LangChain, you're not required to do the automation. All you do is go and instruct it. It will start doing the activities for you. It has the ability to call that orchestrated 1, 2, 3, 4 tools based on your instruction. So it will be able to perform, but of course, it's a little costly affair, because we always need to consider in terms of the cost and as well as the complexity, the architectural principles, the maintainability, the integrability, security, all these need to be considered in place for any kind of solution. So then what we do is, generally what we did is couple the solutions. Rather than costing too much for your generation of the automated tasks end to end. Yes, it is capable enough to do in a single instruction that you provide, it is able to perform that. But it costed too high for us. Then we went ahead. Yes, we provided the REST API call based small task performance to the development. And then we gave these developed tools to the LangChain to integrate, rather than LangChain itself generating the tools, end-to-end integrations. That way, we're able to reduce the cost drastically, almost from, let's say, around a lakh of tokens that it is consumed. We brought it down to around 3,000 tokens consumption through the both manual in the sense like developer-based effort, and so it has to be mitigated between the cost-wise, quality-wise, the time it takes, and the ROI, the return on investment overall. All right. So demand forecasting, inventory optimization, transportation management, quality control, predictive maintenance, in all these areas, all to do is provide the existing data, and then you just instruct that these are the 1, 2, 3 things that I want. I need a reminder. Hey, set the reminder for this vehicle today. It's got operated. Now I need to get a reminder after 3 months or 90 days from today. Give that instruction. You need not to do any coding. GenAI is capable enough to do and then provide the solution for you. But while it is able to do all that without the developer or the human intervention, then it might be having certain negative shades to it. It's nothing but we have to be careful while we are designing it. We have something known as a responsible AI, that is safeguard against the bias. We should train that in such a way that it should not be responding for the hate, violence, and any other communal related activities that can cause some damage to the society and the industry. Should not be placing it, and you have to explicitly instruct that. And transparency in terms of what is that it can respond back, and misuse. It should not be misused. So you have to pre-instruct that, provide the boundaries, what is that it can operate, and then prioritize and user safety. So few things you need to do. Just in the previous slide, I said that what is that you need to respond, I'm going to predefine, because in my organization, there is a warehouse management team, and there is a manufacturing unit team who is in the actual operations, and there is a logistics team, and there is a overall management team. The information what goes to the individual parties may not be required for other parties, or it should not be going, may not require, or it should not be going. Those things you as a designer, you have to mitigate that risk, and you have to place it in the silos, what need to be reached to whom, when. This information is again a designer's effort, not necessarily the AI's capability. So we need that SME skills in order to build this. It is definitely needed, at least one person in an AI solution. All right. So in order to do all that activities, the navigating thing is prompt engineering. The way we use today the WhatsApp, almost from a small baby to a old person, everyone is using, all age groups are using WhatsApp today or social media today for various activities. Prompt engineering is going to demand both the organizations and us, the individuals, to the extent of chat this WhatsApp is demanding today. Demanding in the sense, yes, if you have the smartphone and WhatsApp, you are far better than a person who doesn't have it, because a lot of things are reaching to you automatically. By that, you can respond back, and then you can make certain decisions. When I say the decision, not necessarily going for a big time, getting married or buying a home or buying a car, not necessarily those are the decisions. A smallest thing, you made a decision to attend this session, today's sessions, whatever happening. Abdulji made a decision to make a kind of event summit for all of us to come and join and then share our knowledge and exchange our ideas. I consider these also very good decisions in the life or in the day-to-day life, day-to-day activities. I encourage all my downline staff always, hey buddy, please speak up, make the small decision, not necessarily wait for the big time decisions. So this prompt engineering is going to be a must and a mandatory skill that going to demand somebody who is not prompt engineer savvy. He is going to be kind of, again, a technology person helping a non-technology person. That is how the life is going to be moving forward after 5 to 10 years. It is 100% going to happen. The way it happened, the evaluation of the AI for last 30 years, the way it is happening for next couple of years, a drastic change with the help of the large language models and the NLP capabilities. All right. In a nutshell, while you're giving a prompt, we have to be setting a context, setting a role for a good prompt, then assign the task that what it need to be done or what need to be respond, and then set the boundaries. What is the output type of the data that you are expecting, and instruct that what not to respond. By that, any spammers or any misusing of the information that happens and all this can be controlled. What and how, it's a lengthy subject. I don't want to get into inside, but otherwise, a simple thing, if a end user not providing the frequent data that the GPT is asking, suspect that as a system generated attack rather than the manual intervention. So like that, we have to be prompt savvy. That is becoming a mandate thing for us. There are different types of prompting techniques for simple prompts, and then you can provide a template for that to operate, and then you can merge. We have something known as a handlebars in your workflows, in the agents, especially when you perform the agents in the workflows. You can specify your real-time data that you are getting in the dynamically during the activity of the agent running. Get the data, instruct the data to the next prompt. A series of prompts you created to solve a problem. Series of prompts you created to solve the problem. Most of the activities can be automated. It is possible. The way I specified, my 4 or 5 months long task, we are able to do just in 1 week. Almost we cut it down to the 1/10 of the time, approximately, if you can count, much more than that. Same thing here also. But At the space, what you can do, especially with the SCM, supply chain management, and the ERP solutions implementation places, I consider them as large, what I call enterprises. When I say enterprise will be having the set of organizations under that. Very large corporation called enterprise. Under that, there are multiple, something into the, let's say if I take, if I can give one local example, it is a Sudhakar Group. They have, let's see, PVC pipes, and they have the cabling, they have the finance, they are the technology company, and there are a few more for them. Those are called enterprises. So we need to consider the enterprise in the mind while we are talking of the services. So those kind of enterprises can take the much more longer time than the short interval that explained the LMS of 4 months to the 1 week time. It's not necessary. These high complex ones can be solved to that extent. No, but definitely you can improve the speed you deliver, and you can improve the accuracy that you deliver. Remember these 2 points. The speed you can deliver and the accuracy or the quality that you can deliver can be much faster than earlier with the help of the AI. And AI is going to replace certain portion of the non-critical and non-analytical based activities. But AI is not going to replace the whole set of the, it could be techies or non-techies, it's not going to do, but definitely yes. So you understand the task, prompt it, check the results, optimize your prompt until you get the right answer, and also ensure that you don't have grammatical mistakes, and also you have the question, the prompt that you framed is not so clear. If you do these kind of things, it's going to consume more number of tokens, and the tokens are going to cost you from the LLM. All right. So machine learning, the way it is advancing compared to the earlier developments, current LLMs are kind of, it is at very high fast phase manner it is going, where you can expect in the couple of years the human like AI almost close to that. And also we'll be having certain the scientific breakthroughs that is going to do, and also certain kind of activities that it is going to do. We will be surrendering to the AI to that extent it is moving. Just, it's not going to take a decade time. Couple of things I just noted here. To start with, on the left side down one, we call this as a digital twin. We all know twins, right? It is a digital twin. For each one of us, our replica will be there. When I say that, what I have eaten 10 days back is not necessary for me to remember today. We never kept that as a kind of agenda for our brain, but it is capable enough to remember that based on your ordering and other activities that you are doing on your online platforms. Your AI is much superior than you in terms of knowing about you. AI knows more than you about you. Then obviously you'll fall back on the AI for your day-to-day activities. It is mandate for each one of us in another 5 to 10 years. Just to give you a simple example, 15 years back when the mobiles are not there, we were able to remember 25 to 30 mobile numbers, not mobile numbers, the landline numbers and certain mobile numbers which came initially. We were able to remember those. But today most of us, self number and spouse number to that extent. Maybe there, I could experiment that here and there, 1 to 3% people will be remember 5 to 10 numbers. So did we already surrender to the mobile or not? Compared to 15 years back, my memory, and today my memory, and most of us, because that's not a preferred item to remember, because you are getting that in the mobile, all the numbers. Same thing here too. While it is able to solve the problems for you, why do you want to remember that for yourself? So a digital twin for each one of us, yes, it is there in place. Then, so it is going to increase the output of the current happenings to the 140%. What does it mean? Intelligence that is being built. For example, Einstein had the IQ of at 160. Now in the GPT, and also you could see that here the human average, like in terms of somebody who is having 100 to 115, considered okay. Then above 115 are called high intelligence, and then exceptionally gifted above 145. But whereas GPT proven 152 as its IQ score. Its IQ score it is at 152, nothing but number of Einsteins that we are going to see. So innovation leads to the new occupations. I don't want to put that threatening words of like we'll be losing the jobs and all that, not necessary. I just had captured a few more things from the previous slides. I just this is the one. Just in the previous presenter, previous presenter, whatever he is giving, I just captured a few things over here. I like that one of the slide at the bottom. When a change is coming, the early adopters and somebody who is just taking it light, not getting into it. So this is the game in front of us. We need to quickly unlearn whatever the earlier things and relearn the new things. By that, we can automatically move forward. By that, there is no job threat at all. And you are much more in demand. Forget about the job threat, you losing the job. But you are in the higher demand now with new skills and new tools and new techniques in hand. And you'll be serving more number of people. You'll be solving more number of problems per day. You'll be producing more productivity than earlier. So see the positive side of it. All right. Then towards the SCM again, supply chain management, you'll be able to innovate, do the innovations by simulating, reduce the time to the market because you automated most of the activities to perform. Amazon, I think they already deployed millions of the robots which are controlled by the AI for most of their activities. Reduce the time to market and evolve by establishing an agile supply chain. So whatever the possible tasks are there that can be doing in a flow chart or in a workflow can be automatable. That simple it is. You can automate it. All right. So you can provide the data, by that you can do the big data analysis, and then Internet of Things, IoT, as I said, we need to provide the IoT data, also the sensors data and other information. Sorry. And then self-learning systems, all this will be getting into the digitized assets. By that, we'll be able to generate the increased process efficiency and enhanced interactions with customers and new business models. The business models are going to change. The way you produce the things are going to change. The way you operate is going to change. Not only the AI, the business are also going to change into its mode of operations and how we are going to serve the end users. All that will be in place. All right. Again, I just gave one or two sampling here, but it is just only sampling. Inventory management. So various parameters we are going to provide the feed to the system. The more you provide, the better it is. Build simulation modules, run and test it, optimize it, see that if it is fitting to your need. Otherwise, reinvent the solution in a different manner. That's where life is not for the doers, the life is for the thinkers. That is how it is moving, especially in the IT side and the operations that you can do. Last 1 minute I am in. So the IT giants, already let it be Oracle or Azure, that is Microsoft, or AWS, all these major IT giants already came up, already had the tie-ups with the LLMs. They are already employing these AI solutions into all their solution suites they have. So everyone is gearing up. And more, they went one step ahead. What they have done is, I told you, right, one thing, the Gemini and Claude, then we have the OpenAI, GPT, all these, the pros and cons, these people already harvested enough their time and their technology and as well as innovations they did already and their R&Ds they did. They already framed that for us to ready to consume. Of course, it is going to cost based on your solution and organization. You can fall back on these ready-made solutions already available within the big IT giants. Here is one quick sample. I use Skype. Skype is now acquired by the Microsoft. All that images, whatever you have in the PPT, I generated myself. I generated myself using my Skype. I can do it in GPT, I can do it in Skype, and I can do, if anybody technology person, Visual Studio Code, VS Code, there is a tab 9, TAB, tab 9, NINE, tab 9. There is a plugin. If you install that, you need not to go to the GPT. If you go to the Bing, automatically Bing is working on GPT. Google, you can go Gemini.Google. You can start working on the LLM models by default. So it is automatically, directly, indirectly, we are already there. Sorry for my extended talk. Here I am for open for questions.
Thank you, Suresh Garu. It has been a long day. Fantastic presentation. I think it's very insightful. I hope the participants got a very fairly good idea about Gen AI and the application in strategy and supply chain management. Okay, so here one question we got is, so the AI will help you to generate applications in a faster and better way. Okay, so one of the problem is while doing the development, not all the requirements are clear. So this needs some kind of updates, modifications, kind of thing. So how does that take place without the people involvement? What do you think?
Okay, good question. So there are two ways to move forward. As we all know, the nature of the IT is, one is no one can visualize 100%, is not possible at all. I always give my downlines, my organizations where I consult, have that at least 2 to 5 to 10% of leverage to accommodate it. By that, mentally, you don't feel the stress of why things are getting changed every day. Because the nature of the business is that, IT business. There are two ways to move forward. One is the fundamental, whatever the bots and agents related solutions you build, you can go ahead and then change them if manually, if you like to do it, or otherwise on existing solutions at the end you can append whatever the correction or the enhancement that you're making. So you can provide that. The systems cannot do on their own. Human is required to instruct it what need to be done.
So to simply say, you can use generative AI to develop the core system. On top of it, if you want to have any further updates, modifications, validations or something, you can add it on top of it and maintain it.
Exactly, because it already generated a solution for you. Now you go and re-instruct it. What is that the new enhancement came up? It will automatically change it and then give it.
Perfect. Okay. So what do you think about the next innovations in generative AI? So what happened now? There are so many business applications. There are so many no-code applications, kind of things. So what do you think? What do you forecast? What will happen next 6 months to 1 year, 2 years for the product development and other things? What will happen for the developers? Okay. So how could the developers work on this in future?
Okay. So when I say the developers, I'll be dividing that developers into I cannot apply a single rule for all the developers into the two groups. One is the custom development developers, that is Java, .NET, Python, PHP, etc. And then the ERP. So we have both the wings, right, in IT. So within this part, as I said, quickly we can generate the code and then we'll be able to produce the system upfront. It doesn't take too long to produce a new system. So that low-code, no-code platforms, somebody who is tech savvy can build himself. He need not to go for low-code, no-code platform. Somebody who is, because all you need to do is instructions. But we definitely need one SME over here. When going for the low-code, no-code platforms, it further reduces your technical aspects of it. But again, business solution person is more demanded there in order to provide your workflow or the flow of the information or flow charts that need to be implemented. That will be in demand. Coming to the ERP, are the product-based companies which are already developed. Using my Gen AI, can I generate the high volume of the information that people are already built in the products? Let it be Dynamics or SAP or any other third-party SCM or other ERPs that we have in the place. It's not something I can generate it the way quickly I can generate a small to medium solution just like that. No, it's not possible to generate. However, in each of these ERPs, there is something known as a custom development. A scriptlet tag will be there everywhere. Whatever we code there, you take that existing, whatever the information you provide to the GPT, ask the GPT to simulate the similar kind of solution. Yes. Again, it's a custom work. Instead of the 3-4 ABAP engineers in SAP, I can run the show with a single ABAP engineer. I don't need 4-5.
Okay. So the core function application will stay intact. Any additional top add-ons, those can be speed up the development.
Correct. The code-based customizations that we do in the pre-built ERPs will be optimized and accelerated. But existing solutions, there is no replacement in the AI straightforward. It cannot do.
It cannot do because there is a lot of knowledge already built in, and to define that again, you need to spend a lot of time. It's not built overnight. Okay. So if you have to build all the logics again, maybe if you build all the logics, yes, it is possible. But a lot of intricacies and industry knowledge embedded in that. Yeah.
It may take time. Even in that space also, I may visualize the way the exploding things are happening every month, enhancements are happening in the LangChain. There is a possibility maybe down the line in the horizon of 7 to 10 years, not necessarily next 5 years, there might be a possibility of even impacting this one. Just discuss. It is non-impactable area. Might impact.
Yeah. So then what will happen is the software is a commodity. Then how to implement, how to design, how to work on it is the value addition. That I don't know whether that also can be replaced by AI as we go on. Okay, so that we have to wait and see. But at least at this moment, it looks like the business analysis part, which is the industry specific, that still it's manual thought process. Great.
Definitely. It can only see, especially the lawyers, the areas where it is going to least impact is the lawyers and as well as the medicine, the doctors. These two are the teams are least impacted by the AI. It is going to just impact roughly less than 20%.
Yeah, lawyers maybe yes, because there is a huge database. So maybe there is a possibility to get medicine. I don't know. I'm not sure.
These two are the areas less impacted by the AI for at least for next 1 decade.
At the moment, yes. Good. So thank you, Suresh Garu. Thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. Okay, so the time is up. So if there is any questions, we'll post you offline. And if time permits, we can get you for 5-10 minutes tomorrow to answer those questions. So thank you and have a nice time, a great evening. And we wish you good luck for the next event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Bye, everyone.
So thank you, day one participants, speakers, and the organizers for the successfully conducting day one. So look forward for tomorrow, day two, with again 10 speakers. So let's look forward for meeting you tomorrow morning. So have a safe time. Good evening, good morning again. Thank you very much.